The alchemist. The hunger. He moves through the death and decay of the void. He doesn't remember his name. Everything's a blur. He feels pain in his stomach, in his arms, in his veins. He needs to find one of those flowers. The nectar. That sweet serum that gives strength. Strength for what? He remembers. The killers. Experimenting on them. Why? Why was he experimenting on them? He doesn't remember. He caused a lot of suffering, but he doesn't feel remorse. He doesn't even know if he should feel remorse. He doesn't feel anything but an ache in the pit of his stomach for power. Memory 1747. He has flashes of the doctor, his screams, his agony, turning the tables on him, experimenting on him like he had done with so many others. Where? Not here. Somewhere else. Another world. All of these survivors, marooned from other worlds. How does he know this? He doesn't remember. He remembers the experiments. What was he trying to understand? The nectar? The serum? The right dose? The right dose? To use without hurting himself. Too late. Memory 1748. He feels the hunger. Not for food or drink. Not for talk or fun. For a flower. A single flower. For serum. He knows the entity is watching him. He knows it. Feels it inside his bones. He doesn't want to be snatched for another trial. To suffer or cause suffering. And to what end? The great horrible mystery of it all. He wants to understand this place. He does. But he senses that to know, to really know, would drive him mad. Madness. That's what this place is. The embodiment of madness. He doesn't want to be pulled into another trial. He wants to return home. He must return home. That's why he was studying the serum. It gave him insight. Insight to what, though? He doesn't remember. Memory 1749. Home. He doesn't even remember where home is. He only remembers the void. Hundreds, maybe thousands of discarded survivors. Not dead, not alive. Something else. Alive but dead inside. Burnt. Emotionless. Useless to the entity. He remembers. He remembers rising from the void. Finding a flower. Had this flower been his salvation? Had this flower been his way out? He falls to his knees and shouts at the abyss, and the abyss answers with silence. The silence is so deafening it hurts. He buckles over, climbs to his knees. He needs serum. Memory 1750. He's lost. He doesn't know where he is. He sees things like tentacles reaching out for him from the fog, and he knows they're not real. None of it is. He's losing his mind if he hasn't lost it already. His eyes play tricks on him. He sees giant, nameless creatures looming over him. Doesn't matter. They're not real. None of it is. His hunger confuses him, oppresses him. He'd do anything for that feeling again. Anything. Even return to the trials. He would. He'd rip survivors and killers apart limb from limb for that feeling again. He begins to mumble words. A promise. One flower. One flower. And I will do anything. Claudette Morel. Claudette's 8th birthday. Memory 1087. Claudette is 7 years old and feels alone. Very alone. Yes. Her parents love her. Yes. They want the world for her. But the world doesn't want her. Or, at least, that's not what Claudette believes. She just wants to fit in. Fit in at a school. Fit in with her cousins. Fit in with her teammate on the soccer pitch. But fitting in isn't as simple as being like others. She's different and she knows it. She feels slow, unresponsive, not quick enough to understand her teacher or keep up with her class. The librarian calls her adult-minded. When she talks, she stutters. Sometimes she loses her breath and has trouble recognizing when she's talking too loudly. But most of all, her teacher embarrasses her. She says she's in the clouds. Always in the clouds. Get out of the clouds, Claudette. But she can't help it. She's exploring massive gardens and colorful bugs on strange new worlds. Memory 1088. Claudette feels things more than others. Much more. Like the shame of not being invited to any birthday parties. Not one party. Every day her parents ask who she played with at lunch, and every day she lowers her chin and tells them she doesn't want to talk. Her parents ask her teacher, and her teacher tells them she likes to play alone. Not so much play, more like collect and observe things. Flowers, weeds, beetles, worms, rocks. Some kids are just loners. Every day her parents ask her about her friends, and every day the shame returns. They want her to have friends. More than that, they want a list of names for her birthday. But she doesn't have a list of names. She doesn't even have one name. Memory 1089. Claudette observes a beetle while her classmates chase one another around the playground. She wants to play, but no one wants her to be around. She doesn't want to think about it. Thinking about it hurts. Thinking about it reminds her she will disappoint her mother again. Her mother just wants her to have a friend, but making a friend isn't easy. Not for Claudette. And she wishes more than anything that it was easy for her as it was for others. She wishes she had a friend to make her parents worry less. Maybe they would even be proud. Maybe she should give up her passion for bugs and flowers. Maybe that would help. Maybe then she'd be like the other kids. But the need to explore and collect is strong. It is not beyond her. It is her. Memory 1090. Claudette loves to collect things, and she knows this is why many call her weird. Her father tells her she's perfect the way she is. He tells her a man named Darwin used to collect bugs and plants too. He had a big imagination like her. He often mused on ideas and theories, and boy did he come up with a whopper of a theory. He explains the theory, and she understands. Her father has a way of taking complicated ideas and making them easy to understand. Darwin. Claudette likes the name. She smiles, stares at her favorite blue and green beetle, and names him Darwin. Memory 1091. Claudette's mum is crying. She's upset because Claudette is having trouble in school. Her grades are lower than they've ever been. She doesn't understand why she's doing wrong as a parent. Her dad says she's doing nothing wrong. He says Claudette's weird, different, and that's okay. Her mum doesn't want her to collect plants and bugs anymore. Her dad says that's the best part of her, and he doesn't need a child who fits some bell curve. More than this, he defends her. He tells her mother that the greatest treasures gifted to the world were from those who didn't conform, who weren't normal, who didn't fit some outdated bell curve. Tolstoy, Telsa, Einstein, Shakespeare. Her mother doesn't care. A sudden cry escapes her lips. I don't want her to repeat the year. Memory 1092. Claudette hides under the covers, pretending to be asleep, pretending she can't hear the yelling. Her mother wants her to get special help, but her father doesn't want to alienate her. He's right. Claudette doesn't want other kids to know she needs special help. They'll laugh at her. She'll figure things out. She promises she will. Her new substitute teacher, Mrs. Calhi, is helping her. A lot more than the other teacher who always said she was in the clouds. Her father says stress is the worst thing for a child's developing brain. Leave her be. Let her grow at her own pace. Stress shrinks the brain, destroys confidence, kills creativity. He doesn't want her studying at lunchtime. Lunchtime is for real growth, authentic growth, growth unhindered by the pressure of tests and the fear of making mistakes. Memory 1093. Claudette's mother is happy because her grades are improving. A single teacher can make a difference, can make all the difference. Especially this teacher, Mrs. Calhi. Other kids call her strange and weird, but Mrs. Calhi isn't weird. She just gets it. She understands because she had a tough time learning when she was a student. This is why she makes an extra effort to help Claudette, to help her understand what she is explaining in class without alienating her. Memory 1094. Claudette is happy because her new teacher is helping her, really helping her. She's learning new things every day. More than facts of vocabulary, she's learning how to learn, or rather, she's learning how she learns, and that is the key. But her teacher is doing something else. Her teacher is talking to her. She's talking to her about her issues and how her issue is really a blessing in disguise, if she can just learn how to succeed in a system that favors one type of smart at the expense of all the others. A system that frowns on taking chances or making mistakes, when making mistakes and taking chances is what is needed for learning, for true learning. A teacher tells her that she has passion, and passion is everything. Memory 1095. Claudette knows she's not like the other kids, and she doesn't have to be. Things like bell curves and ideal student don't apply to her, and that's okay. The ideal mold is a prison for those wired differently, and her teacher has set her free. Her grades are getting better and a test is coming. She writes, visualizes, and imagines everything she needs to remember, and somehow this works. The right teacher at the right time can make all the difference. Her parents are proud, very proud, but still her mother wishes she had friends. Still her mother wishes she liked what other girls liked. Her parents argue in another room about what to get her for her birthday. Her mother wants to buy a new doll. Her father thinks she would like something more related to bugs, plants, and bacteria. The suggestion upsets her mother. Her father defends her. See her for who she is and not who you want her to be. Her mother goes silent. She suddenly releases a cry and says she doesn't want her to be bullied like she was bullied throughout school. Claudette's eyes go wide. For the first time in her life, she realizes her mother's wired differently too. Memory 1096. Claudette will be 8 years old tomorrow. She should be eager. She should be excited. She should be counting the hours, minutes, seconds. Instead, she is none of these. She dreads the moment she'll have to open her gift. Every year it's the same. Dolls, crafts, jewelry. Nothing that means anything to her. Maybe this year she'll smile and pretend she didn't want a magnifying glass, or a collection of stones, or a set of books on botany. Maybe to make things easier, she'll pretend. Maybe that will make her mother less scared of her. Seeing her happy about her grades felt good. Real good. Evan McMillan. Blood, Brass, and Grit. Memory 1235. Evan is 14 years old and he knows something his father doesn't. The thought thrills him, amazes him, scares him. There is something his father doesn't know. Something the owner of the most profitable mine in all of Seattle doesn't know. His father manages his workers with an iron fist. No, not with an iron fist. Brass knuckles. He calls them maggots, groveling maggots. He's about to discover he's wrong. They're more than maggots, much more. They're men. And men working together can bring change. One of these men is inspiring others to take their lives back. If they can stand together, maybe, just maybe, they can bring in the union. With the union, they'll have rights, more than rights. They'll have dignity, freedom, time. Time to spend with their friends, time to spend with their family, time to be human. Evan knows something his father doesn't, and he feels empowered. Memory 1236. Evan's father thrusts him to the ground, calls him weak, tells him he's got to stop being so nice to the maggots, stop talking to them, stop helping them, keep them in line, break them, let them know who's the boss. If you give them an inch, they'll take a yard. They're just using you. Evan knows better than to say anything. His father punched and broke his jaw last year when he showed weakness. This year, he'd rather not sip dinner through a straw. This year he holds back, bites his tongue. He wants to tell his father about the union, but doesn't. He feels ashamed, torn between his loyalty for his father and for his friends. Bob, Tim, Jimmy. They deserve more. Memory 1237. Evan enjoys creating something from nothing. He's not an artist, but he enjoys sketching, and he hides his sketches from his father. His father forbids sketching. Sketching is for weaklings, vagabonds, gypsies. He wants Evan to do worthy things. He drags Evan to his most profitable mine. He teaches him how to manage maggots. He's hands-on, very hands-on, abusive, violent, brutal. The key is to break them, break their will, break their spirit. Once broken, a human is a tool that can be wielded to do anything. Broken. It's what he did to Evan's mother. It's what he's doing to him. But Evan still sketches. Sketching is defiance. Memory 1238. Evan watches his father yell at one of his workers. He's sick. He wants to leave. But he's not allowed. He leaves, he loses his job. Evan feels for the man, wishes he could do something for him. He wants to tell him things are going to change. The union is coming. The union is coming, and with it a good wage and fair working hours. But the man's lungs are black and his stomach is rot. Too much stress, too much acid, not enough sleep. He collapses. His father doesn't care, kicks him in the gut, tells Evan to drag him out of the mine. Evan drags him out. For a moment he feels disgusted at the man's weakness and wants to put this maggot out of his misery. He's becoming his father and he's not sure if that's a bad thing. Memory 1239. Evan's father forces him to set up a bear trap in a dark forest. His father's obsessed with hunting bears. Always has been. Always will be. He tells him the story. Always the same story. He doesn't want to hear it, but he will. His father was hunting with his brother when they ran into a grizzly bear. The bear tore his uncle's arm off and bit into his head. His father jumped on the grizzly's back, stabbed the bear endlessly, killed the bear, ripped open its stomach to retrieve his brother's head, carried his brother's mutilated body 10 miles to their family estate. This time it's 10 miles. Last time it was 5. His father grins. The story is changing with every telling. Sometimes Evan wonders if there was even a bear. Memory 1240. Evan's inspired in a way he's never been before. Furiously, he sketches his father in a bear suit killing his uncle. He never met his uncle, but he's seen pictures. His uncle was a philanthropist, a bleeding heart, disloyal. He would have run the business into the ground with proper wages and all that socialist crap. That's why he had to go. Evan doesn't have proof, but he knows. Deep down, he knows his father murdered his uncle, tied him up, left him for a bear. There was no knife, no fight, no honor, just a terrible death for a disloyal worm. Evan suspects all this, and yet he doesn't feel disgusted or ashamed. He feels something else, something he's trying not to feel, something he won't admit to himself. Memory 1241. Evan looms over his father's bed and watches him sleep. He hates and loves him at the same time. Sometimes he wonders what his life would be like without him. He owes him so much, and yet he's miserable and alone. He raises a massive grey stone and holds it there for a long minute that feels like forever. He could be free, truly free, but he can't. Not like this. He could be free himself in other ways. Accidents happen. Hunting accidents. Mining accidents. He could lure him into the bowels of the mine and ignite a stick of dynamite. No way he'd survive. But despite it all, Evan can't do it. His love is bigger than his hate. He owes him too much. Memory 1242. Evan sketches his father in a bear suit drowning his mother. He never believed his father's story. Something didn't feel right. His eyes, his grin, his lack of empathy. She was pulled into a current and never seen again. His mother. She was beautiful. Blonde hair, blue eyes, fun, full of compassion. His opposite. She didn't just go out to swim one morning and never come back. She was getting in his way, and no one gets in his way. Not even family. Especially not family. Obedience or death. Evan's tired of obedience. Yes, he's loyal to his father, but he's also loyal to his friends. They talk to him, encourage him, think he's a great artist. He has friends. He's never really had a friend. His father wouldn't allow it. Waste of time. They're using you. Yes, he's loyal to his father, but he's also loyal to his friends. They deserve better. Memory 1243. Evan's father stares at him across the dinner table. He knows. Maybe he doesn't know, but he senses something's amiss. He has that look in his eyes, the look that tells Evan he's in for it. He chews on a fatty piece of rabbit and hopes his father doesn't say anything. He should have known better than to keep something from him. His father knows. He always knows. Last year, Evan lost his cool on a man who said something about his mother. He almost beat the man to death with a 2x4 while his father watched and laughed. The authorities pulled Evan away. He smiled at Evan and knew what he wouldn't admit to himself. He enjoyed beating on that man. Not because of the insult, not because he felt threatened, but because he felt powerful. His father smiled. Apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, eh? Memory 1244. Evan finds his sketches torn to bits. He puts the pieces together, all of them accounted for except one. He doesn't have the picture of his drowning mother. His father enters his room. Despair and dread overwhelm him. He waits for a blow that never comes. Instead, his father tells him he has instincts and instincts is everything. He tells him he inherited his instinct from his side of the family. The same instinct that told him Evan was keeping something from him. Don't pretend. I know. A few of your maggot friends sold you out for a few dollars. Evan starts but doesn't say anything. Can't say anything. The words are caught in his throat. He apologizes. His father says nothing, walks away. Evan follows him to his bedroom where he sees the picture of his dying mother, framed above the bed. His father tells Evan he'll learn a lesson tomorrow, one he hopes he understands. Evan stares at his father and feels hate. Hate for the maggots who betrayed him and for his father. Respect. No. Not respect. Admiration. The Observer. The Entity. Arcus 1. I would start at the beginning, but I don't know when that was or how long ago I was banished to this prison. What I know is I've been observing and studying the inner workings of this entity that had once been, well, An obsession. How ironic that I should be sentenced to live out the rest of my days in the very thing I sought to destroy. An obsession turned prison, as all obsessions are, I suppose. Arcus 5-4. The atmosphere of the realm is dark and grim to say the least, but also ever-changing. I've already remarked that the atmosphere is misty, even foggy at times, and that the fog feels alive. It seems to contain swells and streams of memories or imprints of beings from multiple terror worlds. It is as if the entity absorbs all the psychic energy and thoughts of the beings it snatches as it journeys through the endless cosmos. I've used the Aurus to study the black fog, and I've come to 3 observations that will prove invaluable to finding a way home. First, the fog is rich in auric particles, leading me to believe this dimension is more conscious than it is material. Second, I should be able to manifest anything I'm able to pull from rifts in the fog using techniques passed down from my family. Third, the entity is far more ancient than we ever suspected back home, and most of our theories and conjectures were wrong. The rich presence of auric particles and cells suggest it is one of the original ones, an ancient. Arcus 142. The entity is the cosmic embodiment of evil. Back home we witnessed how its very presence turns worlds inside out, how it seems to remove or extinguish any sense of empathy or compassion within communities, how it brings people to the brink of madness and, well, pushes them in. Now I understand it does all this in order to rip victims from their lives and have them play out an endless trial of terror that it presumably needs for its own survival. And there, perhaps, lies the key to its destruction, if an ancient one can be destroyed at all. End the trials, destroy its ability to sap dark nectar from victims like a cruel parasite feeding from a flower. At least the archives affords me a better understanding of the entity, why it moves from universe to universe, picking victims off and devouring worlds as though they are at a cosmic buffet. What I have yet to conclude is whether it is attached to the worlds that are brimming with darkness and madness, or if it is in fact the catalyst of such darkness and madness. Arcus 557. All planes of existence are a unique mix of conscious auric particles and material particles. The entity is almost certainly pure consciousness. The observable fact of existence is the mortal world respond to and changes with consciousness. Collective consciousness is the key. The body, the home, the trial. All of it is an expression of the entity's unconscious need for fear and terror. The distinct observation in the specimens chosen by the entity is that they all come from worlds that have failed to understand the metaphysical relationship between their thoughts and the world they live in. This is not by chance. It is, to my mind, self-preservation. Victims who know this truth and have honed their ability to manifest could be poisonous to the entity. This leads me to believe the entity is attracted to dark worlds because darkness and chaos are clear indicators that inhabitants have failed to connect the dots between the collective consciousness and the health of their world. The conclusion, then, might be that the entity feeds off ignorance. Arcus 731. Hard to tell when one day ends and another begins. The tower and the library helped me cope, but it's hard to forget the truth of my situation even for a moment, knowing everything I have is a lie. I have access to everything I want, and yet I have nothing. The survivors continue to undergo the trials with the most brutal of killers. I continue to search the fog for the memories of those who found a way to escape. It sometimes feels like a futile search, but then again, I've got time on my hands. Lots of time. The Observer. Revelations. Arcus 1513. I have used the auras to explore the memories of an unknown survivor who comes from a world where, from what I can gather, a cult for the entity exists. It's not a surprise, or the first time I've seen such a thing, but the memories suggest she was a detective of sorts, trying to prevent a cult sacrifice before she was snatched for the trials. I'm not sure what happened to her, and I will have to explore the fog to unravel more. Arcus 1672. I have cold imprints of a killer I have yet to observe. My best guess, judging by the nature of the crimes, is this Brutus from Terra Dark. She lured a man with love, robbed them of their savings and fed them to her pigs. Lovely, efficient, and resourceful. The impressions of the memory are as follows. He stands framed in the doorway with flowers, a stupid smile on his dumb face. He's no sense that his days are numbered. Lonely soul made the trip for a wife. He thinks he'll get everything for a ring. Her land, her farm, her savings. Won't happen. Won't go as planned. Not as planned, anyway. It didn't for all the other lonely souls who answered her classified ad. She peers at his eyes and thrills at his ignorance, his long, dumb face, his false sense of superiority. He wrote her a poem? How sweet. She'll cram it down his throat when he's convulsing on the floor. She'll take his poem and ask about his money. He has it with him, packed his savings in a bag and made the journey for a new start. He'll get more than he bargained for, way more, to the bank with his money, to the pigs with him. Arcus 4902. Life is not life in this prison, and death is not an escape. It is merely the start of a new trial, and most survivors are aware they are caught in something they will never understand. Why this is all happening is no longer obvious to me. The truth is, I don't know what to believe anymore. The entity is not what it is, or what I thought it was. Jane Romero, All the World a Stage, Memory 5823. Jane needs a job. She has a job. She works as a waitress at a local diner. She needs another kind of a job, a role, a part, something. Anything to let her know she's on the right path. Anything to let her know she deserves more than a school variety show. Acting is a fool's pursuit. 1 in a billion, her father says. Her grandfather agrees, but odds. Those who have the courage to follow their dreams have a 99% chance of being that 1 in a billion. Have courage. Courage will put the odds in your favor. Jane loves her grandfather and wants to make him proud. Wants to show him he's right. I'll be that 1 in a billion. Memory 5824. Mexican waitress speaks in Mexican and English with a Mexican accent. Who wrote this? Mexican isn't a language. Doesn't matter. You get the gist. Her face grew warm with frustration. The accent isn't necessary. Why? Why the accent? Why can't it just be waitress? Waitress who speaks English. Why does the script need the waitress to be Mexican? Why is this important to the scene? Jane stares at the director, trying to understand his needs. It brings flavor. What does that mean? It doesn't bring flavor. It perpetuates a stereotype. Yet, Jane says nothing. She says nothing because she doesn't want to be blacklisted as a social justice warrior, doesn't want to be called a minority. With a slight Spanish accent, she finishes the audition. Memory 5825. Jane shares a beer with her friend Dwayne. Dwayne tells her how a creative executive hired him to be the co-writer of his terrible script, to be the spokesman of this terrible idea. to validate his insensitive cultural appropriation of an African American story. The creative executive wants to make a minority film because it's a fad, the quickest way to be recognized, the fast track to fame for a hack. Many writers told the hack his script was wrong on so many levels. Poorly written, disrespectful, boring, insensitive. Dwayne refused to accept a script that was disrespectful to his cultural heritage. Refused to attach his name to a project so the executive could avoid accusation of culture appropriation. Refused to validate an entitled interpretation of a minority story. The executive decredited Dwayne by calling him a social justice warrior. Fired him. Jane sighs sadly for her friend. At least the script won't get produced. Dwayne raises a skeptical eyebrow. The hack has a friend with money. Lots of money. He'll write, direct, and produce. Entitled hacks with friends in high places. It's how bad movies get made. They toast bad movies. Jane laughs. Not because it's funny, but because it's true. Memory 5826. It's been months she hasn't worked. No calls, no auditions, nothing. Jane stares at the blank television screen. As a child, she used to imagine herself on television. She doesn't see herself on television anymore. Something is happening. She can't see herself succeeding anymore. She wishes for her shot. Her one shot. Her 1 in a billion shot. But scripts for her are few and far between. Nothing beyond the stereotype. Her agent shouldn't care. He should put her forward for all the female roles in her age range. She could play any female role, lead or support, and yet she only gets auditions for the spicy Latina, or the funny immigrant, or the waitress with the accent. Never just women. American. That's all she wants. She stares at the snowy television, tries to visualize herself as the star of a show but can't. The phone rings. Her agent. An audition. A major part in a play, and it pays well. For a moment. Just a moment. She feels like 1 in a billion. Memory 5827. Jane's cell phone rings. She freezes on the sidewalk. This is it. And she doesn't know if she wants to answer or not. She can't take another rejection. Not for this part. This part is too important. She brings the cell phone to her ear. Answers. She hears a voice she recognizes. Her agent. He tells her how everyone enjoyed her audition. How everyone thought she was just fantastic. He goes on about something else. She waits for the but. The proverbial but. 1,000 compliments negated by one single or destroying but. It doesn't come. She listens to trivial notes and waits for the polite rejection. Instead, she got the part. She's not sure she heard right. You got the part. She mumbles to herself. I got the part. Her face grows numb with disbelief. She screams. Strangers turn to face her. Sorry. Memory 5828. Dwayne helps Jane rehearse at a cafe. They take a break and he tells her the hack is now doing a Chinese story and is desperately searching for a Chinese writer to validate his most recent abomination. Jane laughs. Hacks with money. It's how bad movies get made. She tells Dwayne things are going well with the play. She doesn't have to do an accent, doesn't have to wear a miniskirt or perpetuate a ridiculous stereotype, doesn't have to do all the stupidity she had to do in the past. This is a real gig, a meaningful gig, a gig she can share with her family. She knocks on the table. Dwayne laughs and says it isn't wood. She shrugs. He says he's happy for her and hands her a cutout from a magazine. Open audition for Quick Talk. He says he put in a good word for her. Should make a perfect host. She thanks him, but the play takes all of her time. Too bad. You're the most real person I know, and that's what the show needs. Authenticity. Memory 5829. Last rehearsal before opening night and she nailed her role despite some last-minute changes to the script. She feels the adrenaline and a great sense of flow unlike anything she's ever experienced before. The director claps after the last line is delivered. He approaches her and tells her he's amazed, impressed, inspired. But he feels her character would work better with an accent. A what? The request undermines her, shatters her. Why? I don't understand. For giggles? It would be fun. The character doesn't need an accent. The character is fine without an accent. But it would add comic relief. Comic relief? That's what she is to this director? To the producers? To the industry? Comic relief. She stares at him, waits for him to burst out laughing, waits for him to say he's joking, waits for an apology that never comes. She sighs and feels the strength of her ancestors coursing through her veins, a strength that won't allow her to sell out, a strength that won't allow her to perpetuate a hurtful image of what it means to be an American. She shakes her head at the director. For a comedian? Arsehole. She storms off the stage. Those who follow their path beat the odds, even if the odds are 1,000,000,000 to 1. Bullshit. David King, Manchester Mashup, Memory 339. King scrunches his broken fist. Cheers and hollers from a drunk crowd echo through the alleyway. He stares at his fallen opponent, bleeding face, busted nose, chipped teeth. He kicks him in the mouth to put the finishing touches on his handiwork. He never lost a fight. Not now, not ever. Always bet on King. He glances over the crowd. Spots Donnie, an old friend of a gambling problem. Not much of a problem if he continues to bet on me. King looks at his watch. He's late for a family meeting. Memory 340. King's father gave his mother hell for talking back for something he didn't quite understand. It's always the same crap. King grinds his teeth. Blood and warmth rush up his face. Every scrape, every single one he won, because he saw his father's face on his opponent. He wants to lash out, to say something, anything. But to say something is to be cut off. But this time he's not thinking straight. Or maybe he is. His father raises a hand to strike his mother. It happens faster than the thought to perceive it. One moment he snatches his father's arm. The next he's beating him black and blue for years of accumulated shit. He walks away while his mother tries to help his father up. You're out. Never show your face here again, ungrateful bastard. Get out. Memory 341. He never really had friends. Not real ones, anyway. He had an entourage, a group of sods enjoying the high life of his credit card. Now he has no one. Not a single bloody friend to help him out. He had friends once upon a time in school, but that was long ago. He needs money, but money doesn't grow on trees and no one wants to challenge him. Not after what he did to his last opponent. He needs a job. His accounts are nearly empty and his old careless spending habits are hard to break. Memory 342. He meets with Tommy. Tommy has no room for him in his apartment. Wishes he did, but he doesn't. Mick wants to help, but his old lady won't let him. Same with Bill and Harry. His ex has moved on and she doesn't want to see his face. Something about being a shithead. He can't live in a hotel room forever. It drains the account. He remembers a face he recently spotted in a crowd at his last scrap. They were friends since they were toddlers. He was a genuine friend even if they went separate ways. King looks him up. Castle Drive. He hails a taxi. Memory 343. King hasn't felt real in a long time. He sits in Donnie's apartment drinking old ale, realizing how much he genuinely misses heart-to-hearts. Donnie was his friend before he realized he came from money. The rich aren't really rich. He's not sure why he thinks this or what it means. It's just a random thought. The ale talking, as it were. Donnie says he can stay until he figures things out. He's not sure when that'll be. It doesn't matter. A sudden rap at the door startles him. Donnie stands, opens the door to reveal a few men in black leather jackets. Muscle. King doesn't hear much. What he does hear, he doesn't like. Donnie owes money and can expect a bundle of lead in the face if he doesn't pay. He laughs when he returns to the kitchen table. It's your fault, King. I don't know who to bet on anymore. Memory 344. King lost his last 3 jobs and is going back to what he does best. A challenger steps into the circle in the dimly lit alley. Double his size. Massive. King doesn't care. Ahead's ahead. He'll go down like all the others. Crowd calls him the Ghetto Masher. The Ghetto Masher glares at him. The ref spits out the rules he's heard 1,000 times. King stares at him and sees not his father, but his opponent. A bell sounds. With a bestial snarl, the Ghetto Masher lunges. King evades a wild blow that would have ripped his head off. He feels strange, unresponsive, confused. Donnie screams at him. He glances at him as he receives a massive fist to the skull. Black swells across his eyes. He doesn't remember the thud against his skull. He doesn't remember his legs buckling. He doesn't even remember collapsing in a pile of festering garbage. He only remembers waking up on the couch in Donnie's apartment. He's lost his edge, his anger, his rage, his hate. Was that all he was? Donnie's asking if he's okay and he's not sure. Am I okay? Will I be better? I don't know. Was it just a fluke? A lucky shot? Happens to the best. I feel wrecked. I am wrecked. Donnie bet the last of his cash on him. Memory 345. King's getting the hang of working behind a bar. Donnie sips a beer and tells him he needs to find another reason to fight. King tells Donnie he needs to get home before the beer he's drinking turns to piss. Before he'll get in trouble. Too late. King spots 2 men. They approach Donnie, grab him, usher him into the basement. Not a good sign. King rushes to help, but his manager yells at him to stay behind the bar. Screw it. He leaps over the bar and rushes to the basement where he finds Donnie, being beaten by Ghetto Masher with Uncle Brass watching in his chair. King doesn't hesitate. He tackles him. They exchange deadly blows. Ghetto Masher can hardly keep up. Uncle Brass sends others after King. Doesn't matter. King's a whirlwind of destruction. He cracks Ghetto's knees and thrusts his thumb into his eye sockets. An eyeball pops out, still attached to a series of nerves. Cries of terror. Ghetto Masher cups his eyeball, screaming for medical help. Staggers and slams against the wall as more ruffians attack. Stop. Uncle Brass stands and approaches. It's well within my power to rip your fucking head off for what you did to my boys. King staggers to his feet. Not a bloody joke, am I? His debt is paid if you work for me. He straightens up and brushes his jacket. Smiles. Always bet on King. Herman Carter. Ascendant. Memory 1782. Imbecile. That's what he calls Professor Blanchard. The imbecile is choosing 2 students to lead a research assignment in an abandoned farmhouse. Carter knows he's going to be selected. He's the best in a neuroscience program, the best at the Leary. The Leary. It could only be the Leary. The Leary or the Allen. 2 institutions with a history of working with the government to push the limits of psychology beyond the code. Not beyond the code, despite the code. The papers coming out of the Allen amazed him, captured him, inspired him. Had he been Canadian, it would have been the Allen, or what many called Ravenscrag. The experiments they conducted were brilliant, cutting edge, mind-shattering. He wishes he were a student in the 50s studying under Lord Cragg. The nickname patients gave the genius at Ravenscrag. Lord Cragg returned from the trials with ideas, not cautionary tales, not disgust like the other bleeding hearts who condemned the doctors who would, anyway, be smuggled into his country and be given the highest positions in government in exchange for their discoveries. Lord Cragg took the experiments he had heard about to the next level, and Carter hopes to do the same. But not with this professor. Not with Blanchard. Dr. Blanchard. Dr. Bleeding Heart Blanchard. He has no idea what real power is. Real power is freedom. True freedom. Freedom beyond the limits of ethics and morality. Memory 1783. Carter's leading the research assignment with another peer. The challenge: secure the secret word through the good doctor, bad doctor interrogation technique put forward by some other bleeding heart imbecile at some other institution. He's bad doctor with a code. A list of do's and don'ts the imbecile gave him. Very limiting. Too limiting. Self-limiting even. How is he supposed to secure anything with these limits? Surely he realizes how futile the experiment is with this code. Nevertheless, he tries. He shouts at a fellow student sitting across the table from him. Shouts? Big deal. Tell me, or I'll shout again. The student doesn't take him seriously. He's play-acting fear. It's all make-believe for him. I should smash his skull and yank the secret word out of his substandard medical brain. Memory 1784. Second day and nothing. Carter's frustrated. Really frustrated. At least they're all tied up. All 7 of them. But it's still not enough. They need to take the interrogation to the next level. Deprive them of food and water. They'll talk. When their cells begin to self-cannibalize, they'll talk. Better yet, he wants to deprive them of sleep. Sleep deprivation. Removes mask. Lowers guards. Makes prisoners talk for the promise of a few minutes of sleep. The 7 prisoners stare at him. They know they're safe. He can see it in their eyes. Limits. No one got anywhere respecting limits. He despises his colleague. Good doctor. He'd have the secret by now had he been working alone and without a code. Memory 1785. Ridiculous limits. Skinner knew better. Put his own kid in some kind of box for years just to see what it would do. Huxley worked for the Secret Service and wrote Truthful Lives in Brave New World. War of the Worlds was another great test in mass propaganda. The power of the radio to introduce fear and anxiety in unsuspecting audience. The power of fear and anxiety to inspire silence and indifference, and create perfect consumers. Ethics, morality, limits. For sheep, not shepherds. Carter feels anxiety unlike he never felt as he watches Good Doctor interrogate one of his classmates. He approaches him from behind with a piece of wood, something he found on the ground. Raises the makeshift club before he realizes what he's doing. He pounds the Good Doctor's head. Pretend fear becomes real fear as his fellow students stare at him in horror. No more good doctor. No more rules. No more limits. Except the limits of his imagination. Memory 1786. Carter ties a student to a chair. Warm blood drips everywhere. He twists pieces of flesh off his face. The sheep look away but never up. With terrible moans and squirms, he gets a secret word from each and every one of them. New, reach, horizons, forth, bird, kill. His classmates beg to be released. They sob and agonize in their chairs. They plead the experiment is over. You have the words. You win. We're done. Carter smiles. He's still got a few days. A few more days and a few more experiments to run. Could put his career at risk, but he's got the good doctor to take the fall. I'll take what I learned from Lord Crag and lobotomize these imbeciles and manipulate. No, not manipulate. Manufacture. Yes, manufacture reality. Memory 1787. Music blares. Eyes are kept forced open with toothpicks. Carter piggybacks a looping song with an inaudible subliminal frequency to invoke fear, anxiety, and discontent. He experimented with the loop on his parents, always caused a fight between them. He doesn't remember where he got the loop. He first read about the subliminal frequency from advertisers. Advertisers deny subliminal loops work. Of course they do. Advertisers deny they use subliminal loops, but they do. They use them, and they work. They must. They must because peace and contentment is our natural disposition. War and discontent needs to be instilled, enforced, manufactured, repeated over and over again until it's the main script in the collective consciousness. Paperclip, Bluebird, MK Ultra, MK Delta, MK Search. They were all necessary. Lord Crag had the right idea. Good instincts. So did the Black Sorcerer and the Dirty Trickster. They inspired all the goodies he brought with him in his bag. Music, drinks, drugs. Lots of drugs. For a moment, just a moment, he hesitates. He'll probably go to jail for a long time if he uses his goodies. But being free? Being truly free for a few days is worth a lifetime of imprisonment. But I won't get caught. Good doctor will. Memory 1788. Carter wonders if he can remother these sheep. Remother. He loves the term. He wishes it was his own, but it's not. Shock them with electricity and expose them to endless images of death, chaos, and destruction. Traumatize the brain, empty it, lobotomize these subjects to remother them with new personalities. He wonders if he could remother these sheep into wolves, get them to kill each other. Better yet, turn these good, law-abiding students into serial bombers. He rips the plug out of a lamp, splits the wires, peels the wire, places the exposed wire into a student's mouth, slowly approaches the socket, and taking in his terror, plugs it in, screams as he remothers this exemplary student. A putrid smell of burning hair and skin reaches his olfactory receptors. There's another stench. Imbecile soiled himself. Carter laughs. He hasn't been this stimulated in ages. To be free. Ah, to be truly free. Memory 1789. Carter hasn't had this much fun since he first tried to transplant a mouse's brain into a rabbit. A week isn't enough. He wishes he had more time. He needs more time. There are new avenues within the mind to explore. Too many avenues. Not enough time. He wishes he had the tools to operate on their brains. There are knives in the kitchen. Could work. Not surgical precisions, but enough. He read about a gland in the brain that looks like an eye. A gland that supposedly secretes DMT, a kind of mythical, hallucinogenic drug. He wonders if he can extract it from a living subject. He wonders what a good dose of human DMT does to a test subject. Memory 1790. Carter unties a rope. He's going to release Good Doctor. He pumped him full of drugs and programmed him with new thoughts. He believes the other students are Russian spies that need to be executed for national security. He unwraps the rope and places a screwdriver in his hands. He changes his mind, removes the screwdriver, replaces it with a fork, changes his mind again, replaces the fork with a spoon. He's never seen a spoon used to kill a human being. He backs away from Good Doctor, who is lost and confused. Remothered, he says a phase. The moon is down. Confusion becomes clarity as Good Doctor stands and approaches the Russian spies with a spoon. Brilliant. Memory 1791. Bleeding heart Blanchard returns to the farmhouse of a group of men Carter's never seen before. They look like government men. He suppresses a smile and tells them Good Doctor got out of hand. Took things a degree too far. He barely got out alive. Blanchard tells him to shut up. His tone is different. He doesn't sound like an imbecile. We taped the whole thing. Carter exchanges a look with the men in black suits. He doesn't understand. The imbecile enters and does the unexpected. He stares at the barely breathing student unperturbed. No fear, no panic, no emotion, nothing. He grins and mumbles something to himself in German. He turns to Carter with a smile. His smile turns to a grin when the man in black suits handcuff and arrest him. Blanchard whispers, "Looks like you had your choice to make merry hell and took it. The cuffs are just for appearance." I don't understand. Yes. Yes, you do. You understand much more than the others. Welcome to MK Awakening. Rin Yamaoka, steeped in blood. Memory 100. Rin sits at her desk dreading the end of the school day. Not because she enjoys junior high, or because she respects her teachers, but because she despises being forced to learn kendo. But her father demands it. He demands that she practice the way of the sword. Not just practice, excel. She is a Yamaoka. The Yamaokas come from a proud legacy, a samurai legacy. He reminds her of this every day, and every day the kids tease and humiliate her, telling her she has no business in their class, telling her she should wield a broom and not a shinai. She ignores them and tries her best. Maybe if she excels with a katana, her father will feel better. He hasn't been himself as of late, frustrated, irritable, reactive. She can't do anything right, nor can her mother. He has become very quiet and talks and argues with himself. She doesn't understand what's happening to him, but she knows he is suffering, and the last thing she wants is to add to his pain. Family is everything, and maybe one day she'll be okay with wielding a katana. Maybe she'll enjoy it. Memory 5101. Rin's bones feel brittle and ready to collapse under the weight of the armor. She holds her bamboo shinai up to her opponent. I want this to be over. Can't this just be over? Her opponent insults her. He tells her there's a shattered window in the changing room she ought to clean before someone cuts themselves. Janitor Yamaoka. He laughs. He makes another janitor joke at her expense. A sudden heat rushes up her face. She wants to shove the shinai down his throat. See how he laughs with wood and splinters piercing through his stomach. splinters piercing through his throat. Where did these thoughts come from? It's not like her to think such thoughts. She ankles her shinai and feels something strange inside her. She's never felt anything like it before. Like a waking dragon in her heart. She stares at her grinning opponent. Faster than she thought, she lunges and strikes the head of her opponent. Everyone laughs at him. His head slumps in mangled defeat and humiliation. A boy stares at her with wide, disbelieving eyes. He blinks. You might be a Yamaoka after all. She hates to admit it, but it feels good to win. No, not to win. To defeat a foe. To defeat another human being. Defeat another human being? Why would I think this? These aren't my thoughts. But they are. Memory 5102. She doesn't understand what happened. What thing came over her to give her the strength to contend with the boy in front of her? He isn't laughing anymore. He glares at her. She beat him. Not once. Not twice. Thrice. The boys continue to stare at her open-mouthed. Something is changing in Janada Yamaoka. They know it. She knows it. She feels the waking dragon in her heart. It's the closest she's ever felt to being a fighter, a warrior, a Yamaoka, and she likes it. Likes being treated with respect, likes being taken seriously. For an instant, she imagines herself beside the great Renjiro Yamaoka and his son Kazan. Something tugs in her heart and the dragon stirs. And the dragon, she realizes, is the waking of her raging Yamaoka blood. Memory 5103. Janada Yamaoka, you got lucky. Let's see how lucky you really are. Boys close in on her, cursing, jousting, shouting. She wants to run but doesn't see an opening. She wants to apologize for being good with a shinai, but the waking dragon inside her heart won't allow it. She didn't do anything wrong. She has no reason to apologize. She finally did what she was supposed to do, and now they close in on her as though she had cheated. As though they could see the dragon that had helped her. She feels scared. Where is that dragon now? Where is that spirit of her ancestor? She raises a pleading hand for her abusers to stop. You will pay. You made me look foolish. For a moment there is an opening between two boys and there is no hesitation, only action. She charges through and storms across the schoolyard with a group of angry boys in pursuit. She quickly ducks behind a garbage bin and watches the boys run past her. One stops, turns towards the bins, narrows his gaze. She holds her breath. She can hear her heart pounding in her head. Why hide? You are better than those peasants. Stand and show them who you are. But she does not reveal herself. She hides and wishes that waking dragon to go back to sleep. Memory 5104. Rin emerges from hiding and begins her long walk home. The dragon in her heart admonishes her for her hiding, tells her she is more than her teammates and should never cower before bullies and abusers. She's not sure what she could have done or what she should think. Maybe she should have faced them. Maybe she should have confronted them. Maybe she should have beaten them down and tore them limb from limb. Limb from limb? What am I thinking? Where did that come from? Limb from limb. What dark thoughts are these? Before she can answer her own question, she hears a voice. She hears her tormentors jeering and spewing insults at her. She doesn't turn around. She doesn't run. She doesn't run because she knows what's coming and she doesn't care. The dragon within tells her everything's going to be okay. The boys threw garbage at her, call her Janada Yamaoka, Janada Yamaoka, Janada Yamaoka. She knows what's next. She sees it in her mind's eye like samurai of old. They'll push her down, surround her, punch and kick her. But this time she won't let the pain defeat her. She won't let the fear paralyze her. She'll use the fear and the pain to feed the dragon. Today, her bullies will feel teeth and claws. They'll feel her wrath, and they will learn she is a Yamauka. The Observer. Observations. Arcus 293. Things could have been worse. I could have been banished in a dimension without auric fog containing the memory imprints of countless victims. Memories that keep me entertained and busy with my coin and spirit collections. And the music. The variations from parallel worlds. It helps pass the time. In a twisted way, I think what I'm admitting is that I'm glad the entity takes what it wants when it wants from the Omniverse. Arcus 328. There is a curiosity at the core of every thinking person, a need for knowledge from uncharted and unknowable territories. But what is discovered in those blank spaces of the abyss, of the cosmos, are things far too immense to understand. Things better left unobserved, lest they undermine our sanity. Better to embrace ignorance than face the truth of our insignificance in the grand scheme of it all. Against the vastness of the infinite, we are mere microbes swelling in an endless, indifferent cosmic stew. I say stew, but the entity is probably more of a blood pudding. Arcus 345. I have recently wondered if survivors realize the titanic significance of their thoughts and feelings, and of how the entity uses them to furnish the trials. Thoughts and feelings that bring me glimpses of what it's like to have lived on a parallel world as someone else. It helps pass the time. Arcus 632. Through a rift, I believe I called another memory of Vigo manifesting reality within the entity, with something reminiscent of the Aurus. How he came to understand the machinations of the fog is both puzzling and inspiring. It suggests to me that perhaps this place enhances one's connection to our infinite selves throughout the Omniverse. Arcus 767. The Aurus was little understood back home, and to be fair, I wasn't given the chance to explore its merits to the Council. Had they taken the time to understand, they would have realized that though I had no verifiable explanation for how the Aurus works, I had theories. And the most reasonable one was that the Aurus works on the basis of Trinitarian. The Trinitarium of creation, a concept long held by our ancestors and forgotten throughout the ages. But the concept isn't complicated. It isn't witchcraft. It isn't a secret. It simply suggests that it takes two things to create a third, a father and a mother to create a child, an idea and passion to create something new, something real, something lasting and meaningful, a thought and feeling. Therein lies the best theory of the Aurus and how it is able to create with auric particles. The failing of other pioneers back home is they believe thought alone was enough. In reality, it is only half the equation. The other half is emotion, for it is feeling and passion that fuels the fires of creation. The Aurus amplifies and manifests and forges something new using the mold of thought and the fires of passion. Or, I've been here too long and I'm grasping at theories to pass the time. Who knows? Arcus 1043. I look and observe the realms of the entity of the eyes that see disharmony, chaos, fear, and terror. And yet I acknowledge I may be swayed by appearances, and that there may be another truth beyond the veil, and it feels futile, if not absurd, to try to put words to what I am seeing. Arcus 3212. From a window, I see something moving with an uncanny light. Through the black fog, it shines there, beckoning me, and yet, I cannot leave. I cannot move. I can only bring things to me through the Aurus. What light is this? Is it a creature sent by the entity? Is it a survivor? Or perhaps, is it a maroon soul from back home, searching like myself for a way back? An unnatural wind whines and I stare at the moving, hypnotic light. A hideous watching eye, trying to reach out to me, trying to tell me something, trying to convey something in its strange, rhythmic movement. Arcus 7547. Whiskey deep into the night, a strange aftertaste, a flavor from a world which makes the best whiskey. Whiskey dreams are some of the most pleasurable. Dreams of home, with friends and family, enjoying time lost. When my senses returned, I realized I had turned my palace of prison upside down. I remembered none of it. Everything, a drunken blur. So many paintings and statues I had created from memories from other worlds. Shattered. I'm losing my grip on reality, and maybe that's a good thing. One day merges into the next and I'm lost in a storm of whiskey, screams, and endless dreams of broken memories. Arcus 9082. Max has quite an arm. A farmer made his way out of a barn, and with one well-aimed blow with a spade, his head was severed from his shoulders and 2 sprouts of hot blood burst from his body like geysers. He watched the headless man stagger stupidly and collapse in a growing puddle of steaming blood. I have to admit, I've gone through this memory more than once. It's one of my favorites. I find Max disturbingly amusing, and the illusion of death fascinating. At a distance. Arcus 9873. King has the way of doing things that are quite amusing. One of my favorite memories I return to time and time again whenever I need a lift is Memory 2332, Gasoline Man. King grabs the man who skipped a few payments on a loan. He drags him by the hair and throws him in an alley. He grabs a metal gasoline container and douses the sod with its contents and lights a match. He stares at him through the flickering flame as the man screams in terror. He watches him beg for his life. Then he flings the match. The man's eyes pop out of his head as the flame hits his chest and falls to the floor with a sizzle. King tells him to make his payment, or next time, he'll use real gasoline. Brilliant. The Observer's Revelations 2. Arcus 223. I felt an uncanny and unseen presence in the archives as I contemplated the entity. I could hear the labored breathing of killers standing outside my room. I looked out into the dark, raging fog and saw nothing. Either the entity is aware of my presence and is preparing to send killers to put an end to my plans, or the memories of survivors are somehow merging with my personal memories, and these sounds are mere side effects of overusing the Aurus. In the end, it doesn't matter. If I could end the entity, I would, even if it meant my own demise. My life is little to pay for the salvation of the worlds it will destroy. Arcus 893. Several survivors went mad trying to escape the trial. They had with them memories of previous incarnations, so that one survivor began dashing his head against the wall, convinced he was reliving a nightmare he had just escaped. The other survivors drowned him in mud to shut him up. It seems to me survivors are torturers growing dimmer and dimmer with every trial. Some stop to feel altogether and are doomed to the void. Others go raving mad and need to be silenced by others. Arcus 1032. Jumbled experiences of brutal killers and weird rituals of godless brutes from worlds too dark to care. I jerked myself out of one memory that pulled me into a cavern of bodies with an odor so repugnant I was reaching for hours. I still have that horrible taste in my mouth and shudder at the thought of that smell. That horrible smell. Rotting humanity. What foul creature of a man had made this festering hole his lair? is beyond me. Arcus 7456. I am taking notes under incredible mental strain. I've had flashes of survivor memories overrun my senses all day, and I am trying to focus on home and gather myself. I haven't used the Aurus for some time, and yet I have been pulled in and out of these lives randomly. These records, these archives will, I imagine, help me remember myself should the Aurus nudge me into the abyss. The Observer, the Entity 2. Aurus 07. There are things of the abyss that are left unexplored and undiscovered, things beyond our understanding. For to see or to hear or to try to comprehend them is to lose one's grip on reality and plunge into a fathomless pit of madness. Of the entity I know little, if anything at all. What I have witnessed and concluded through my imprisonment within its timeless living boundaries is the entity seems to move through the cosmos like a primordial titan, an incomprehensible serpent of chaos, consuming people and worlds for a reason I cannot even begin to comprehend, and won't even try. Searching for a way to escape this endless horror has been my sole preoccupation. To this end, I study memories from the fog, memories from survivors who have escaped or who will escape this timeless dimension. Snatched from worlds not unlike my own, these survivors are forced to suffer endless agonies that seem to nourish the entity with some indescribable psychic sustenance. Some embrace the endless trials as they search for a way to escape. Others don't realize they are caught in an endless cycle and live the horror anew every time they are resurrected, activating generators, repairing the gate, running for their lives, only to do it all over again. Some survivors lose their ability to feel anything. These survivors are flushed into the void. Killers reign within the countless realms of this dimension, marked and corrupted. These twisted souls are tools for the entity, perfect tools of hate, rage, and pain to reap horror and make merry hell for everyone. They know something's wrong. They know something's amiss. Something's not like it used to be, and yet they don't care. They don't care because it's better than it used to be. Much better. And they're free. Well, they're free so as long as they serve the entity. Free to be morbid kings of their own personal hell. Those who refuse their crown, who refuse to be kings of terror and torment, are corrupted into submission. Arcus 08. Fate. What is fate but a series of moments and choices that define our lives? Roses we want to remember, and thorns we can never forget. Futile as the thought experiment is, I sometimes wonder where I would be had I made different choices. I sometimes wonder, if I had not been interested in celestials, would I have even noticed the entity? Had I not witnessed the destruction of an entire world, would I have wanted to know more? Had I not gone against the council, would I have been banished within the very thing I tried to destroy? There is a moment in all our lives when our choices catch up to us, a moment that changes us forever, a moment of reckoning. Kate Denson, back to 0. Memory 3221. Hitting 0. That's why she returns to the forest time and time again. To let go of her anxieties. To let go of her problems. To take in the scent of fresh pine and let go of her conscious self. To let go of everything and listen to her muse. She's been out of touch with herself for a while, lost in a game to please everyone else except herself. Playing songs that don't come from her but are sure to please the masses. Music that doesn't even resonate with her. Playing songs for money despite the warning, play one song for money and kill your muse. She laughed when her mother first told her this. It seemed like a ridiculous thing to say. Her muse didn't seem to be going anywhere. She was hearing more songs in her head than she could play in a lifetime. Now, she's not laughing anymore. She's never felt so false and uninspired in her life. And more than ever, she wants to reconnect with her music, her muse, herself. She closes her eyes and peels away the layers until her mind is empty and open to the great unknown. Memory 3222. Kate strums her guitar freely, but nothing comes to her. Just a dark, disturbing melody that's been returning to her every time she hits 0. A melody so unlike anything she's ever played that she doesn't know where the inspiration comes from. She's never played a tune so dark and yet so catchy. The harder she tries to push the ominous melody out of her mind, the stronger it gets. The more it demands to be written down. She wants the melody to stop, and yet, it's all she hears around her, above her, below her, beside her, within her. One endless foreboding melody. A melody that just isn't her. Or maybe it is her. Maybe the show pony routine has changed her, corrupted her, perhaps even crushed her. And if not her, the best part of her muse. She stops strumming, closes her eyes, pushes everything out of her mind and begins a slow and patient countdown back to 0. Memory 223. She waits for an inspiration that never comes, nothing except that lonely, ominous melody. The more she tries to strum anything else, the louder it echoes in her mind. She stops for a long silent moment, but the tune doesn't. She closes her eyes and tries to force it out of her mind, but it's not in her mind. It's coming from the cave. It can't be. She shakes her head. The tune fades as she returns to 0 and tries one last time to connect with her muse, her real muse, regretting all the paid gigs that drove her further and further from who she was, who she really was. She closes her eyes and counts down. 5. She relaxes her toes. 4. She relaxes her legs. 3. She relaxes her torso. 2. Her hands. 1. Her lips. Her nose. Her face. 0. She silences her thoughts. Memory 3224. 3 hours and still nothing but that foreboding melody. More than anything else, she wishes she had taken some time to realign herself and make sure she was spending her life's energy on something real and true to who she was. Instead, she squandered her life's energy on acts and routine and her piggy bank. That wasn't supposed to happen. Not to her. One of her inspirations was the great Woody Guthrie. Everything he wrote was true to who he was. Everything he did came from him, came from a real and pure place. She was like that at some point in her life, but now she's performed more flub than substance, and now the guilt alone may have crushed her muse, her real muse. Not this perverted version of a thing that has her strumming the loneliness and darkest tune she has ever conceived. She prepares to count down, but sees a symbol on the ground before her, glowing and pulsing with the tune, pulsing like the heartbeat of some primordial, ancient thing. She closes her eyes and opens them again, and the symbol is gone. Memory 3225. Kate screams in the lonely, desolate forest. She wants that tune out of her head. It's annoying her, frustrating her, blocking her. Even when she stops strumming her guitar, the melody continues as though with a life of its own, coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. She focuses for a moment and realizes the melody is echoing out from the cave. She surrenders to her dark muse. She stands and stares at the cave and sees a pulsing light. She closes her eyes and feels that her mind's playing tricks on her. But she knows better. She knows she's always sensed and felt things others couldn't. She once heard someone say that today's shamans are our artists, authors, and musicians. That unlike other people, they are capable of accessing other thoughts, worlds, and ideas from otherworldly realms. She always had that ability, but never like this, never so dark. It's as if the universe is punishing her for squandering her gifts. She approaches the deep and ominous cave, wondering who or what is calling her. A vague memory tugs at her, tells her she's done this before. She has a sense that she knows what she's going to find, but somehow has forgotten. Anna. A Lovely War. Memory 2432. Dawn bleeds across the craters and trenches into the devastated forest. Explosions tear the ground. Mud rises and showers Anna. Men tumble headlong into open craters filled with rotting cadavers. Mangled human and horse flesh make a feast for rats. Other men are blasted to bits and pieces. Some drown in mud and blood. The brutal savagery of these human animals amuses Anna. She's never been so entertained. They are worse than hungry wolves fighting over a carcass. Some speak words she understands. Others speak words foreign to her ears. A pathetic scream like nothing she's heard suddenly startles her. She follows the source of the sound into the decimated forest, where she sees a small canvas tent and Russian soldiers guarding foreign prisoners. She watches them all evening. She watches horrified when they execute one of the horses for dinner. So much meat wasted due to sloppy butchery. After dinner, the Russians grab one of the foreign prisoners and crush his head with a shovel to pass the time. They laugh and make jokes. She watches them in their shadows and laughs silently. Not with them, at them. A shovel is clunky. The blows are awkward. The death, messy. These men are neither fish nor meat. Her mother taught her better. Memory 2433. She was going to search for another pack of human animals, but something catches her eye. Something that reminds her of her father. Something perfect for her little bushka. A gift. Anna hides in the shadows and fixes her gaze on the gift. The Russian soldier carves the gift as he guards and swears at foreign prisoners in the shredded canvas tent. They kill and torture each other because they cannot talk to one another. She remembers a book her mother once had. She pointed to the pictures and called them soldiers. They were the ones who butchered her father. Soldiers tear each other apart for reasons her mother could never explain. She watches them and doesn't understand. She's not sure they do either. Maybe they like the hunt, the scent of fear, the bloodlust. She stares at the perfect gift and wants to give them a little war they'll never forget. But there are too many, and her mother suddenly appears before her with a smile and tells little Anna she'll need to thin the ranks. I can do that. I will show you. I will show you. I will show them where crawfish sleep. Memory 2434. The Russian soldier does a peculiar thing to his prisoner. He ties him to a gnarled branch by his ankle and lights a fire a few inches under him. She scrunches her brow, confused. You kill the game before you roast it, but these soldiers enjoy his agony. She recognizes the yelling and shrieking foreigner. Just a few moons ago, he was torturing Russian prisoners in another tent. Just a few moons ago, he was the tormentor. The Russian holds the perfect gift in his hand while the prisoner shrieks and squeals like a pig. She smirks. It's kind of a funny cry. It is. It's amusing. The Russians make jokes and imitate the squealing cry. She fights down explosive laughter. It's the most ridiculous sound she's ever heard. The sound of an approaching soldier suddenly startles her. She wheels to see a glintering bayonet rushing her. She evades and grabs the pathetic, scrawny man by the neck, curls her calloused fingers around his bulging apple, and yanks with a devastating fury. With a choked gargle, he collapses and lies dead on the ground with his throat torn out. she returns her attention to the laughing Russians and the squealing human swine. She smiles. They'll all be making similar sounds when she's through with them. Memory 2435. 4 Russian soldiers lurk around their tent searching for their missing comrade. Anna stealthily tracks one soldier, inching closer and closer with every step. Poor pea green mule. He has no sense they'll be his last few breaths. She watches him for a long moment, then suddenly strategically steps on a twig. The crack makes him turn, but before he meets Anna's gaze, her axe splits his nose between the eyes, smashing his teeth and severing his tongue. She covers his bloody mouth with a hand as she rummages through his pockets for the perfect gift. Nothing. She raises her hand to let the choking, gargling sound lure the other free. Carefully, they approach with bayonets raised and ready. She grinds her teeth in fury and bloodlust. She rolls their comrade's severed head in their midst. A moment of shock is all she needs as she leaps out and drops 2 soldiers with one lash of her axe. The other soldier rushes in with a scream and she meets him with a sweeping stroke that severs his head clean off the torso. A geyser of blood erupts as his headless torso staggers stupidly back and forth as though searching for its lost head. The torso staggers forward, then pitches backward and collapses. The sounds of another attack reach her before the blade. She lashes left and right and the body collapses in mangled pieces. The soldier stares at the pieces of his body around him in terror. She laughs and thinks about the story her mother used to tell her. Sorry, Yaitso. Can't be put together again. Memory 2436. Anna finds these soldiers curious. Where once the Russians and foreigners were roasting each other alive, they are now working together to survive her attacks. They are calling her a ghoul, a monster of the forest, saying she is a bodark. Together the soldiers dig pits and sabotage their camp. Anna toys with them. She's outnumbered and she knows it. She weakens their senses by depriving them of sleep. Every night she approaches their camp, sings a lullaby, then howls like a bodark. The soldiers wake in a frenzy and scuttle in terror as she returns to her cabin to sleep with her little one. She rests for a few hours then returns to her little war to reignite the cycle of terror. 1 or 2 sleepless nights, and they'll be ripping each other apart. It'll be a matter of walking in and taking what belongs to her little Bushka. Dwight Fairfield. A story by any other name. Memory 2112. Lazar approaches Dwight and slams his desk. Max didn't work out. He was a weak male I just wanted to crush. Fear, anxiety, confusion. Dwight feels them all. How is this guy the CEO? More than that, he wanted to crush the employee he's replacing for being a weak male. Dwight doesn't even know what that means. Weak male? Who talks like that in this day and age? His hands fidget nervously. He swallows a growing lump in his throat. Lazar smashes his desk again. I need you to be bolder than him, Dwitch. I need you to get the buzz out of there that we're the best company in the business. Did he just call me Dwitch? Dwitch? He just called me Dwitch. Dwight's still not sure what he's supposed to be doing at Peak 22. He's a Storyhook supervisor. He has no idea what that is. Sounds convoluted and made up. Sounds like bullshit. He took the job because he needs the money and can't dress up in costumes for birthday parties anymore. Kids can be so cruel. He's supposed to create fake profiles and write positive reviews about Lazar and his company. Lazar gives his desk another thump. Be a lion, Dwitch. Pounce on the internet. Pounce. Get the word out. Peak 22. We design story hooks for ads that transcend humanity. Dwight has no idea what that means. Lazar leaves a test on his desk and walks away. Dwight stares at the test unsure. Rose. The manager who hired him approaches him and explains it's an intelligence test. Lazar wants to make sure he's the smartest in his company. Best advice? Flunk it. Dwight smiles. Gotcha. Memory 2113. Alfing is Storyhook advertising. Dwight cringes every time he hears Storyhook. Lazar's trying to be different just to be different. Most advertisements use stories to wrap a message and emotion. Just because you call it a story hook doesn't mean it's new. Doesn't mean it's different. Storyhook is a term used by high school English teachers. Rose laughs. Yes. But Lazar's an idiot. And he wants to feel like he created his own theory for his upcoming book. Dwight's eyes go wide. Book? What book? Rose laughs and explains. An autobiography book, a guaranteed bestseller highlighting Lazar's new theory on creativity. But Lazar hasn't done anything yet. It's all smoke and mirrors. Rose laughs and corrects him. He's done one thing really well. He's burned through millions. Rose changes the subject and tells Dwight he needs to meet Lazar's ghostwriter for an interview. Make sure to shower praises about our naked emperor for his autobiography. Memory 2114. Dwight approaches Rose. She isn't her usual jolly self. Dry tears line her cheek and her eyes are swollen. She tells him Lazar embarrassed her at a meeting when she refused to go along with his jokes at the expense of the sound designer's speech impediment. He humiliated her for not going along with his stuttering expressions. Rose sighs and advises Dwight to record all meetings with the Naked Emperor, not just for legal reasons, but for the yearly roast. Dwight raises his eyebrows curiously. Yearly roast? What yearly roast? She tells him about a yearly gathering of ex-employees who get together to laugh at Lazar's stupidities. Dwight tilts his head. He's really confused. In his mind, Peak 22 just opened its doors. How long has Peak 22 existed? Rose calculates on her hands. 5 years. Dwight can't believe his ears. 5 years and Peak 22 has nothing. Rose smirks. Correction. 5 years and we almost have Lazar's biography and his theory on creativity. Memory 2115. Dwight showers Lazar with online praises using fake profiles. It's the coziest job he's ever had. As he prepares to create another false profile, he suddenly hears shouting coming from Lazar's office. He freezes as Lazar verbally assaults the Peak 22 lawyer. The lawyer is telling him Storyhook can't be registered. It's a concept in many high school textbooks. Lazar fires the lawyer on the spot. The lawyer promises he'll sue. Lazar doesn't care. He'll settle. He always settles. It isn't his money, and Dwight's heard he's got his benefactors eating out of the palm of his hands. He's already settled dozens of wrongful dismissals. Rose attempts to calm Lazar down, but he screams at her to mind her own business. Dwight wants to help her, but he's never made so much money doing so little before. He likes making money doing nothing, but his hands are fidgeting and his palms are getting damp and clammy. Hearing Lazar verbally abuse Rose is difficult to bear. He imagines all kinds of scenarios where he leaps from his desk to help her. Nervousness fills his bladder, and he leaps from his chair and rushes to the bathroom. Memory 2116. The Brilliant Mind, Inc. Lazar announces the title of his autobiography to the entire office. It feels like a joke. A bad joke. But it's not, and the studio is trying not to laugh at their naked emperor. Lazar hasn't done anything in 5 years since he convinced a bunch of millionaires in his Storyhook revolution. He doesn't even have one successful advertising campaign. They had a few clients in the beginning, but Lazar wanted to write and direct the commercials himself and made a mess of everything. Dwight suppresses a laugh. Rose claps when Lazar concludes his presentation. Amazing. Paradigm changing. How gracious of you to share the secrets of your success with the world. Everyone gets her sarcasm except Lazar. That's the thing about narcissists. They believe their own press release. Lazar turns his attention to Dwight. Dwitch, what do you think? Dwight suddenly feels the blood drain from his face. He echoes Rose. Amazing. Paradigm changing. How gracious of you to share the secrets of your success with the world. Lazar smiles. It's not about ego, Dwitch. It's about community and selflessness. Memory 2117. Lazar screams at Rose because she can't find a publisher for the Brilliant Mind Inc. Peak 22 has done nothing and Curate campaigns with Storyhook isn't really paradigm changing. The publishers think he's an idiot. What is he saying story hook? He means story? Ads with a story? A story with a hook? Rose calms Lazar down. She suggests that they should self-publish. The idea silences Lazar. You're right. You're absolutely right. The publishing world isn't ready for my visionary ideas. Dwight sighs and finds it harder and harder to listen to this bullshit. Peak 22 isn't going nowhere fast. The company is having a hard time finding clients and recruiting with all the rumors of abuse. Lazar announces he has a solution for recruitment. He'll write a Storyhook recruitment campaign to attract the best employees. Hundreds will apply. Thousands. Dwight doesn't understand. For what? Dwight still isn't sure if Peak 22 does anything other than enable a narcissist to do whatever he wants, to whomever he wants. Memory 2118. Lazar is spreading rumors about Rose. Dwight consoles her, but she's unconsolable. She says it's a pattern. His pattern. He discredits, destroys, and demolishes an employee before he fires them. He spreads the rumor he later uses to fire the person. Dwight says she's exaggerating. Rose shakes her head. Lazar's in trouble. He just spent more money on a 1-minute ad campaign for Peak 22 than a Hollywood blockbuster, and his investors want answers. He needs a fall girl. Someone to blame for the mismanagement of company funds. Dwight doesn't understand. She explains that Lazar's already left a trail of blood in his wake. The last 3 women in her position were all promoted and fired for Lazar's excesses and stupidities. Lazar has an upcoming meeting with his investors. She'll be this year's patsy. Dwight gives her a skeptical look. She shakes her head. You'll see. He spends the money. A woman takes the fall. That's Lazar's idea of equal opportunity. Memory 2119. Dwight stares in disbelief as Lazar asks Rose to present the advantages of Storyhook advertising at an all-hands meeting. He interrupts her on every side in front of everyone, then cancels the meeting. He acts as though this is the first time he's seen Rose's deck. He announces Rose has no idea what a Storyhook is. Everyone leaves the cafeteria feeling bad for her, grumbling that no one knows what he means by Storyhook, or how stupid he is for using a contrived term that just means story. Dwight doesn't understand, because she's validated every side of her deck with Lazar. He heard them agree. Before Dwight can talk to her, she is fired and escorted out of Peak 22. Dwight watches his friend, a single mother, walk out. This year's patsy for Lazar's excuses. He siphons the investment money and his friend gets the boot. The whole meeting was a setup to discredit her in front of everyone. Lazar approaches Dwight. Sorry, Dwitch. I know Rose was your manager, but I had to let her go. She wasn't aligned with our company values. Dwight stares at Lazar in a mangled shock and horror. What values? He wants to scream at Lazar. He wants to grab his ears and rip them out of his narcissistic head. Instead, he nods and silently prays there is justice in the world. Memory 2120. Dwight listens in disbelief to stories of Lazar, real-life horror stories, stories that defy reason for this day and age. It's a yearly ritual for those who have had the misfortune to work with Lazar. They're all gathered to watch the leaked Peak 22 recruitment video. Dozens of people, each wearing a white Peak 22 t-shirt with a ridiculous Lazar quote they scribbled on with marker. One of them worked with Lazar at a production company where he tried to produce a terrible web series he wrote. It's about an alien computer that takes over the world and controls its inhabitants with a matrix that simulates reality. No one told him he just pitched the premise of a major blockbuster film. She imitates Lazar selling his web series. It's different. It's unique. It's not horror. It's not sci-fi. It's terror. Sheer terror. It's a new genre. It's stimulated terror. Lazar believed he created the next big genre like cosmic horror. The writer shows a book written by Lazar. Simulated terror. Guidelines for writers in his new genre. They all burst out laughing. Dwight laughs so hard it hurts. Who says story hook when they mean story? Or simulated terror when they mean sci-fi? The stories of the Naked Emperor continue throughout the night, and Dwight is convinced there is no justice. Peak 22's ex-Storyhook supervisor talks about how Lazar called him a weak male for not wanting to cyberbully a blogger for using the term Storyhook. He tells him about a harmless drug that makes people laugh absurdly at every little sound. He says if he was still working at Peak 22, he'd give Lazar a little taste of his own medicine. Others agree. That would be hilarious. Dwight likes the idea. Likes it a lot. It might be that justice works in mysterious ways. He approaches Max. Tell me more about this harmless drug. Memory 2121. Max hands Dwight a mix of his laughing drug. It'll make him giggle and laugh so much he'll piss his pants. Pour it in his coffee right before his meeting and you'll have a story hook unlike any other for next year's roast. Dwight smiles. He feels his heart pounding in his chest. Rose will have justice. Everyone will. Dwight would teach this abuser that sometimes the little guy bites back. Inspired, he asks one of his colleagues to distract Lazar while he spikes his coffee. Another colleague listens to the plan and shakes his head skeptical. She isn't sure. She doesn't like this prank and cautions Dwight to think things through. I've got 2 kids, she says, and the last thing I want is for the investors to close down shop because he hallucinates or hurts someone. Dwight laughs. Don't worry. The most that will happen is he will act like a donkey. Dwight lifts his chin and proudly reassures her no one will get hurt. He places his hand on her shoulder and feels like the leader he always knew he's been. Nothing bad will happen. Well, my name isn't Dwight. Julie Kostenko, Soldiers of Mayhem. Memory 471. Julie hears a voice above the greasy spoon chatter. So you an artist or something? She turns to see Frank. Artist? Hardly. I doodled to escape the banality of Ormond. He stares at her sketch. He seems to recognize himself standing in the line for a hot chocolate. That me? She feels sudden warmth running up her neck. She hardly knows before he tells her that's not him from Ormond. He looks different. Fun. Free. Rebellious. He sits beside her and offers to model for her with a laugh. They stare at each other for a long, stretching moment. She decides to invite this charming stranger to a party she's throwing at her house for a friend who just got fired. Joey can't seem to keep a job. With a laugh he says, Joey sounds normal. You know how much programming it takes to get a human being to accept the whole 8-hour-a-day routine? He continues ranting about how school isn't education but brainwashing. If it were real education, if it were true education, the core subjects would be philosophy and critical thinking. Julie laughs and knows her friends are going to love this iconoclast. She certainly does. Memory 472. She didn't stop thinking about him since she first saw him. Now she hopes he shows up at her party. His rant stuck with her, and she spent a few hours researching how education was corrupted to meet the demands of the Industrial Revolution, conveyor belt education for assembly line jobs. Nothing changed for the last 100 years, only the products. Frank shows up with drugs and drinks, party treats. Julie introduces him to her best friends Joey and Susie. They talk favorite foods, slasher movies and killers all night. Julie amazes Frank with her profound knowledge of serial killers as she leads him to her bedroom and shows him her scrapbooks filled with pictures and clippings of famous murderers. Everyone leaves or passes out while Julie and Frank discuss murder and mayhem, trying to one-up each other with details and trivia. Julie wins with a story of the abandoned cabin where the soldiers of mayhem hang out, plan and wreak havoc on the unsuspecting sheep of Ormond. Frank laughs and calls bullshit on that story. No such things as the soldiers of mayhem. He read enough about Ormond to know that nothing of the sort happened at the resort cabin. Nothing but bad business and bankruptcy. Julie laughs. This story, Frankie, happens in the future. She grabs a blank felt marker and writes Soldiers of Mayhem on his white shirt. He smirks. I like the idea, but I hate the name. Julie shrugs. It's a work in progress. Memory 473. Julie feels alive with Frank. More than alive. Complete. At first she thought he was a iconoclast rebel, but soon realized he just liked to argue and push buttons for fun. He thrilled as much as she did to smash beliefs and watch people unravel. Not just people. Ugly people, he called them. It's the name he gave to those people who need to be right. Who always need to be right. They were the easiest to push over the edge. Ormond was full of them. Ugly people. Entitled preps and politicians who would turn blue in the face if you challenged any of their beliefs. Julie hands Frank a ski mask. It gives her a curious look. Tonight, we all play a game. Whoever steals the most car emblems wins. Frank smirks. Win what? She approaches Frank and whispers, whatever the winner wants. Frank quickly puts on the ski mask and rushes into the snow-covered streets of Ormond, searching for cars. Memory 474. More than love, more than passion. Julie feels Frank is her spiritual twin. She spent the whole night confiding her darkest desires to him. How she often wondered what it would be like to set fire to the entire town. Frank leans forward and tells her that she can do anything she wants. She just has to know what she wants and build an image of herself doing what she wants in her mind. He continues to espouse some weed-induced theory about manipulating the world with thoughts and feelings. The clearer you are about what you want and the more focused you are in imagining it, the faster you rewire the world to your favor. Everyone stares at Frank for a long, dramatic moment. Then they burst out laughing in unison. Let's all just imagine buckets of money. Frank shakes his head. Money is dead on its own. Money doesn't inspire the world. Real passion and emotion does. See yourself doing what it is you want to do for the rest of your life with passion. Be clear and focused and do not waver. Watch the world work in your favor. Another silence. Julie smirks. Frank nods seriously. She closes her eyes and imagines herself and her friends turning Ormond into their personal playpen. She opens her eyes. Memory 475. Julie and Frank wait for Joey and Susie at the old abandoned cabin. Of course, it had to be the cabin, the only exciting place in Ormond. Julie looks at the place. It needs some love. Joey and Susie are out messing with the sheep of Ormond as usual. They soon enter with a bunch of stop signs and laugh about the accidents they caused. No one dead, but some serious injuries. 6 to be precise. They snap some pictures to capture the moment. Joey tells them he got a new job at the local hardware store. They all make bets on how long he'll keep this job. Julie appraises the space and has an idea. She'll decorate the walls with the emblems they pulled off the cars of Ormond. Everyone likes the idea. Joey adds he wants to put the hang the stop signs on the wall, inspired by the small traffic accidents Joey and Susie engineered. Julie suggests another name for their little gang, the Marauders of Mayhem. Frank shakes his head and his eyebrows frown. Too tough on the tongue. Joey disagrees. I love it. All eyes turn to Susie. She shrugs. I agree with Frank. It's a mouthful. Memory 476. Julie and Susie enter the hardware store. Joey wants them to be quick. The owner will be back in 10 minutes. Frank tells him to stop panicking. They grab the supplies for the cabin. Paint, brushes, mask. A snow globe captures Frank's eye. Joey tells him to leave it. Says it's his boss's collector's globe. The first snow globe for tourists when Ormond became a popular gateway for snowboarders and skiers. Frank scoffs and takes the globe anyway. Julie stares at Joey and shrugs. Whatever. The globe gives her an idea. She grabs a few generic Ormond gloves for a personal project. Memory 477. The cabin is almost ready. Some finishing touches required, and Frank and Susie are hitting a few homes for supplies. Toasters, pans, cutlery, TV, computer, linen. Anything to make their little refuge a little cozier. Julie stays behind refashioning generic Ormond globes with scenes of mayhem. Frank approaches her. Can I have one of those? She hands him a globe with 4 stick figures setting a snowman on fire. He says it should be a real person. Julie feels offended. He didn't see the detail. It is. Frank scrutinizes the globe and sees a stick man embedded in the fake snow. Nice. Memory 478. Julie imagines something crazy. In her mind's eye, she imagines herself killing someone with her friends. She has no other image and no doubt. It's more than an image of a first kill. It's an image of her in a newspaper clipping. She makes Ormond exciting again with a series of murders. Her phone startles her. She answers. She hears his voice and Frank tells her to meet him at the Ormond Majestic Theatre. Why? What's playing? He doesn't answer. She gets in her second-hand sedan and drives through the blinding snowstorm to the theatre. He graciously opens the door, helps her out. Joey and Susie are standing by the theatre, holding empty gas containers. Frank hands her a match. Please, do the honors. She strikes the match, watching the flames ignite strong. Then it dwindles in the cold wind, before it extinguishes. She flicks the burning match at the theatre. A moment later, a massive fire erupts in the blinding snow. She stares at Frank, at the fire, at Joey and Susie. And she has this sudden crazy thought that Frank is right. Somehow the world is conspiring in her favor. Memory 479. Joey paces the cabin suggesting names for the group. Susie thinks they need some kind of costume like superheroes, and Joey laughs. We trying to be famous? Frank shrugs. Why not? Julie shrugs. No one ever got famous with petty theft and arson. Maybe we should do something real. Frank leans forward. What does that mean? Something real. Julie goes quiet for a moment. She's not sure what she's thinking or if she's thinking at all, but she wants to feel the thrill she's read about in books. She wants to be more than common, more than ordinary, bigger than life. Frank smiles at her and asks her if she could kill someone. She thinks for a moment. I could. Frank raises a skeptical eyebrow. After a moment he says he probably couldn't really kill someone. Julie teases him. Not even for me. He shakes his head. Not even for you. And you? Would you kill for me? She echoes his bullshit answer. Never. He laughs and echoes her. Not even for me. Not even for you. Memory 480. Frank won the bet and he's collecting. Joey didn't last a month at the new job. The owner accused him of stealing a chocolate bar and now he paces the cabin hysterical. Of all the things. A chocolate bar. A chocolate bar he claims he never stole. The injustice of it all. Julie suggests payback. Let's break into the store. Get some more supplies. Set the whole place on fire to let Ormond feel the wrath of the Legion. Joey freezes when he hears the name. Frank raises a curious eyebrow and then nods approvingly. I like it. I like it a lot. She throws them generic mask. Plain. Bland. Unimpressive. The only thing we need now is a proper mask. The Observer. Observations 2. Arcus 182. I have discovered structures within the realms of the entity that remind me of home. It is possible others from Terrace Primus have found themselves marooned within the entity. These survivors could have with them knowledge to free me from this tower and possibly ideas on how to escape this infernal dimension. As far as I know, we were one of the first of the many worlds to begin unraveling these giant cosmic mysteries and proving that planets and solar systems were, well, alive. These discoveries led to entire paradigm shifts that unlocked for us our ability to travel from dimension to dimension. Where we once thought our knowledge was absolute, these discoveries showed us how little we actually knew about the world. Arcus 437. I'm going to have a couple of shots of whiskey from Terra 917, experience a few memories, then head to bed. The warmth of spirits from 917 have always had a way of luring me away. While it is true this is a cruel fate, an even crueler fate would have been to have been imprisoned here without Horus, without the ability to manifest and create and enjoy. It feels strange as this may seem as the nexus of creation, able to travel memories and cull from those memories without restraint. Helps pass the time. Definitely helps pass the time. Arcus 571. Gut-wrenching shrieks echo through the fog disturbed my sleep. I woke up, put on some slacks, climbed to the roof with some whiskey and hit golf balls into the abyss. There's something about hitting iron and wood into oblivion that's calming, even therapeutic. I must have hit 1,000 golf balls before the yelling and screaming finally subsided and I called it a night. Arcus 572. Someone left a bucket of golf balls at my door with a note, "Best balls ever." Upon further inspection, I realized they were hardened eyeballs, fossilized eyeballs collected, no doubt, throughout the Lost Realms. I didn't realize eyeballs could be fossilized or that they'd make, dare I say, decent golf balls. I actually wouldn't mind another bucket. This must be a gift from my mysterious friend. Arcus 789. Emotion, passion, interest. They are the spark, the undefinable force that enables creation. You cannot manifest anything if you're not filled with emotion about it. The Horus was ridiculed because the council lacked understanding. This might be the whiskey ruminating, but art is not created by thought alone, but by thought and feeling working in harmony. Feeling is everything. Feeling is the most important aspect of bringing anything to life. It is the fuel that makes thought and intention reality. Arcus 968. Strange, luminous markings left in the trials for survivors and killers that help me navigate and study rifts with greater ease. Someone is trying to reach out to me, tampering with the entity, using tricks to secure my attention. to let me know I'm not alone, to let me know I'm not the only one able to manifest within the entity. Yet the knowledge of living dimensions and ancients is knowledge few have developed amongst the infinite terror worlds within the known galaxies. Arcus 1118. There's nothing like science to drive you mad. I stared out into the endless ocean of black fog surrounding me and quickly realized how incredibly small and insignificant we are. Dread and despair soon overtook me, and I began to realize how arrogant we were back home to try and defy and describe these living cosmic entities. We thought we had figured most out. We barely scratched the surface. Arcus 2903. I rose early to experience a few deaths in the archives I recently captured from the Rift. I had some milk from Terra 728. I listened to a radio show from Terra 232, horror stories and tales of terror. I read a new version of Dante's Inferno from I'm not sure where. I thought of home, had some whiskey and slept for what felt like an eternity. Arcus 7294. I woke up soaked in blood with no recollection of what transpired the night before. The blood dripped off my nose and chin. I felt my forehead and scalp to discover a deep, stinging gash. Accident? Self-inflicted? Nightmares of the fog? Creatures of the abyss? I didn't know. Later by the bed, I discovered a purple mold of flesh and gore. I cleaned the slop and tossed it out the window into the abyss from which it had come. Arcus 8875. It's always entertaining to watch a survivor try to escape with a femoral artery lacerated. Some victims actually get quite far before shock and cardiac arrest overwhelm them. They fight and struggle for life as if death were final. Perhaps this is the reason the entity wipes the slate clean with every resurrection. The unwavering belief that death is real gives weight and gravitates the trial to the experience. Otherwise, survivors wouldn't care, wouldn't run, wouldn't feel. The fear of death is the pulse of life, and believing death is real gives emotion to the experience. It, in other words, feeds the entity. The Observer, Revelations 3. Arcus 129. I knock at the door and an invitation attached to a bottle of whiskey waiting for me at the foot of the door. I kneeled to inspect the invitation. You were cordially invited to the entity's birthday. The entity has a birthday? Am I losing my mind? My grip on reality? Whatever that actually means here. Is this some kind of prank by a maroon soul? Arcus 723. I pity Dwight. It's as though every action he takes brings the opposite of what he intends. Trying to help his fellow employees from an abuser, he ends up shutting down the entire operation, leaving many in far worse situations than they were ever in. Granted, spiking a narcissistic's drink and watching him unravel was worth the price of admission. The many memories of survivors struggling with narcissists have led me to the conclusion that there are only three possibilities when relating to a narcissist: enable them, run away from them, or destroy them. But beware, narcissists take everyone with them when they go down. Arcus 1256. Discovered new memories of Evan which shed some light on his descent. The question I am asking myself is, did the entity begin to corrupt him before he was snatched for the trials? Or was all that anger and bloodlust a result of his harsh upbringing? Either way, I would not expect him to comply with another authority figure, even if that figure was an old one. Lisa Sherwood, Stroke of Luck, Memory 1702. Don't play with powers you don't understand. Lisa's grandmother scolds her for scratching a symbol into her textbook for good luck. Lisa apologizes for snooping through her things. She just wanted to know more about the old village town, and the stories of witches and cannibals that were burned alive or chased out. She heard her mother say her grandmother had come across several books written in an unknown language with strange symbols. Her grandmother warned her to stay away from her books. You can attract great misfortune to yourself and others. Lisa wants to laugh, but doesn't. She was just messing around and doesn't really believe in all this superstitious nonsense. No such thing as witches and cannibals, Gran. I was just hoping for a little luck on my algebra test. No harm, no foul. Her grandmother tells her the symbol she sketched was the very one she had used long ago to turn a cannibal into a gnarled, twisted, swamp tree covered in putrid, black ooze. It's so ridiculous Lisa wants to burst out laughing, but she contains herself as she listens to her tale of cannibals and missing children. When her grandmother finishes her story, Lisa hugs her and kisses her soft, wrinkled forehead. Don't worry, Gran. I'm not going to turn into a swamp tree or be kidnapped by a bunch of cannibals. Memory 1703. Lisa doesn't know if the symbols on her book are some kind of placebo effect, but her math scores are improving. Not as much as they should be, but still, she's passing, and passing is an improvement. Her friend Pam says it's all malarkey. There's no such thing as lucky symbols that can raise your grade. It's all smoke and mirrors. Unfounded, ancient superstition. Jokingly, Pam says she wants better marks too. She grabs Lisa's textbook and copies the symbols in her school agenda several times. Lisa feels a tug in her gut, and she stares at the symbol with concern. You really shouldn't do that. She yanks her textbook back from Pam. You shouldn't mess with powers you don't understand. Pam laughs. What's the problem, Lisa? If these things can help you pass maths, they can help me pass English too. No big deal. Memory 1704. Pam begs for another symbol or charm to help her on a test she isn't ready for with a teacher she despises. A teacher she ridicules for being an overweight, pill-popping bore. Lisa refuses to entertain the idea and tells her she's not allowed to look at her grandmother's secret book, let alone share its contents with strangers. Pam shrugs and proceeds to sketch a symbol on her arm with a toothpick. She asks if Lisa heard what happened to the woman near the school. Lisa shakes her head. Pam laughs as she draws blood with the toothpick. Dumbass walked into the street while reading and splat, crushed by a truck. Come. She flicks the toothpick to the ground, grabs Lisa's wrist and leads her to a road a few blocks from the school. Lisa covers her nose and can smell the fermenting human fluids in the cracks of the pavement. Pam points out bloodstains and clumps of hair in the road and makes jokes at the dead girl's expense. Lisa grabs her wrist angrily. You mustn't laugh at the dead. Pam yanks her wrist away. Stop being creepy, Lisa. It's not like she's still around to get offended. Besides, your symbols got me covered with all kinds of luck. Lisa stares at Pam's arm with concern and hopes the dead girl's spirit didn't take offense. Her grandmother said sometimes spirits linger, especially when they don't want to be dead. Last thing she needs is some dark force following her for the rest of her life. Memory 1705. Pam's English teacher died of unknown causes and Pam's dancing with joy. Relieved she doesn't have to do his stupid test on some irrelevant dead author. I don't care what English teachers say. James is unreadable and confusing. A pseudo-intellectual who kept everything vague because he didn't actually know what the hell he was talking about. Lisa shrugs, disagrees but doesn't want to get into it with her annoying friend. She likes her books. The way his style allows her to live in his character's head for a little while. She finds his novel about an artist to be fun, formless. Dreams too have plenty of style and substance. But what does she know? She's only 16, and her English marks are below average. Pam hoots and hollers, with a mischievous smile. She reveals her hand covered with ink-smudged symbols. Best luck in the world. No test, no lardas, no dead authors for the rest of the year. Thanks, Lisa. Lisa stares at the symbols on her hand and wants to yell at her for being so careless with things they both don't fully understand. She closes her eyes and hopes her English teacher wants to be dead and that he isn't lurking about. Memory 1706. The class at the funeral out of respect for their beloved English teacher. The pallbearers struggle and strain under the weight of the coffin. Pam leads forward towards Lisa and whispers how lucky she is, and how unlucky the pallbearers are about to lift such a heavy coffin. Imagine having to carry that lard ass to his grave. Lisa nudges Pam and tells her to quit it. As the pallbearers approach them, she feels a sudden tug in her gut. An instinct tells her to take some distance from her friend. An image of lightning striking Pam flashes through her mind. She wonders if an angry spirit could make that happen. Every muscle, organ, vessel, fried in an instant for her hubris. Pam snaps Lisa out of her thoughts with another tactless comment. Lisa hears her grandmother's voice in her head, telling her that her friend has tempted fate by laughing at someone else's misfortune, for having laughed at the dead. She doesn't really believe in all her grandmother's superstitions, and yet, she inches away from her friend, staring at the darkening clouds, waiting for lightning to strike Pam down. Ace Visconti, go for broke. Memory 2478. Ace rushes into Uh-Oh's sports bar, still pumped with the excitement of the mixed martial art title defense he just watched. Female lightweight MMA champion Mika James knocked the challenger out in the first round, and now Ace is ready for another thrill. He sits with his buddy Wallace. Did I miss anything? Wallace shakes his head. Nah, they're preparing the bowl now. Ace laughs out loud. Hilarious. The guy's trying to swallow a bowl of slugs. Only at Uh-Oh's would they hold such a ridiculous bet. Wallace nudges Ace and levels a wager. 10-1 he pukes it out. Ace looks at the idiot and the bowl of living slugs in front of him. His instincts tell him this guy's actually going to do it. Ace just cleaned Wallace at the MMA fight and he doesn't mind taking more of his money. Ace scrutinizes the idiot just to make sure his gut isn't leading him astray. Most people would puke trying to swallow the first slug, but not this guy. This guy knows what he's doing. He's a winning horse. A sure thing. Alright, let's say double our last bet. Wallace nods and assures him he's going to lose. Ace smirks. We'll see about that. As he stares beyond the idiot preparing to swallow slugs, he's amazed to see Mika James at the bar in her signature tracksuit. They exchange a look. He points at his fan shirt and extends a thumbs up for the great title defense, but she looks past him as she nurses a beer. Wallace sees Mika and nudges Ace. She could kick your ass in 2 licks. Ace scoffs. That's a bet you would lose, asshole. I'm double her size and strength. Wallace snickers. I'd say you don't last 10 minutes. Yeah, nah. You wouldn't even last 5. Wallace is talking shit just to talk shit, before Ace can respond. A bell sounds and everyone goes silent as the idiot lifts the bowl of thick, moist slugs to his trembling lips. Ace stops breathing, narrows his gaze, pulls out his lucky alligator tooth, holds it in his fist, and just knows he's got a winner. In a few short minutes he'll be laughing all the way to the bank. Come on, idiot. Swallow those slugs. Memory 2479. Ace doesn't understand what happened. He had Wallace dead to rights. His winning horse confidently slurped down the slugs one at a time, as though he was enjoying a bowl of fresh sushi. Then he stopped with the last one dangling out of his mouth. Cocky little shit. He smiles and swallows. But the damn slug doesn't go down. Not as he planned. Ace can see a lump oozing and squirming down his throat. It slithers down, but it must have tickled his gag reflex or something, because he instantly loses his smile. There's a silence. The idiot begins to squirm uncomfortably in his seat. The crowd goes, "Uh-oh," and all of a sudden, a projectile of slug chum shoots out of his mouth and Ace hangs his head, realizing he just lost everything. Wallace laughs out loud and slaps his back. "Told you so." Ace doesn't say anything. "And tell you what, double or nothing if you last 5 minutes with Mika James." Ace stares up at Wallace. "What's in it for you?" Wallace narrows his gaze. "Your lucky alligator's tooth." Ace hesitates. Wallace smiles. "What? Thought you were double her size and stronger." Ace looks at Mika, at Wallace, at Mika again and nods. "I'll knock her out in 2 minutes and then buy her a drink." Wallace smiles, stands, and heads over to the manager of the club to make the arrangements. Ace stands and figures he may as well introduce himself to the champ. Memory 2480. What the hell was I thinking? Ace staggers to his wobbly feet. "Oh yeah, I wasn't." Mika steps towards him. He throws a desperate right. She ducks with a grin. He follows with a left. She sidesteps it and sees black and a few stars fading in and out of existence. What the hell did she hit me with? He doesn't know. All he knows is he's on his ass again and his eyelids feel like cement. He forces them open and stares up at the timer. 30 seconds. How can that just be 30 seconds? Either the timer is rigged, or time itself has slowed down to an impossible crawl. Shit. I'm in trouble. But I ain't losing my lucky gator's tooth. He doesn't know much right now, but he knows Mika's got him outclassed in every way except guts and luck. Ace stands on wobbly legs and smiles at one of the dozen Mikas swirling around him. He regards a dozen clocks, narrows his gaze, and calculates. 4 more minutes. I can do this. Memory 2481. The crowd is hollering and jeering, "Fight, fight, fight." Ace stares at the timer and is relieved to pass the 2-minute mark. Only 3 minutes to go. He just wants to last and is completely given up on the idea of knocking Mika out. He'll be happy if he can land just one punch. He thinks he might need to grab her hair and punch below the belt just to get her to back off. But she moves faster than his eyes can track and he's convinced his feet are turning to spaghetti. She stares at him, like a hungry tiger, and throws a roundhouse kick. He ducks, laughs just as he feels her hands knit over his head and her wicked niggy in his face. Black fills his vision. A moment later he's on the ground swirling in a pool of stars with the crowd giving him a count in unison. He's up to 5 with a fat lip and a pathetic smile. Memory 2482. Minutes don't feel like minutes. They feel like hours, days. 3 minutes and Ace wants to throw in the towel, but his pride won't let him. His common sense is telling him to quit before she breaks another rib. He gets the sense he won't be laughing to the bank, but to the hospital. But he can't give up. He won't give up. And he certainly won't lose the bet. He's going to win even if it kills him. For a moment and a half he remembers a quote about sitting on a stove with a pretty girl. Or a pretty girl cooking at a stove. Or something about a pretty girl on a stove. He's getting it all wrong. But he knows it has something to do with time. Mika smashes a fish straight into his puffy face, and he staggers back and nearly buckles over. He manages to keep his balance and tries to smile, but just as soon as his lips part, he somehow finds himself on the hard floor, staring at a crowd that seems miles away, laughing as they give him a count in unison. He rolls on his belly and pushes himself up, groggy and spaghetti-kneed. It's going to take a lot more than that to keep me down. Memory 2483. 2 rights and a nose that's already broken. She clearly doesn't want to lose. She wants to knock him out, but that won't happen. Ace won't let it happen. Outclassed in every way except guts. He climbs to his feet. He tries to smile at her. That didn't hurt, but it did. It really did. Before his smile breaks, he finds himself in a headlock. Shit, she's fast. Mika twirls him around like a sack of potatoes and thrusts him into a table. The table breaks. So does something in his chest. He thinks it's a rib, but he didn't think he had any more that could be broken. He gets up, manages a grin, and charges her, grabs her rock-hard arms, pins her to the wall. A surge of adrenaline fills his entire being. He's got her now. He shoots his fist out at her face. She drops to the side and shatters his hand against the stone wall as he feels her lift him up off the ground. A moment later, she twirls him and throws him into the crowd with his broken hand swelling and throbbing with every heartbeat. The crowd scatters and lets him fall hard on the ground. Something cracks. He hopes it's not a bone. Everything is distorted. He feels like he's underwater listening to a muted crowd hollering for him to get back up or stay down. He can't quite tell anymore. He stands and stares at the timer, feels a sharp pain in his mouth and senses an awkward gap. My tooth. My fucking tooth. He looks around on the floor and sees his front tooth lying in a glop of blood and saliva. It's still attached to the roots. He glances over the amused and entertained crowd and finds Wallace, looking pale and frightened as Mika suddenly cuts through him like chaff. Memory 2484. Ace drives under a table for a refuge as Mika grabs him by the ankle and pulls him out. She lifts him over her head, twirls him and breaks him against another table. He stands, turns to face her, shakes his head until he clears his vision. He launches and throws a left at one of those three faces he sees. Mika ducks and delivers a slashing right hook to the body, then drops with a devastating right hook. He rolls over the ground, wheezing, feeling his jarred and jutting ribs. He probably should be dead. He doesn't even want to think about the hospital bill. Hospital? He doesn't need a hospital. He hasn't seen a doctor in 10 years and certainly doesn't need one now. His body can heal on its own. He pushes himself up, but doesn't feel much below the waist. He shoots a weak punch with his good hand. Mika grabs his fist mid-air and crushes his fingers into a mangled mesh. Mercilessly, she grabs his arm and pops his elbow. He screams with blood gargling out of his mouth. She wants him down even if it means killing him. Ace suddenly realizes Mika made her own bet. His entire body floods with endorphins as he wobbles around Otto's spinning floor. A glance at the timer reveals he's only got 20 seconds left. He's going to win even if he loses every bone in his body. What more can this kitten do to me? He climbs back to his feet and smiles with blood gushing out of his mouth. She charges him like a wildcat in a whirlwind of devastating blows. He's hit a dozen times and flattened with a wicked uppercut. The crowd is screaming and hollering for Mika to lay him out for good. But Ace won't lose his gator tooth even if it cost him his real tooth. Seconds pass like minutes. The bell sounds. It's over. It's finally over. Ace collapses. Wallace stares down at him with a newfound respect and a wad of cash in his hands. Ace stares at the money and manages to mumble something. You bastard. You bet on me. Wallace pulls Ace up and hands him his tooth. Put this in your mouth to keep the nerves moist. Keep them there until we reach the hospital. This one's for the books, buddy. Ace shakes his head. I'm good. Don't need a doctor. Wallace laughs. Dude, you need a doctor, a dentist, and a fucking shrink. Meg Thomas. Eat dust. Memory 548. Slash tires. Sounds a bit extreme. Meg regrets showing Coach Jenny how fast she could run during phys ed class. She saw something she liked, asked Meg to run, and now she wants her to race at the state championships. From a virtual nobody to a glorified jock overnight. new friends, better rivals, and rumors abound. Why Meg? Why does she get a free ticket? She never practiced, sucked up, or took diet pills to keep her weight in check. Why her? What makes her so special? The idea of a free ticket makes Meg laugh. No free ticket for her. She's always loved to run, just not in an organized way. And she's quite certain she put more hours into her passion than anyone else on the team. The team dresses Meg up in a bandit costume with black and white stripes like a criminal in a silent film. It's so stupid she wants to scream. Two members argue over the costume and finally decide on dropping the cliched bandit look for a more contemporary supervillain costume. They make a mask and tell her to slash tires near the police station. Then they exchange anxious looks with one another. Sounds less like initiation, and more like a way to get her off the team and into a prison cell. Dana gives her a strange look, a dirty look. Seems like she has an upset stomach, gas even. She hates Meg for beating her time and probably wants to see her locked up. The rest of the team thinks up supervillain names for Meg. Dare Diva, Street Rusher, Super Blaster, whatever. They're all stupid. Just choose a name already. Memory 549. Damsel Meg bolts through the streets, stirring up laughter and attention. She feels stupid and scared at the same time, lurking about in her supervillain costume. Meg pushes down her fear, composes herself, focuses her thoughts. If they want a slash tire, they'll get one and more. I'll go straight into the belly of the whale and pull out a rib. She laughs at the image, wonder where it comes from, and realizes it's from one of those stories she recently read to her mother to help her fall asleep, despite her deteriorating condition. Doctors don't know what she has, and they can't afford the doctors anymore. Don't let your thoughts betray you. Meg pushes her grief out of her mind as pedestrians laugh and point at her costume. I'm going to target the police and set a record on this stupid hazing ritual. Determined, Meg approaches the Colorado police station with her heart beating at a record-breaking speed. She kneels behind a cruiser, hesitates. Her hand trembles involuntarily. She's not used to breaking the law. She takes a deep, calming breath. First time for anything. Then, with a pocket knife, she slashes a tire, yanks a piece of rubber off and backs away. Before the officers realize what's wrong, Meg's a bolt of lightning. Her heart's pounding in her throat, her legs are a blur. The police give chase but eat her dust. She returns to the team with a piece of slashed rubber and a new team record. A police cruiser. An actual police cruiser. Beat that. The team laughs and jeers, except for Dana, who stares at her with her usual gas face. No one on the team has ever done anything so bold. Welcome to the team, Dare Damsel Meg. Memory 550. Meg is the talk of the school and she likes it. Coach Jenny tells her she still needs a lot of work in her mechanics of running. She doesn't even know what that means. She's been running in the mountains with her mother for years and she never had to learn the mechanics of running. Coach says for the next few practices, she needs to improve her confidence on the starting line. Sure, that shouldn't be a problem. Coach spends a lot of time with Meg and many on the team are beginning to take notice. Dana makes snide remarks in the shadows about Meg's body being disproportional, about Meg having beginner's luck, about how Meg's legs seem disproportional to her torso. Meg ignores her, refuses to dignify her jealousy by responding to it. Dana gets no reaction from Meg as she talks about how her thighs are just a little bit too thick for running. Dana gives her that stupid, gas face. Meg glares at Dana with a flood of expletives she wants to unleash. You'll eat my dust soon enough, wrench. Meg suppresses her anger and smiles politely, thanking the wrench for her concern, telling her she's confident her so-called disproportional body and thick thighs will prove advantageous at the championships. Memory 551. Meg begins her long walk home after an exhausting yet exhilarating practice. She holds her lucky piece of tire in her hand, though she doesn't really believe in luck. She hears her mum's voice rattle on her brain. The only luck you get is the luck you make. And yet, the piece of tire kind of looks like a horseshoe. Coincidence? Probably. She admires her lucky slice of tire and starts when she hears a twig snap behind her. Before she realizes what's happening, she's thrust to the ground by a shadowy figure who stomps on her ankle. Terrible pain shoots up her spine and she screams for help as the shadow bolts away. Meg screams in agony as she desperately scrambles to her feet. As soon as her wounded foot touches the ground, another sharp pain rushes through her like wildfire and she collapses. She closes her eyes, gathers herself, suppresses her pain and reaches around for something, anything, to support her weight. A moment later, she grabs a thick, gnarled branch and shrieks as she forces herself to stand. Every step home is like a hammer smashing at her ankle. Memory 552. The doctor tells Meg her foot is fractured in several places and she should probably stay off it until it heals. She shambles out of the office on crutches with her mother by her side. Meg can sense she's worried about her and how she's to settle the bill without insurance. They drive home in silence. "Mom, I'm sorry." Meg breaks the silence. Her mother shakes her head. "Don't apologize, Meg. No need for that. I'm just glad you're okay. Could have been a lot worse." Meg nods and replays the assault over and over in her mind. The push, the kick, the stomping. Nothing about what happened makes sense. The perpetrator didn't mug or try to steal anything from her. Meg's mother breaks the silence and asks if she remembers anything about the man since they spoke to the police. Meg shakes her head. "I'm not even sure it was a man." Memory 553. Meg confides in her mother at the kitchen table. She's convinced Donna arranged for someone to wound her to discourage her from running. Anger overwhelms her, and she says things she wouldn't normally say. "I want her dead. I want to crush her like a bug. I want her to burn in fucking hell. I would have won that race." Her mother listens to her without judgment and waits for her to calm down. "You're very upset, and I understand. But don't stoop to her level. Don't let her turn you into what you're not. You want revenge? Best revenge is success. Let her know you're the best even at your worst, and that will be her fucking worst hell." Meg narrows her eyes at her mother. Her mother squeezes her hand. "If you think you are beaten, you are. If you think you can't, you can't. Life's battles aren't won with speed and strength, but mind and will." Tears fill Meg's eyes, not because of her mother's advice, but because she knows her mother's days are numbered, and this will probably be one of their last be positive pep talks. Her mother hands over a box she pulls from under the table. Meg lifts the lid to reveal a black dress unlike anything she's ever seen or worn. Before she can say anything, her mother laughs. "Not only will you win, but you'll be the jewel of the after party." Meg feels a lump growing in her throat. Don't lose all your strength focusing on the negative. Her mother used to be a competitive tennis player. All Meg heard growing up was stories about Billie Jean King. Meg waits for the listen to win pep talk she's heard so many times she's lost count. Her mother relates how she would listen to a radio broadcast of King's game to steer her mind away from fear and anxiety. Fill your brain with success so there's no room for fear. She's prepared a special mix for Meg on her pod. Meg takes the pod and stares at it a moment, a long moment. Then she leaps across the table, embraces her mother and never wants to let go. Memory 554. Meg listens to a radio broadcast as she enters school. Fastest runner ever, the Buckeye Bullet taking the gold at the Olympics despite every mental and physical obstacle leveled against him. She listened to the same broadcast over and over again. Fill your head with win so there's no room for fear or doubt. Coach approaches Meg as she puts her pod down beside her. "I heard a nasty rumor that Donna may have had something to do with your leg, and I've decided to pull her from the race." Meg shakes her head. "Please don't do that. I'm going to beat her, Coach, and I'm going to win. Coach's eyes widen. You're going to do what? You just didn't say you're going to win. You're not actually thinking of running on that foot. Meg hesitates, then lies. Doctor says it's fine and that it's just a little bruised. Coach touches the foot. Meg shrieks. She gives Meg a skeptical look, sighs, says nothing else and leaves. Dare damsel Meg grabs her pod, rises the volume of the broadcast and fills her mind with greatness as the Buckeye bullet makes the director eat his dust. Philip Ojomo, The Algebra of Infinite Night, Memory 656. The boy holds his lucky bell and stares out into the growing dusk. Night is coming, and with it the promise of monsters worse than anything his father has ever described in his campfire stories. Rumors of endless massacres terrify him, and he hopes his mother and father will soon return. They heard a radio broadcast promising safety to those hiding, and they left with others to investigate. He spent the whole day staring at the dirt road leading out of the village and waiting for them to return. A few returned with wounds and horror stories, endless stories of death, destruction and mayhem. He didn't understand any of them. They hate us. Why? Why do they hate us? Because the radio and the television tell them to. What did I ever do to them? You were born in the newly created Nigeria. That's what you did. You were born a northerner. His grandmother approaches. Did you see anything out there? Philip shakes his head. If you see anything, if you see danger, ring your father's bell and hide with the others. Philip nods and stares at the bell. Will they come back? His grandmother hesitates for a long moment. I don't think so, Philip. They're hiding. Tears fill his eyes as his grandmother disappears into a small thatched home. He feels a tear slip down his face, and he knows, just knows, he will never see his parents again. Memory 657. Grandmother Abigail hasn't smiled for days. A terrible smell of rotting flesh drifts into the village and she tells Philip it's the stench of decomposing cows. Philip nods, but knows she's just trying to protect him from the truth. He heard the elders talking by the well, so many dead, and they are burning the bodies before there is an investigation. Who is burning the bodies? Killing crews? Human butchers. Men paid to make his people disappear as though they were an infestation of cockroaches. A deal with the devil for money. He hates them all and tries to sleep but can't. All they can do is stare at the door where he hopes against hope to see his parents again. But he knows. They're never returning and all he has left is grandmother Abby. Abby approaches him and lies beside him. He leans his head against her and closes his eyes and cries. He hears her open her mouth to say something, but no words come out. He opens his eyes and she's crying silently. Before he can say anything, a bell rings. Her face grows hard as she grabs him by the wrist and leads him outside to a hatch. A moment later, they're underground with the muted sounds of slaughter vibrating through the ground. He squirms in Abby's embrace. She holds him tighter and tighter as he cries and shrieks swell into the unbearable pandemonium. He never realized humans could emit such sounds, and it's all he can do to not scream himself. He squirms and Abby covers his mouth just in case. Memory 658. Silence. Horrible, gut-wrenching silence. Philip shifts uncomfortably in the makeshift bunker and listens for something. Anything. Abby nudges him. Let's see your math skills, Philip. Maths? She's trying to distract him from the hell outside. 6 plus 24 minus 8. He works it out. 22. She smiles and nods. She levels another challenge and another. He answers with growing tears in his eyes. She touches his face. Don't think about what is happening outside. Listen to my words and play the game. He nods and tries his best to work out her challenges, but he can't help but think about his mother, his father. They said maths would strengthen his brain, make him good in school. give him all kinds of opportunities his father never had. His father. He'll never do maths again, never play chess with him again, or hear his stories. And why? Because of men who take money to do the devil's work. Abby nudges him. Philip asks her to repeat the challenge just as the cry of a toddler rips through the silence. He instantly looks to his grandmother. Her eyes go wide as she stands and approaches the ladder. Philip runs to her and grabs her hand. "Don't go. Please. Please." She hesitates, staring at the hatch above. "I cannot leave the boy out there alone." Philip nods and wants to hold her soft, wrinkled hand forever, but he lets go and watches her as she bravely ascends the ladder and disappears into the scorching day. Memory 659. Hours. Days. Weeks. He's not sure how much time has passed. His eyes never left the hatch as he repeated countless math problems in his head to avoid facing the truth that she has disappeared with the rest of his people. He hears her voice, her laugh, her sighs. He wants to see her again. He wants to see his parents, his friends and neighbors. He wants to see them all. But he knows. His life will never be the same again, and he would rather be dead than live without them. He closes his eyes and ascends into the cool night. The smell of rotting humanity instantly assaults his senses, reminds him of roadkill left in the sun for days. Only worse. He searches the moonlight ground and soon finds his father's bell by the charred remains of a body. What happened? You were supposed to keep a lookout. You were supposed to warn us. He takes the bell and cries out for his grandmother in a raspy whisper, but the whisper turns into an endless scream. He screams until he loses his voice, and all that answers back is the deafening silence of the cold, indifferent night. He falls to his knees, taps the bell with his finger, and wishes he could just disappear from this living nightmare. Memory 660. Village to village, it's always the same scene. Death and destruction, burnt cars, homes and bodies. His people disappearing in a seemingly endless mixture of fog and smoke. He can't move anymore. He doesn't have the strength or will. The smoke stings his eyes. The stench makes him want to retch with every inhale. But most of all he can't take. The silence. The horrible silence. The oppressive, dreadful, indifferent silence. He stops and sits by a tree with a vulture hovering close to him, waiting for him to die. This one wants its meat flesh, raw, not burnt or doused in kerosene. He closes his eyes for a moment and drifts away, far away. But soon he hears a voice like his mother's. He opens his eyes to see a woman and several muttered children staring at him. The mother extends an open hand. "You must come with me." Philip doesn't answer. He can't answer. There's no warmth or wetness in his mouth. His throat is like sand. His eyes are like tar. The woman hands him a flask, and he drinks as though he's never had water before. She tells him her name is Funanya, and that he should come with her. I don't want to run anymore. I want to die. The mother keeps her hand extended. And that is why you must live. You must tell others what happened, to bear witness. Philip stares beyond the woman and fixes his gaze on one boy and two girls. He takes Funanya's hand, and together they trudge into the thick smoke and fog, refusing to be disappeared. Memory 661. Philip enters a home that's been ransacked by killing crews. There's blood spattered on the wall and a dark, familiar stench. Philip doesn't want to think about what happened to the owners. For a moment, he sees his mother approaching him, but then she disappears to reveal Funanya. She approaches Philip with some salvaged school supplies. Sometimes drawing helps you get your mind off things. Philip shakes his head. He doesn't want to draw and he doesn't want to do maths. He doesn't want to do anything but wake up from this terrible nightmare. He stares at the other boy, Emeka, as he draws a picture of his village. He has a dozen colors to choose from, but he only uses black. Funanya doesn't understand why, but none of the colors appealed to him. It's as though he stopped seeing color. Philip stares at the picture of the colorless village and steps outside where Nikki and Chica keep watch. He shows them his father's lucky bell, though he's not sure it's so lucky anymore. He hands it to Nikki, explains she should ring it if she sees anything. Memory 662. I hate the smell of kerosene. Funanya nods and agrees with Philip. It's not the kerosene, but everything else attached to it. Nikki looks at Funanya and asks why the crews are burning everything. Funanya doesn't answer and maybe she doesn't know. Philip turns to her. They are burning evidence. Nikki and Chica look to Funanya and she nods. Philip hears his grandmother's voice. Death plus destruction equals good business for devils disguised as humans. Philip grinds his teeth and answers the disembodied voice. They should all be killed. Those who pay for murder and those who profit from murder. Funanya stares at him. Philip, don't say such things. They are trying to take our humanity from us, and that is one thing they cannot take unless we give it to them. Philip feels his face harden. I don't want a sermon. I want my family back. I want them to pay for what they did. Funanya puts a hand on his shoulder. Pray to the angel of mercy that we survive so that we may bear witness. Philip stares past at her at the growing night. I'd rather pray to the angel of death and watch them suffer. Forgive and be forgiven. I can't. I hate them. How can they take money to do such things? There will be justice, Philip. They will not get away with their crimes. Philip doesn't say anything. He doesn't say anything because, like his father, he believes that those with money, those who can afford killing crews and the quantities of kerosene required to burn humans by the thousand, can get away with any crime they choose to commit, even mass murder. She can pray for mercy all she likes. He'd rather pray for vengeance. Memory 663. Those who profit from murder are worse than animals. He can't get the idea out of his head that people would do such dreadful things for money. If he survives this, if he escapes this scorching hell, he'll have his revenge. He can't help but share his dark thoughts with Funanya, who says that an eye for an eye is not the way, and that an eye for an eye would make the whole world go blind and plunge us all into infinite night. The world go blind. The world is already blind to what is happening to him and his people. To hell with the world. The world doesn't care. All this unrest and destruction was meant to happen. It was a mathematical formula to divide and conquer and rob his country of its beloved resources. He heard the elders say this 100 times. Funanya gives him more wise words from dead leaders, and he stops talking about revenge. For a moment he thinks that maybe she's right. Maybe revenge is not the solution. Maybe the world will one day wake up from its slumbering indifference and help his people. Memory 664. Nikki hands Philip back his bell in the dark night. It's his turn to watch for killing crews, but he hasn't slept in days and his eyelids are stones. He holds his bell close to his heart and for a moment, just a moment, he closes his eyes. Just for 1 minute, he awakens in the heat of the morning with a start and a terrible feeling. He vaults to his feet and searches for his new friends. He finds one, pieces of one, of another. He's not sure. He hears someone moaning. He searches and finds Funanya, not dead, but dying, sliced at every tendon, withering in agony, covered in something golden, honey. They poured honey over her, and a million tiny black things swarm down and gorge on the golden and crimson streams dripping from her open wounds. The ants are crawling under her skin and eating her alive. He kneels beside her and tries to sweep them away, but it's to no use. They're everywhere. Funanya whimpers and splutters blood as she tries to speak, but her tongue is missing. And all that issues is a terrible, rattling noise. Philip kneels before her. He doesn't know what to do or say. I fell asleep. I'm sorry. So sorry. But sorry doesn't put her back together again. Sorry doesn't get rid of the ants or bring back the children she was protecting. She barely scratched her stomach with her finger in the dirt. I forgive. Philip stares at the words for a long moment. Silent tears fall as he rises his hand in front of her face. She closes her eyes and waits for her suffering to end. He doesn't want to do it, but he has to. He knows he has to. He closes his eyes and lowers his hand over her mouth and nose. And for a moment, just a moment, he becomes her angel of mercy. Memory 665. Philip enters another decimated village under the cover of darkness and sees a crew. A killing crew. Maybe the very ones who killed his guardian. Maybe the very ones who killed his grandmother, his parents. No hell is good enough for these demons who would take money to disappear people. They're cooking something by a fire, laughing and making jokes at the expenses of those they butchered. They talk about his people as though they were animals. No, less than animals. No one takes pride or ridicules the animals they slaughter. He never seen anything like that. Dogs without humanity. That's what they are. Dogs. Rabid dogs. Nothing less, nothing more. Something ancient tugs at him. He feels darkness like a tendril from another world take hold of his young, innocent heart. Not young or innocent anymore. He hears Funanya's voice. Forgive and be forgiven. But he doesn't want to forgive and he doesn't want to be forgiven. He wants them to suffer like they made his people suffer. He wants them to suffer for taking everything from him. He hears his grandmother's voice trying to distract him from his dark thoughts of revenge with infinite math problems. But over her voice is the raging, maddening heartbeat of his hate. Her voice screams out equation and challenges. But he glares at the men. He feels kerosene coursing through his veins and he's ready to explode. An eye for an eye. And the whole world plunges into infinite night. Good. Philip notices the guns by the jeep. He could grab one and shoot them all. But he's never used a gun and they'd probably run away. He could find a knife or a machete. But these dogs would overpower him. Just walk away, Philip. Never look back. It's your duty to survive and bear witness. He ignores the voices in his head and only wants one thing. He wants them to suffer and disappear. He wants to, yes, take the kerosene and make them disappear the same way they made his friends and family disappear. In a swirl of smoke. And just for a moment, just a moment, he is the angel of death, swooping through the infinite night. The Observer, Through the Looking Glass. Arcus 984. More luminous energy sent to me by an unknown ally. With this energy, I was able to open a small window that allowed me to look into a lost realm, where I saw to my great surprise, a city with survivors living as though nothing was out of the ordinary. The window eventually closed, and I spent the entire evening imagining how such a thing could be possible, or if it was merely an illusion. The same night, another surge of energy permitted me to open a doorway into a realm I didn't much recognize or dare explore. I stared at the scantling doorway until it faded out of existence. It's as though the one manifesting these sacred glyphs is trying to help me delve deeper into the mysteries of this dimension, or perhaps, is he suggesting that the answer to my salvation are hidden amongst the countless realms discarded by this old one since time immemorial? Arcus 985. Instead of reading aloud in my usual way, I climbed to the roof of my tower and conjured a fire and a radio to listen to some ghost stories from a half-remembered radio serial from a Terra Dark. Without a doubt, listening to those stories has proven to be the best way to pass the time, especially when you've got endless voices clattering in your head. bringing you down with their endless agonies and anxieties. Later, I used the auras to manifest the storyteller to read his stories like he had done for his weekly podcast. He was composed of ever-moving black fog, and I suspect that one day I'll actually be able to recreate a more realistic person to listen to, or perhaps even engage within something that resembles a conversation. Listening to the storyteller and hearing familiar expressions, I am wondering, how do I keep myself out of my own creations? The memories I attempt to record as fast as I experience them prove one thing to me. They show me objectivity is impossible, or elusive at best. I'm never quite sure if my logs are a true and accurate depiction of the subject's memory, or a whiskey-laden interpretation of a nightmare. To add to my frustrations, I have recently noticed other voices have made their way into my notes, other interpretations, other thought patterns from people whose memories I've likely spent too much time reliving. They are becoming a part of me, and that wasn't supposed to happen. Arcus 986. The storyteller kept me entertained throughout the night with his glory tales of Nosferatu, so that I almost forgot my own personal living nightmare. His stories entertain and make for a perfect distraction when smashing golf balls into the abyss just won't suffice. There have been countless tales of vampires, and to be certain, I've read most of them, but to my mind, his are the most chilling. More than once I've woken in a cold sweat with the sense that my tower has been overrun by those horrible creatures with fangs for teeth. Arcus 987. Another incident woke me in the middle of the night, an incredible surge of energy coming to me from an undetermined source. At first, I thought my mind had given way to illusions and wild imaginings until I realized the energy surging through my tower was widening yet another doorway into a lost realm composed of memories from an unremembered civilization lost to time. I approached and stared at the remnants of a war-torn, abandoned city with the eerie cry of a baby echoing in the distance. Just as I made to enter the lost realm, the scintillating doorway shrunk and sizzled out of existence. I soon realized it may very well be possible to explore this old one from my tower with the help of this unique energy and the auras. Arcus 5736. I have seen into the heart of this old one, and I have seen things no mortal eye should see. Things that simultaneously perplex my mind and burden my conscience. With mysterious help I have ripped open reality, searched deep within countless rifts and seen everything tumble helplessly towards chaos and entropy, towards death and madness. And for the briefest moment, I had the ridiculous thought that the mysterious ally helping me could very well be the entity playing its game with me, toying with me as a cat does with a mouse before the claw rips the tiny jugular out, staring out into the endless abyss of black fog. I thought that this person could very well be another form of a trial disguised and designed to feast on all physical energies derived from alienation, boredom, and all those bouts of unremembered insanity. I can't help but feel millions of invisible hooks in my heart and millions of unseen eyes all around me, watching me, waiting for me to tumble towards chaos and madness like everyone else, waiting for my mind to turn against itself. This bastard of an old one wants me to kill myself. I'm sure of it. Or maybe I already have, and maybe I will again, and again, and again, and again, and again. The Hollowed Blight 1. The Night. It is impossible to describe the horrifying scenes I have witnessed. Death and misery, in every shape of terror, rule this place. I can no longer recall how I have come to this place. All I remember is the opaque, milky fumes of opium in the murky den hazing of the sweet, welcoming abyss. I awoke to dreadful screams in this endless night, at the feet of an old tree that leaked foul-smelling fluids. I know not how to reach these poor souls, nor do I want to. Keeping a record is all I can do to make sense of it. 2. Vigo. I discovered a hidden laboratory while running away from a monster. Its stocks are uncommonly plentiful. I observed shelves of alkaloids, crates of silver syringes, piles of protective clothing, and a journal signed Vigo. Its pages are filled with notes on an ancient force that controls the nature of this place, that shapes it. I also noted a few drawings of the growing cankers I've seen on trees. 3. The Blight. I have been obsessively deciphering Vigo's journal. His work is elegant but erratic, drawing obscure conclusions from disjointed fields. Most entities mention a powerful force, the entity, which undergoes a purge that occurs once a year. During this period, the entity is infested with blight. According to Vigo, cankers bloom into pustulus, a type of flower that spurts putrid nectar, the thick fluid I saw oozing from the trees. The last pages of the journal mention a serum distilled from the nectar, but the pages detailing its effects and preparation were torn out. 4. Wounded. I'm hiding in a dense strip of forest. I'm desperate to erase the distressful images engraved on my mind. Last night, a disfigured man burst into the laboratory with a gruesome, mechanical mouth and shred the walls into splinters. I barely escaped with my life, and wounded my arm in the process. I have no options left. These monsters find me no matter where I go. All I have is a journal filled with obscure promises of escape. I will return to the laboratory. 5. Experiment. I'm close to death. I can feel it. When I returned to the laboratory, I started experimenting with the putrid nectar and distilled it into a foul serum. But I made a terrible mistake. I injected the serum into a dead rodent, whose pupils dilated and its body shook. I tried to restrain it, but the creature bit into my arm, ripping my wound open again. I stopped the bleeding, but I fear the damage is done. 6. Experiment 2. I awoke to a terrible cry booming from the cellar and a violent bout of nausea. Through the vile ordeal, I started to recollect what had happened. Tainted with the foul serum, my wound had swollen with lump, at which point my assailant returned. Most of our fight was a blur, but I can recall red tears trickling down his gruesome cheeks as I clawed at his face, and some moment later when I kicked him, sending him crashing into a brick wall. The power I felt then, there are no words for it. I now know there is truth to Vigo's methods. Another cry. My assailant, now chained in the cellar, must be getting restless. This is just the beginning. 7. The Peak. I should have foreseen his escape, given the potent dosage I administered him, but I needed to see results. Pustula flowers are now blooming on the path leading to the laboratory. According to Vigo's journal, this rapid spread is a sign the blight is at its peak. Soon, there'll be no more putrid nectar to extract. 8. Exhausted. I slept very little. The acute throbbing in my wounds sent me on a restless, agitated drowse. I have no strength left to be patient, and my distress fosters brutal methods. There are no lines I will not cross. 9. Restless. I limited my rest to only a few minutes here and there. I cannot afford wasting time. Pustulus, once lush with nectar, were withering away at the roots of concurrus trees. I could only extract droplets from a few frail flowers. I'm running out of time. 10. At last. Based on Vigo's calculations, tonight is my last chance. I filled a syringe with the last drops of serum and injected it into my arm. 11. The end. I did everything right and failed. I am stuck in this infernal place with no serum and nowhere to hide. 12. Vigo 2. I looked for Vigo. I shouted his name with no concern for the monsters lurking about. I need to find him. I picture the scene, etching a canvas of wild lines in my mind, focusing on the moon, and I know something is off. I fed the dead rodent under my pillow. 13. Pray. Soon, very soon, I will be at peace. The cold claws of death are drawing near. It's here. The entity is here. It has found me. Talbot Grimes. Doors unknown. Memory 1752. In the vast deserts of rubble and crumbling columns, he sees a flower. A single flower. He shambles through the ruins and extends his hand into a blurry image. Stem and petals disintegrate before its touch. An illusion. He looks up and there, another flower. He rushes towards it as the ground beneath his feet shatters. Endlessly he falls through the remnants of lost and forgotten realms. He wants it to stop. He can't take the rush of hot air and the feeling of his organs rising into his mouth. He hits the ground. Ribs jut out of his chest. Jagged bones rip through his fetid skin. Where am I? What is this place? He is in a half-remembered laboratory. He sees an emblem. The company. He remembers the walls. The opium walls. He remembers the prisoners and the experiments and his endless search for doorways into other realms. He found them. Just not the way he thought he would. Warm blood pools around him as thousands of decaying prisoners and company fatigues grab and claw at him. This isn't happening. It can't be happening. You're dead. You're all dead. He closes his eyes. A collective roar and the prisoners lift him over their heads and toss his broken body into a lightless dungeon. Dark, cold, lonely. He shivers and begs. One more flower. I'll do anything. Just give me one more flower. Memory 1753. Power is in the mind. The eye of the mind, as the mystics called it. The eye that lets us dream and visualize is more than what we think it is. Much more. It is a key and it opens doorways. Endless doors. And the key is a secretion. A sacred secretion like a drug to travel within the endless worlds. Within the swirling chaos that is an infinite life. Blasphemy. Take your ideas out of this school. They belong to the devil. He takes his ideas to the company and says the secretion is better than opium. He tells them there is no experience like it, and he calls it the dragon's doorway. Makes them high from the poppy seam like cough syrup. He remembers the mystics, the unknown mystics, mystics who chant hymns in the hope they will die with the right vibration. Right vibration? What does it mean to die with the right vibration? It means they believe different vibrations open different doorways to realms unknown. Death opens the doorway, and the dragon carries you away. The company is interested. How would you harvest such an opioid if it's only secreted upon death? I'll find a way. And he does. Only they find him before he can complete his life's work. He vaguely remembers being bludgeoned to death and thrown in a mass grave of corrupting bodies. And he remembers being saved by 9 mystics in thick, dark tunics. Where are the 9 now? What have they done with my research? Why did they try to stop me? Questions. So many questions. Where is my flower? In your mind. He thrusts his fingers into his sockets and tears out his eyes and digs deep into his head. Searching for a flower. One flower. Memory 1754. Even with no eyes, he can see. It doesn't make any sense. He clambers about the muck and grime. He slips and falls and suddenly realizes he's climbing over a heap of rotting prisoners and addicts. He pushes through as the groveling men and women beg for more opioids. for tea, for syrup, for opium-laced candies. They make ridiculous promises. Take my house, my money, my children. Take everything. Give me more, just a little more. They sound like him. He pushes through a blur of faces he vaguely recollects. Lives ruined, shattered, destroyed. Wasn't his fault. He hears a disembodied voice.
Kill them all, and a flower you will have.
He stares down at the agonizing men and women and withdraws his cane. Smashes through limbs and skulls furiously. Heads burst open like watermelons. Bones break like dry sticks. He doesn't stop until he stands atop a mountain of flesh, vomit, and gore. Where is it? Where's my flower? Find it. He falls to his knees and digs through the thick sludge of mangled humanity to search for a flower. Finds one. But just as he touches the flower, it withers away and disappears along with the remnants of his past. Memory 1755. Talbot. My name is Talbot. He remembers his name as he stares at the 9 hooded figures approaching him. He stumbles over a crumbling pillar with strange symbols written in a language he half remembers. He remembers the school, the secret school, and the mystics and the arcane knowledge they were protecting. He was getting too close and he wasn't ready. Humanity wasn't ready. Knowledge about wisdom leads to self-destruction. He doesn't care about any of that. You condemned me. You all condemned me. Left me to wither away. A hooded figure approaches him. You condemned yourself, Talbot. You condemned yourself. The 9 hooded figures disappear as a massive dragon bursts through the ground and peers down at him with dead, black eyes. The hideousness of its face transcends anything he's ever read about, seen, or imagined. An ancient evil quickened with dark life. Talbot remembers in a fog of madness that envelops him. The ancient beast lashes out at him, snatches him in its talons and swallows him whole. Mingled saliva and acid rips through his tunic and burns his skin to the bone. With screams of agony, he slowly disintegrates in a belly full of putrid, rotting death, watching his body and limbs melt into a gory, endless mess. Memory 1756. Talbot wakens in a mass graveyard of skeletons and decaying prisoners of the company. He blinks and shakes muck from his hollowed eyes. He vomits everything in his guts and doesn't understand what's happening to him. Nothing makes sense except for his hunger. Please, I will do anything. Give me what I ask and I am yours. Give it to me. I need it. Vines suddenly burst through the decaying bodies and surround him. Flowers grow and bloom in all their glory. Beautiful golden serum drips like honey wherever his eye can see. He approaches one slowly and is scared to touch it. He extends his hand and touches the flower and it doesn't wither away. He touches another and another. Nothing happens. He goes to grab the flower, but instead, the flower grabs him. Vines like tentacles burst out and wrap around him and rip through his veins. 9 hooded figures approach him with disapproving looks. Knowledge about wisdom leads to self-destruction. They inch up to him. Be careful what you wish for, Talbot. Be careful what you wish for. Nia Carson, rebel with a cause. Memory 683. Nia skates over to Fall City Park, searching for her friend Casey but doesn't find her. She skates to her home, and her mother says she's in the Narrows handing out water bottles with a grassroots organization calling themselves Life Drop. Life Drop? The Narrows? What's Casey gotten herself into this time? You know Casey? Probably some Save the Bees organization that just doesn't understand the way the world works. No such thing as the American dream anymore. Only the corporate dream and the corporate dream and the American dream aren't the same thing. She's read about the Narrows, supposed to be the poorest and the most polluted district in Falls City. Maybe it's because it's the poorest that it's also the most polluted. Maybe it's because of corrupted yet legal policies against those who can't afford the big lawyers to change or challenge the corrupt policy. Proper mills, car factories, toxic waste facilities, all dumping on the land and water. A few politicians set the dollar price to poison the environment, and an entire community of blue-collar workers pay the price. The ultimate price. With their health and lives. Nothing new. Same old, same old. The fat cats and bureaucrats keep doing it because they can. So as long as there's money to be made in poisoning the world, someone will be there to make it. That's everywhere. Every city she's ever read about. And Falls City ain't no exception. She used to care. But then there was too much to care about. And so she decided it was easier not to care anymore. Funny how that happened. All she cares about now is skateboarding and finding the impossible place to tag. Maybe she'll find something to tag in the Narrows. She skates down the streets following Upper Falls River toward the poorest and the most polluted district in Falls City. Memory 684. What are you and the mums doing? Nia approaches Casey and several middle-aged women handing out water bottles and cases to local residents. Casey turns to Nia. What are we doing? Anything we can to help. Nia laughs and nudges Casey. Let's go to the park. Casey nudges her back. Not today, Nia. This is important. Another day. Nia watches Casey and the other women handing out water to the poor. How many kids at home? 3? Okay. Here's a dozen bottles. 4? Okay. Take an extra container. When is that water going to be safe? The hell if I know. Is it dangerous to shower? To do the laundry? How bad is the water? Pretty bad. The water is killing our children. We need a center to treat the poisoned. Nia listens to all the talk with horror and disbelief. She's never really had to think about something as basic and essential as water. And now? She's thinking about water. Polluted water. And the poor in her city. They're saying it's the worst case of Minamata disease in the country. She doesn't know what that is. Minamata. But it sounds bad. Real bad. What's Minamata? Casey looks upset or disturbed as she hands out another container of fresh water to a resident. It's what happens when people are poisoned with mercury. Nia sighs, feels for the residents, but knows shit happens and there's just not much she can do about it. We can't save the world, Casey. What's a few containers of bottled water gonna do? Casey freezes and gives Nia a look she doesn't quite understand. It's a moment before she responds. Yeah, well, maybe we can't save the world, Nia, but we can sure as hell make it a little bit better, and that's good enough for me. Memory 685. Can't save the world, but we can make it a little bit better, and that's good enough for me. Nia thought about Casey's response the entire night as she researched the horrors of the Minamata disease. Deterioration of motor skills, walking and speaking degenerate, random convulsions, paralysis, children born with twisted limbs, all permanent side effects of mercury poison. Mayor cut a deal with a beverage company. They rerouted good, healthy water from a clean lake for a bottled water facility that brought the rights to the water and connected the Narrows to the old river system. They thought no one would notice. They thought it wouldn't be that bad. They thought wrong. When mothers began losing their unborn children, and everyone began to lose their hair, 50,000 residents began to notice. They noticed. They complained. But no one did a thing. Business as usual. Nia takes a deep breath and releases it slowly. She never really had to think about water, and now that's all she's thinking about. Memory 686. Come see this creepy, abandoned facility I just tagged. Casey shrugs. I have no time for your ego. Ego? What are you talking about? Casey shakes her head. Big deal, Nia. Your name on a ruined wall, or whatever. Who cares? Why not stand for something? Say something. All that time and energy just to say you tagged a scary place? Whoopee. Big fucking deal. Nia scrunches her face. She feels under attack. What's going on with you? And Casey shrugs. I don't know. If you'd at least piss off a tyrant, you would have done something with your art, if that's what you want to call it. Nia doesn't say anything. She doesn't want to say anything. She takes her board and heads down to the Narrows. She stares at the overgrown and abandoned facilities lining the river. They came. They profited. They left. It's so stupid and it's so simple. You poison the water, you die. No money or power or law will change that. Memory 687. The Zyder production mill. That's where I'll do it. They dumped crap in the river for years, destroying the camping and fishing industry all over the country. 20 years later, the Narrow dies a slow, agonizing death, and there's no justice, and there will probably never will be. There isn't even an investigation or a hospital or a center to treat the poisoned. The Environment Agency says everything's fine, but it isn't. It really isn't. No one wants to say it's mercury poisoning. To admit to mercury poison is to admit fault. To admit fault is to help the Narrows and pay for a cleanup. The city doesn't want a lawsuit. No one is moving or doing anything, and yet, children are suffering and dying. Children are suffering and dying, and no one is doing anything. And Nia can't stop thinking about them. Takes a special kind of evil to poison children. Something about the whole thing makes her want to get involved. Real involved. Like her friend Casey. Maybe she should tag those so-called public servants who only serve themselves. Memory 688. Nia skates to the side wall of the bottle factory. They make glass and plastic bottles for fresh water and dump their chemicals and poisons in the river. How fucking stupid is this place? How stupid is the city and that blasted mayor to allow such a thing? She searches for the perfect spot, the perfect surface to tag. She sees a spot high up in the open. That should annoy them. She sneaks to the front door, sees a camera, spray paints the lens of camera, begins to tag the wall. They poison water to provide bottles for good water? Absurd. Ridiculous. Unbelievable. Nia finishes her good work with time and paint to spare. She searches the premise and finds a large white garage door. Smiles. Perfect. She'll tag her name nice and big for everyone to see. That ought to piss off a tyrant, as Casey says. The course is actually getting to Nia, and she wishes her art would piss off the factory and the city enough for them to clean up the river. Wishful thinking. They came. They profited. They left. Left an entire community poisoned. And gotta be laws against that, and maybe even a death sentence for those who knowingly poison children. Memory 689. So you tagged their building. Big deal. Means nothing. You got your name out there. That's what you did. But what does that name stand for? Nia doesn't know how to respond to Casey. She's never really attached a message to her street name like others. It's just not something she'd thought she'd ever do. It's not about a message. It's about art. Casey says art is the message. Art is rebellion. Some call it preaching. Who said that? Who made that up? The corporations, Nia. Of course they did. Get artists scared of using their art, of saying anything against their abuse, and they'll win. Centuries ago, artists protested tyrant kings, and those tyrants did all they could to own or stifle their art through the fear or poverty or fear of death. Nia, kings still exist. They do, just in different ways. Today the kings are CEOs, and their kingdoms are corporations, and some are good kings and others not so good. and the not-so-good ones have found other ways to keep artists in line. Scare them in school, and tell them not to make a statement. Tell them to stand for something, appeal to all, just entertain. Entertain and inspire, but don't say anything. Don't be political. Nia, everything is political. Not to say something is to say something. Turning your back and ignoring corruption is a choice. A political choice of indifference. Nia sighs. She doesn't know. She's not so sure. She's never really done it before like the others. It's always kind of rubbed her the wrong way. Casey scoffs at her tag. Stand up for something or stand for nothing. Your choice as an artist. Your political choice. Memory 690. Come with me. Casey jumps on her board and leads Nia into the Narrows. She leads her to a home where her father helps his son eat food in his bed. He's only 11. Never had a chance. The only mistake was trusting those who were supposed to protect him. He's dying. Mercury poisoning. Before, people in the Narrows died of natural causes. Now it's all mercury poisoning. Casey sighs and shakes her head. You sign your tag over the culprit's garage door, and all you've done is advertise your street name. I heard your bullshit about not using your tag for a cause. What's the use of a tag then? What's the use of a voice if you aren't gonna say anything, aren't gonna stand up for something? Art is an act of defiance, not an act of profit, not an act of fame. Say something, Nia. Let the world know what's in your heart. Someone just might listen and do something. Lend your voice to the voiceless. Not a rebel without a cause. Rebel with a cause. Memory 691. Nia thinks about what Casey said as she lies in bed, staring at a glass of water. Casey's right. And Nia remembers a time when she wanted to say so much as a street artist. Somehow that got stamped out of her. She tries to remember how it got stamped out of her. The only thing she can think about is school. No messages, no politics, nothing. Just inspire and entertain. Yet corporations have messages and politics. Politics of selling. She remembers being told not to use art for politics. Yet who does that benefit? Kings. Tyrant kings trying to own voices or stifle voices by creating an inner self editor that begins in school. Keep politics out of it. Keep politics out of it? Everything is politics. Even the act of trying to stay out of politics. Politics. Fucking politics. Fucking corrupt mayor. Bastard didn't just switch good water for poison water. He sold the good water to a corporate king. Absurd. Ridiculous. Unbelievable. She never heard of such a thing. No one should own the rights to water. No one. Water belongs to everyone. To all living things. Nia stares at a spray paint can on her dresser. She thinks of something to say. Something to make people stop and take notice. For the first time in a long time. She doesn't care if it's a message or a political statement. Screw her high school art teacher who made her feel insecure about making statements with her creations. Water is health. Water is strength. Water is a human right. Water is a human right. A basic human right. Memory 692. Nia is amazed at how many poor communities shower, bathe, cook and do their laundry in poisoned water because a few kings brought the rights to their good water. It's absurd, ridiculous, unbelievable. She's never felt so involved in a cause before, and she likes the feeling. Possibly her first course in school tried to stifle her voice, with fear of making mistakes, of saying something, of having a message, of going against the corporate dream. Not the American dream, the corporate dream. Nia surfs the net and reads about the kings and their scramble for fresh water all over the world. She's happy to read it's not going so well. In every country where these tyrant kings tried to own fresh water, They were kicked out by the people. Yet, these stories are difficult to find. Kings losing battles to peasants is rarely breaking the news or news at all. Almost like the kings want to make sure no one gets inspired to fight against them, as they desperately scramble to buy up all the water they didn't poison. They want it all. They want to sell it, and they don't want peasants getting in their way. Water is everything. Owning water is like owning life. Owning water is deciding who lives or dies. And that's what the kings and the mayor did in Falls City. They condemned and poisoned an entire community, and did nothing to help them. And did nothing. Nia hopes in a higher justice, one that can't be owned or bribed. And she swears she'll turn the mayor's new luxury car into a work of rebellion. Can't change the world, but you can make it a little bit better. A little bit better. That's enough for her. Max Thompson Jr., a man named Boy. Memory free 728. In the darkness of his cell, he hears footsteps approaching. He hears laughter and gossip. His father with others. He's not sure who he's with. He puts an ear to the door and hears a laugh. A deep, guttural laugh. He feels his skin crawl and his stomach twist in knots. It can only be Chief. He hates Chief. Especially when he's with Pa. They make him do all kinds of things for fun and laughs. His Pa brags about his killing tool, as he often calls him. More laughter. Other voices. Chief brought some deputies to enjoy the show. He wants to smash them all to bits to make them stop laughing. Everyone laughs at him. The whole world laughs at him. He grinds his teeth with frustration. They aren't supposed to laugh. They're supposed to protect him, and he knows it. He's seen it on his TV. The only thing that calms him and keeps him company when he's done his work. TV is something special. The friend and parent he never had. But Chief ain't like those on TV. He's another kind of chief of police. The kind that works with Pa to clean money. He doesn't even know what that means, but he overheard them by the pigpen talking about cleaning a whole load of money and sharing that load with a judge and other men of the law. They clean money together. That's why Chief lets Pa and Ma do whatever they want to him. Chief is crooked. His Pa always says, crooked like his boy's face. The laughter grows louder. They approach his brick dungeon and he shivers at the thought of more slaughter. He's tired of killing to make a few deputies laugh. Real tired. He feels his blood boiling, feels it rushing through his neck, feels it pushing up his face like it wants to burst through his skull. A sudden high-pitched whistle noise fills his ears. He hits his head over and over again until the whining stops. Silence returns, for a moment, just a moment, and then a chain rattles. Bolts snap loudly as he loses balance and falls back to his hunches. The door opens, filling his brick cell with blinding sunlight. He covers his eyes with his arm. His Pa steps inside, grabs him, and yanks him to his feet. Come on, boy. Let's show these deputies your worth. Memory free 729. In the sweltering maw, he stares at the blood dripping from his hammer, feeling as though he were in a dream. Strange, weird, unhinged. No, not a dream. More like he's living in a TV show, watching himself from a distance. Slaughtered cows thick and wet all around him, 7 or 8 of them writhing helplessly and warm, coagulating blood. Heads cracked open, brain and gore spilling out. Flies buzzing around him, buzzing in his face, buzzing in his ears, telling him this slaughter is who he is. This senseless slaughter is his worth, his only worth. Kill. That's what they love to watch you do. Kill, kill, kill. The flies are laughing at him, laughing with Chief and his deputies, telling him he is so useless. He don't even have a name. Boy, what kind of name is that? His pa shoves him towards another cow. "You ain't done yet." Boy raises his hammer and shakes blood from his eyes. He feels strange, weird, unhinged, fed up. He's had enough of this life, the cell, shoveling manure, slaughter, endless slaughter, and taking care of those pigs, those praised pigs. Pigs give him more love by his parents than he ever got. The flies circle his face and laugh at him. The high-pitched whining returns. The pigs got names and you didn't, Duke and Danny. He swats at the flies. Pa nudges him. "Come on, boy. Show him what you can do with that hammer." Boy. That's what Pa calls him. Boy. That's what Ma calls him. They think he's too dumb to know he doesn't have a name. A real name. He knows. All his life he knew. He knew and imagined himself as Max. Max Thompson. Imagined his pa was so proud of him that he gave him his name. How he dreamed to have his father's name. How he dreamed. Pa shoves him. "Come on, show him. Show him now, boy." Boy feels his face fill with blood. His veins swell with fury. His temples throb maddeningly. The next moments are a blur. Blood and screams everywhere. Not bovine, human. The whining begins again and he's confused, searching for his pa but not finding him. The whining stops and everything is muffled. He turns to see Chief charging at him. "What have you done?" Boy doesn't really hear him. It's like when Ma held his head in a bucket of water to teach him not to call or cry for her when he was a child. Everything's muffled, distorted, surreal. Chief tackles him and grabs the gory hammer out of his hand. "You killed them. Your pa. Jim. Don. Ray. My men. My fucking men." Boy pushes Chief off and tumbles out of the barn, drenched in blood, heading towards the main house, screaming for his ma in the growing dusk. Memory freeze 730. Ma sobs on the ground with a mouth full of cracked teeth. Boy lifts her with one arm and a flood of inarticulate words rush out of his mouth. Words he only understands. Words the TV taught him. He wants to know his name, his real name. And she just stares at him, confused, lost, desperate. She gargles blood and chips of tooth slip down the side of her face as she begs for her life. Even if she understood what he was saying, she could tell him nothing. My name. What's my name? Boy slams his ma against the ground again and again. He lifts her over his head and hurdles her against the kitchen table. It breaks under her weight. Blood gushes from a wound in her leg. She loses consciousness. He feels bad and holds her limp body. Why? Why do you hate me? What did I do to make you both hate me so much? Her face is both beautiful and hideous at the same time. Evil, veiled by beauty. He hugs her, harder and harder, wishing everything would have been different. Wishing he were one of those damn pigs. They spoiled them with love, affection, and time. All that time they spent with Duke and Donnie, while he groveled nameless and alone in a dungeon built just for him. He tries to lift her, but slips in a pool of her blood. She struggles in his embrace. Every time he asks the question, he squeezes her tighter and tighter. My name. What's my name? Her struggles cease once she jerks spasmodically. Tense arms with legs go limp. He releases her slowly. Her head thumps hard in a puddle of blood. She stares upwards with blue, vacant eyes. Beautiful blue vacant eyes. Eyes that only saw a monster, a thing, a beast of burden to work the farm. Never a son, never her son. He hates those eyes. Those hurtful eyes. He rips them out and squeezes. They pop like bovine eyes. He smiles. and doesn't really know why he's smiling. He wipes blood off his face and likes the mushy feeling in his hands. He hears a foot pound the floor behind him. Chief suddenly rushes into the kitchen. "I'm gonna smash your head with your own goddamn hammer." But as he lifts the hammer, he slips in an inch of warm blood. Boy panics and rushes outside into the darkening woods, with Chief screaming and cursing and bullets whipping by him. Memory free 731. Boy doesn't know how long he's been running, but he's tired. He hears Chief yelling and hollering after him in the distance. Says he'll regret the day he told his parents to keep him as a farmhand. Says he told Ma and Pa that a monster kid would make a damn good worker. Says other things too. Things Boy doesn't want to hear. Your parents tried to kill you. Let a pot of boiling water spill over you. Told us you were a clumsy child. They says you pulled the pot down from the stove. But I knew better. I seen right through 'em. Too embarrassed of their deformed kid that they poured scalding water over him. Tried to kill you. Tried to make it look like an accident. Boy covers his ears. Flies buzz about, laughing. He doesn't want to hear this. A high-pitched ringing echoes through his mind. Stop, stop, stop. But it won't stop. He knows he's the only one that can hear the whining and the laughing flies. He knows he hears things. He knows his pa hurt him, hurt his head, screamed too loud in his ear when he was a baby, screamed mean things. Mean things like he wishes Ma's belly cord strangled him completely and not just halfway. He takes a moment to gather himself. He hears other voices. Chief called in more deputies. Doesn't matter. Let them all come. They all deserve to pay for doing nothing, while his Ma and Pa made him suffer. Memory free 732. Boy squeezes the neck so tight, screams quickly fade into pathetic whimpers. It's easier to kill a man than a cow. Only a man makes much more of fuss. Boy stares into the deputy's panicking eyes and knows this one. Knows him well. This one laughed at him many times, laughed at him when he should have helped him. Who's laughing now? Didn't you watch TV? The police are supposed to help, not hurt. Laugh at me now. Boy lifts him off his feet and pounds the back of his head against the tree, over and over again. Laugh now, laugh now, laugh, laugh, laugh. The skull splits open like a melon, and brain mass hangs from one side. Boy releases him, and the dying deputy can barely keep his balance. He toddles left and right and steps in front of Boy. For a moment, he stares at him as though seeing something more than a tool or a freak show. Something smarter than a mule, smarter and deadlier. The deputy seems lost and confused, like a mindless zombie on TV. The trembling, confused deputy shuffles forward, feeling his wet, mushy head. Boy moves to the side to let him pass and stares at his good work, stares at the gore dripping from his skull like putty, watches him stagger left and right in the moonlight. If he were a cow, he would end his suffering. But he's not a cow. He's something else. Something vile and corrupt. Boy watches him disappear in the shadows. He stares at the darkness until he hears a thud. A strange feeling fills his heart and he laughs. It feels good to fight back and show them his worth. His real worth. Memory free 733. Boy hears Chief searching frantically for him. He sits still by a tree covered by brambles, squeezing a handful of deputy brain. It's got the same texture as cow brain. He probably couldn't tell the difference if he had a lump in each hand. He squeezes and likes the feeling. It soothes him, calms him, relieves his anxiety. His thoughts wander to his favorite TV show. Ma and Pa let him have a TV to shut him up. They got tired of him smashing the wall and crying for them. Nothing worked. Not the gag or the rope that he always managed to get out of. Only the TV. TV was better than any constraint. It kept him sitting down, passive, complacent, and quiet. Ma said it hypnotized him, and that was a good thing. The TV showed Boy so many things. Showed him how different his life was from other children. Showed him what parents should have been like. He wishes his parents were more like Clark's parents. They made a hero out of their son just by being good to him and raising him right. They took good care of him and he wasn't even theirs. Or the other parents. The parents of that other boy, Beaver. He had a good family, but he wasn't like them. He wasn't like Clark or Beaver. He came into the world hurt, deformed and weak like a runt. His pa told him he had wanted to stuff him in a bag with rocks and throw him in the lake. Tough love, tough life, tough everything. He hears deputies shouting in the distance. Boy feels scared and does what he usually does in his brick cell. He closes his eyes and thinks of Clark and waits for the greatest of all heroes to save him. He never comes, and it's not like the TV. He's always there to save the day. He's always there to help those who need help. But TV ain't reality and he's alone. He's alone because he was born a crooked little beast. Boy opens his eyes and stares at the gory lump in his hand. Doesn't matter. Enough waiting. He's his own kind of hero today. Memory free 734. Chief screams his anger. Found bits and pieces of another deputy. Boy is picking them off like cattle in a barnyard. Chief swears to hell and beyond he'll make him pay. Make me pay. Me. You're the one who's going to pay for letting me rot in the cell for all those years. Chief calms down and calls someone. Tells them to bring the dogs. Bring them. Won't make a difference. No matter what, he ain't ever going back to that cell. Or any other cell for that matter. He'll die 1,000 deaths before they ever lock him up again. He wants to rush out of the darkness and grab him. But something tells him that's exactly what Chief wants. He's trying to lure him with hurtful words. Boy sits in the shadows and stirs the dry leaves with one hand. He sees a deputy approaching with a flashlight. He grabs a thick branch and slowly raises it inches towards him. A hair springs in the air and bounds away. The deputy trains the flashlight on the rodent. He releases an anxious breath just as Boy swings the branch like Babe Ruth. Head and neck are smashed open and the dark contents splatter on the tree and ground. Yet the deputy doesn't fall. He stumbles here and there with his smashed head, barely hanging by sinew and flesh. His hands desperately reaching out and feeling the cool night air. Reminds Boy of a decapitated chicken fluttering about the yard searching for its head. Boy smiles and feels liberated. He laughs to himself. Another deputy made clean. His pa cleaned Chief's money, now Boy cleans his deputies. Like father, like son. He thinks of Chief and loses a smile. He could have helped him. All of those years. He could have helped him. Memory free 735. Boy, you want to know your name? I knows it. Come out and I'll whisper it in your useless mangled ear. Chief's playing games with him and he ain't gonna be fished. Chief swears he's going to hurt him all night and he's got the dogs coming. Dogs that can track a cricket fart in a pile of manure. Boy didn't even know crickets farted. He learned a lot of things on TV, but never that. The thought of a cricket farting makes Boy smile. He likes smiling. He crawls closer to the police crew. 2 men are on the hunt with Chief, but he doesn't see any dogs. He figures he best take them down before the dogs arrive. He's seen police dogs on TV. They can sniff out anything. These deputies seem angrier than the last. He's not sure if it's because he felt they're friends, or if he ended their cleaning racket with his pa. Maybe both. He just gets the sense if they catch him, they'll make him suffer and squeal like a pig. Those pigs. Those damn pigs they love so much. Why did they have to love them so much and him so little? Had they treated him like those pigs, he would have been happy. He would have been happy and he would have been something else. He would have been a hero, like that boy who wore a cape and helped the world all because of how his ma and pa raised him. Memory 3736. Boy creeps up behind two deputies he can barely make out in the moonlight. He slowly raises a pointy branch, leaps out, knocks one on the head and thrusts the branch through the mouth of the other before he can yell for help. He stares down at the blood, gashing out like a geyser. Reminds him of a scene in a cowboy movie. He approaches the other deputy. The deputy turns and grabs Boy. They roll over the crunching leaves and fallen branches, exchanging blows. Boy manages to wrap his arm around his neck and squeezes. Legs thrash wildly here and there. Boy squeezes until they stop at once. He hears Chief calling back his deputies. He tells them to come back, says the dogs have arrived. Boy retreats into the bramble and shadows. He closes his eyes and imagines a different life for himself. He's the beaver boy, sitting at a table, eating a wholesome meal with his pa and ma, and they're asking about his day. Then everything changes when he speaks. The sound upsets his ma. She beats him across the head, holds him down and pours hot sauce down his throat and tells him to never speak again. His pa grabs him and gives him a lashing with his belt. His eyes spring open. Everything could have been different had he not been born a monster. Born a monster. Monsters aren't born. They're made. Made in a crucible of hate, cruelty, and abuse. Hot sauce and belts? That's the stuff of monsters. Memory 3737. Your pa says you want to know your name. Stop running and I'll tell you your fucking name. Boy stops running. The barking of dogs grows louder and louder. He turns towards Chief's voice and sees moonlight daping through the branches and leaves. He shifts about in silence, not sure what to do. Chief's voice grows louder. Your pa gave you a name before he realized you were a crooked freak of fucking nature. Your name shamed him. That's why he hides you. You want to know your name? Come out with your hands up and I'll tell you. Before Boy realizes what's happening, a dog rushes out of the darkness and attacks his arm with a vicious mouth of sharp teeth and dripping slobber. Boy wheels towards a vague, fast-moving shadow that grabs his wrist before the hammer crushes down on its head. He throws the dog against a tree. He's never felt such strength, such power, such resolve. I have a name. He shakes the wrist and the hammer falls with a thud in the gloom below. Boy wrestles Chief to the ground. Chief pulls out a knife. Boy grabs Chief's wrist and forces him to plunge it in his own belly. See my worth now, Chief? See my worth? Chief pulls the bloody knife out, but Boy doesn't give him a chance to react. He plunges his hand into his warm gut and squeezes something he doesn't quite recognize. Chief shrieks in agony. Son of a bitch! The dogs leap at Boy and rips him off Chief before he can do more damage. Boy smashes the dogs to the ground and searches for his hammer to finish his good work. The dogs slowly rouse and bark. He grabs a branch, smashes them hard and charges away before they attack again. He runs for what feels like forever through the cold, dark woods and heads towards the farm, towards the house where he always should have lived. It's still not too late. There are secret rooms in the basement, rooms where his pa hid his money and where his pa and ma could hurt him without anyone hearing his screams. He bets he could hide there a long time before anyone ever found him. He bets it would be real cozy, especially with his TV. And he bets he'll find his name, his real name, in his pa's stuff. But not before he cooks himself some bacon. Some prized bacon. The Observer, Sinitas Alionis, Arcus, 7525. It's hard to say what came over me, and I can hardly recollect the last few hours, perhaps even days. I awoke with several empty whiskey bottles and dead bodies spewed across the roof. Not too far from the scene was my gory 9-iron and a phonograph playing a solemn French song about a life in a city I will never truly know. I turned the bodies over one by one and they vaguely resembled those who had forsaken me to this infernal place. I must have conjured them and destroyed them in the same evening. But with a 9-iron? I imagined far worse fates for them. I even have a journal devoted to dark and creative ideas on how I might actually, one day, make them pay for their corruption and impudence. Arcus 337. At first glance, the endless bloodshed seemed to be an act to satisfy some destructive instinct within the entity. This seems to me a reductionist distortion of something more sophisticated, something more intricate, something even scared. Beyond the horror, the shedding of blood and the very real appearance of death puts us in touch with life and can be an intoxicating and highly addictive experience on the deepest and most archaic levels. When our blood, or our life force, is offered to the entity, it can be seen as a gift that is soon returned to us so that the horror may continue again and again. The world constantly chants with life and death and life. The circulation of blood through an old one from heart to body, to kidney, back to the heart again to be purified and begin anew. Arcus 1007. A new doorway has opened. For how long? I'm not sure, nor have I ever been right even with my best guesses. Through the door of my study and into a lost and forgotten realm. Mass-grown, stone homes with doorways barricaded with wagons, planks of wood, and decaying corpses tangled in barbed wire. I walk by the homes gazing at the residual memories of soldiers killing villagers with swords for no other reason than the thrill of it. I can't make out which era of terror world this realm is from. I search the realm for hints of how one may open an actual doorway back home. Somewhere in these memories and forgotten realms is the answer to my salvation. But which ones? Which ones indeed? Arcus 2217. I have uncovered to my amazement and bewilderment memories of Claudette that are unlike any of those I have previously experienced. One might even say they should not belong to her, and yet they are hers. I surmise these memories may belong to another Claudette from another terror world, suggesting that this old one may have a clear preference at the cosmic buffet for certain souls. It will take more samples of these memories to know if they are in fact from another Claudette, or if, and it is possible, I am having troubles deciphering between her actual memories and her creative musings. Arcus 8557. I tremble as I scribble this down. Squid-like creatures difficult to describe attempted to penetrate my tower, trying to destroy my study and tools to explore and manifest. I held them off for as long as I could, then taking the auras and other valuables, I rushed through a doorway and hid in a lost realm. When I returned, the tower was upside down, my study completely ransacked. The creatures lay dead on the floor with black, putrid blood leaking out of them, and the smell of decaying fish was everywhere. What are these creatures and who is sending them if not this brutish monster of an old one? I spent hours cursing and throwing these fetid carcasses out of my window and back into the abyss. Arcus 5738. An odd impulse caused me to climb to the roof and light a signal candle in the pitch blackness of it all. When the candle extinguished, I thrust myself off the roof and plunged to my certain death, but somehow ended up back in my bed as though I was waking up from a nightmare. I don't know what I was thinking, but what this has shown me is death is not an escape. Arcus 1275. I have often wondered if those trapped here have ever paused to reflect upon the inexplicable significance of this world that defies not only time and space, but death. A world made of memories that is neither consistent or constant, something akin to a collective dream made of the collective memories and beliefs of its inhabitants. Sometimes I wonder, if not all worlds were like this in some respect, and that reality is what we in fact dream it to be or believe it to be. Arcus 8545. I was woken mid-slumber by a delirium of shrieks and destruction, so I rushed to the closest window to see only the endless black fog swirling outside. Things in the fog were coming to life and dying simultaneously, as though the entity were sick or in some kind of shock. Creatures roared and fought and tore each other apart somewhere in the raging abyss, and it was both entertaining and unsettling. I grabbed a 9-iron and held it at the ready, waiting for some apparition to attack me. But within moments, it was all over, and I couldn't sleep, and so I took the edge off with a little whiskey and a gulp on the roof, the whole while cursing this blasted old one and hoping what I had just experienced was nothing more than cosmic indigestion. Arcus 8789. There are dead bodies in my study and I have no recollection of the last few days. The bodies have been flayed from head to toe and the faces have been beaten to an unrecognizable pulp. I dragged them to the window and thrust them out into the abyss, wondering who they were and why they were in my tower. Did I manifest them? Did I create them for company? Or did they come from somewhere else? Had I been the one who butchered them? Had I lost myself so deeply in a memory that I became someone else for a short time? Perhaps they are not my creations, but apparitions from the fog sent by the entity, like the creatures I hear lurking about in the fog now and then. Arcus 5798. Incidents don't make sense anymore. Nothing does. Everything is a chaotic blur of unreal aspirations and jumbled memories. I can barely recognize my own thoughts or distinguish my memories from those I've been studying. Last night I relived the most horrific murders in my collection with a strange kind of pleasure. When I had had enough, I looked in the mirror and I did not see myself, but dozens of faces morphing in and out of each other. Every possible face except my own. I thrust my fist into the mirror and my hand split and blood was everywhere. What a cruel fate has befallen me, that I should lose myself in the darkness while trying to escape its deadly grasp. The Aurus will either be my salvation or my downfall. Yui Kumura, Crash and Burn. Memory 369. An engine echoes through the darkness. A roar vibrates through Yui's body as she accelerates through a thick, churning fog across a wasteland of crumbling pagodas and buildings. She passes a wrecked motorcycle on the side of the road. Not far from the bike, a rider tries to stand but collapses on a shattered leg. She can't stop. She won't stop. She needs the win. She needs this to reach. She's not sure anymore. She looks left and right as she zips past the ruins of her hometown. She passes the same rider again, trying to escape the blazing wreck. Doesn't make any sense. Nothing makes sense. A demon yells in the fog. Seems like he's right behind her, lurking in the fog, waiting to jump out at her. She maneuvers through piles of flesh and gore of fallen riders burning and sending puffs of swelling smoke up into the darkness. She yells hopelessly on the dead. Smoldering riders begin to evaporate into a column of light, breaking through the darkness. A rider suddenly stands in front of her. She skids, loses control, and tumbles over the road. Her insides feel like mush. Things are broken everywhere. Cracked bones rip through her skin, spitting out black, warm fluid. She tries to rise, but a bone jutting out of her black jeans won't let her stand. Like the fallen rider, she's ignored. She's broken, helpless and soaked in gasoline. Memory 370. Masato studies Yui closely. To dream of fog and darkness means you see yourself as an imposter, perhaps even a failure. Yui nods and absorbs her friend's interpretation. Masato sips her beer. To see light means you've overcome whatever is holding you back. To dream of a crash or a dead end could mean the death of something you want, something you wish for. Yui sighs and doesn't know if she wants to hear all this. The demon? The Oni? Why is it chasing me? Masato nods. The Oni could mean you're struggling to maintain your humanity as you chase your dreams, that you may be torn between right and wrong, between good and evil. Misato laughs to herself as she finishes her beer. Maybe winning isn't everything. Maybe you're greedy. Maybe you're trying to swallow an ocean when a glass of water would suffice. Yui scoffs. Greedy? I'm broke and you're paying for the beers. Misato shakes a drunken finger at her. Greed isn't just about money, Yui. It's about wanting more of anything. More races, more trophies, more fame. Maybe your need to prove yourself is killing something in you that doesn't want to die. Yui sighs and drowns her beer. Enough stupid talk and more drinking. Behind her dismissive smile, Yui believes her nightmare has nothing to do with her ego or greed, but the anxiety of not having the money to pursue her dream. Memory Free 7-1. Maybe winning isn't everything, but it is rent money and groceries and beer for the next few weeks if she wins the secret fall. But before she can win, she must be given a chance to race. Shinji, the favorite, has found a way to keep Yui out of the race, convincing the organizers that a female racer would undermine the secret fall. It's chivalristic, barbaric, dated, but it's also her reality. They're not used to someone of her caliber. Shinji has no caliber. He cheats and humiliates and ridicules to get a psychological edge. She knows his game, and he knows he's going to have to race her one of these days. But for now, he tells them if she races, he won't. And since he's the current champ, they somehow believe they need him to attract the money. She's sitting out tomorrow's race, but she'll be there to cheer her good friend Hiro. Memory Free 7-2. Shinji trash talks Yui as she fills Hiro's ears with fighting words. Fighting words. That's what her grandmother used to call them. Words with wings that filled the mind and lifted the spirit. Words. Words are more than words. They can build. They can destroy. They can empower. They can turn mice into gods and gods into mice. Shinji tells Hiro he's going to make an example out of him because he supports Yui. Hiro acts tough, but Yui sees those fear-heavy words crawling into his ear, festering on his confidence and weighing him down. Shinji turns to Yui and makes fun of her hair, winks at her, and asks her if she will come to watch men ride. She doesn't dignify his shit with a comeback. She wants Hiro to win, but the termites have taken hold, and he's a shell of a rider on a bike about to crack. She whispers winning words in his ears like her grandmother used to do with her, but he doesn't know how to make those words work for him. He's lost and the race hasn't even begun yet. Memory Free 7-3. 4 AM. Yui watches Hiro speed off and take the lead. Shinji and others follow close behind. Maybe her words did help. Hiro rounds the bend. She watches Shinji race beside him and lean in. He leans in close, extends his arm, and touches Hiro's shoulder. Just touches him. Not to push him or hurt him, but to annoy him, to distract him. Hiro swears, loses his focus, loses control. An instant later, he's skidding across the pavement with a wrecked bike leaving a trail of sparks and oil. His helmet is disintegrated layer by layer against the rough pavement like sandpaper. He needs help, but the other racers speed past him, all trying to win their prize money. Hiro stands and staggers stupidly into the ground. His helmet doesn't exist anymore, and his face has been razed to the bone. His mouth and lips are gone. They're just teeth where lips used to be. A shriek sends a shiver of fear up her spine as the car slams on the brakes, loses control and hits her good friend. Memory Free 7-4. Yui accelerates through the fog with a red-eyed demon chasing her. She skids out of control, breaks her legs and drags herself helplessly through the fog. Footfalls thunder toward her, shaking the ground with every step. She looks over her shoulder, but all she sees is the thickening fog. A boot crushes her hand. She looks up to face herself. Yui awakens in a hospital by Hiro covered in bandages with tubes sticking out of him. Authorities don't know if it was an illegal race. If they did, they'd all end up in jail. She's not sure if Hiro can understand her, but she tries her best to comfort him. Doctor says you're lucky to be alive. She wants to tell him he'll never walk again, but she can't bring herself to do it. She doesn't say anything. She can't say anything. One lapse in judgment and he lost everything. Could happen to anyone. Yui closes her eyes and for a moment imagines a world where she hunts that bastard down and kills him like a dog. Memory Free 7-5. Misato delivers some good news while they walk toward their favorite noodle dive. The organizers want her to race the secret four. An unknown benefactor wants to see what she can do. Rumors echo of a billionaire wanting to help lifers realize their dream. None of it makes sense. Yui feels many things right now, but an overpowering need to put Shinji in his place distracts her. But she knows she must put the mental lens of her focus on winning. Not payback, not vengeance, not even gossip or trash talk. Everything on winning. Not just to impress an eccentric billionaire, but to pay the rent and grocery bills. Memory Free 7-6. Yui walks up a mountain path she recognizes and sees a woman standing at the edge of a precipice. She reaches out to the woman, knows something is wrong. The woman turns to her slightly and Yui realizes she's staring at an older version of herself. Grey hair, bloodshot eyes, tears streaming down her face. Older Yui stares at younger Yui with longing. Then older Yui shakes her head, turns and jumps. Younger Yui rushes to the edge and stares down at the countless bodies busted and broken over jagged rocks. All of them. Her. She has sudden flashes of a life she doesn't recognize. A life where she never left Hida or pursued her dream. A life where she became a teacher like her father. None of it makes sense. She covers her face with her young hands and screams, and suddenly wakes up in her bed, lying in a pool of sticky, cold sweat. Memory Free 7-7. Masato smiles at Yui. Maybe it wasn't a dream. Maybe a glimpse into another world. A world where you take a completely different path. In one, you become a vengeful, red-eyed brute. In another, a coward that doesn't follow her dreams. Yui shakes her head. I don't believe in any of that multi-world magical bullshit. Masato scrunches her face when she hears magic. Not magic. Quantum. Quantum bullshit. Misato munches on peanuts and sips her beer. If it's a dream, it probably has something to do with something you were moving away from. Something you left behind. What do cliffs signify? Yui remembers a moment with her grandmother. She remembers she was at a recreational center with her friends and cousins. She lost a relay race because her best friend stopped to see if their competitor was okay when he tripped and fell. Her teammate helped the boy up, while another team took the lead and won the race. She was furious and they hadn't spoken for weeks. Yui remembered going to the precipice where they liked to talk, hoping she would be there. But she wasn't. Her grandmother went up to see her and listened to her side of the story and sided with her friend. Yui vaguely remembered the talk. Her grandmother sat beside her, staring below at the jagged rocks, laughing nervously. You love danger, and more than danger, you love winning. Always have, always will. But winning isn't everything, Yui. Tell me, what's the use of winning if you lose all your friends? Who are you going to share your victories with? Yui laughs at this and calls her best friend weak. Her grandmother places a concerned hand on her shoulder. She's not weak. I would say she's quite the opposite to sacrifice winning to help someone in need. Empathy is what makes us human, and if you lose this, you are just a very good machine that wins. What does it matter if you gain the world if you lose your humanity? Yui closes her eyes and knows her grandmother is right. And yet, there's something inside her that hates to lose, that refuses to lose. Something that will drive her to win despite it all. A thing that brings out the best and the worst in her. Memory 378. Engines rattle and roar in an endless cacophony as Shinji messes with Yui. Everyone wants the jacket, and she needs this money more than ever. She's been working as an assistant English teacher at a high school, but it's barely enough to get by, let alone fix her bike. Her bike feels sick. She used to love the sound of her bike, but recently she noticed a change. A few notes are off, and the sound just doesn't travel through her body the way it used to. All these engines singing their unique song, and her bike singing something strange and off. She needs the prize money, and the sponsorship of a billionaire wouldn't be so bad either. Last thing she'll do is let this fool disrupt her focus. She smiles at him after he levels an insult at her and threatens to run her off the road. Yui meets his gaze. You'll try, but you'll crash and burn just as soon as you do. She says it with the weight of certainty of a curse. Shinji tells her she should stay out of this one and let the men race. She knows what he is trying to do. He's trying to disrupt her, get in her head, change the vision of victory in her mind. He tells her the race is his. She flashes a smile. Not while I'm alive. Sally Smithson, The Cleansing of Crotus Pren. Memory 906. There is a reprieve this night in the asylum, and Sally does what any sane person would do. She clings to it with all her strength. The weight that sits in her chest melts away, allowing her for one starving breath. The scent of sweet and dusty linen is wheeled from her mind, replaced with memories of tomatoes and fresh soil. Her feet take her down the hall, heels clicking, echoing into an expanse of shadows. She does not allow herself to see the stains of the wall, or the fracture in the window's pane. She could draw from the memory, but, for this moment, they cease to exist. As Sally reaches the end of the hall, she peers into a patient's room, illuminated by a blade of moonlight cutting across the floor. A young girl sitting atop the bed flinches at the oncoming shadow. Only as Sally walks into the moonlight does the girl release her grip on a bundle of sheets. Sally offers a sympathetic smile to her. The anxious girl. The asylum's file lists her name as Marion, but the staff have codes for each patient. The catonic boy, the sweaty cougar, the anxious girl. Everything there is summarized into 2 words. Sally sits on the edge of the bed, braiding the anxious girl's dry, brittle hair. Did you visit the community room today? The anxious girl hugs her pillow. I stayed here. A light moan carries through the hall, the first indication that peace will soon be broken. Sally does her best to ignore it, waving one strand of hair over another. Did you know that room has a chair by the window? You can see the robins building a nest in the trees. The anxious girl looks to the hallway, her shoulders tensing as she listens to the distant moan. Sally gently rubs the girl's shoulder, wordlessly offering her sympathy. They sit for a short time, until the scream carries through the hallway. Memory 907. Sally marches down the hall to the source of the scream. Patients, each in their own rooms, react, in intrusive cries and shrieks joining in, accompanied by the thumping of a head slamming into a wall. The volume builds, louder and more chaotic, until finally, as it reaches a crescendo, a patient howls. Sally rushes into a room, moving towards a hideously scarred woman restrained to the bed, whose scream slowly dies into soft, mirthful laughter. Did you enjoy the song, sweet nurse? I call it Concerto of Lunatics. The asylum is wide awake now, alive, anxious, the scattered shrieks and moans of patients ricocheting through the halls. Sally's chest tightens as she struggles to breathe. Why? Why must you rile them? The broken woman smiles beneath the swath of bandages over her scarred face. Through two small holes, mismatched eyes, blue and orange, sparkle. Oh, sweet nurse. What are the jesters for if not a laugh? Sally knows to step away, knows there is nothing to gain from arguing. Yet, she cannot restrain herself. They are humans and, sick as they may be, they deserve sympathy. This is a line Sally has told herself many times over the years. Though, that is all it's become. A line. A series of carefully rehearsed words pushed through chapped lips. Perhaps this is why the broken woman chuckles, as if trading quirks with a friend. They deserve sympathy. Most have contributed nothing but pain, and the others had contributed nothing at all. Memory 908. Sally makes no attempt to suppress her disgust as she looks at the broken woman's smile. You would criticize your fellow patients for bringing nothing to this world, yet what have you provided? The broken woman awkwardly sits up on her bed, pulling at her restraints like a restless marionette. I have provided more to this world than 1,000 missionaries. When I saw sickness, I did not coddle it, feed it, wipe the tears from its eyes. I cleansed it. The broken woman sees she has Sally's attention. If we want humanity to survive, we must be its custodians, sweet nurse. And yet, we have allowed an infection to fester, the evidence pervading these walls. The broken woman pauses, allowing her point to settle. Shrieks and moans from the mentally insane echo through the halls. Sally feels her nerves tighten with each chaotic noise that comes her way. She has little desire to argue, yet duty compels. Are you not within these walls too? Would that not make you part of the infection? The broken woman smiles as if expecting this question. I am the solution, condemned to the halls of the infected. Like you, I was a nurse, but I served not the patients but the greater good. With one simple injection, I removed the weak from the gene pool. I watched them in their death throes, knowing my actions were backed by honest science, so few have the strength to trust. And do you know what the courts called me for following logic? Insane. Memory 909. The days pass, but Sally's unsure how many. She always finds herself back in the asylum trending to the fanatic, the violent, the feeble. Down the hall the bad man has slipped his restraints again. Like a wolf, he shows no motive but to prowl for the weak. And it appears he's found his prey. He drags the naked body of the rancid son by the ankles. Blood spills from the son's head. Sally does not know if the man is dead. Calling for help, she sprints down the hall with a syringe filled with sedatives. There are no other nurses to come to her aid. Financial restrictions have seen to that. She considers that she is running to her death this time, but there is something involuntary in her movements, as if she has become a spectator. The bad man lets go of the rancid son's ankles and turns his attention to Sally. He fails to notice Harvey Kavanga, the plump elderly, round the corner behind him. Harvey slams the bad man into the floor as he's done to so many patients. Sally jabs a sedative into the bad man's neck. The bad man sags in place and with a look of bewilderment, falls to the ground. The decrepit hall is silent. Sally looks over the scene at her feet. Kavang's sizable frame hits up and down as he catches his breath, thick arms slang over the bad man who rests peacefully. The rancid son, either unconscious or dead, lies beneath them with Kavang's boot pressed against his nostril. The smear of blood from his head goes on for 30 feet down the hall before curling into an adjacent room. Sally laughs to stop herself from screaming. Memory 910. Sally finds herself in the broken woman's room. The mismatched eyes of the broken woman appear sympathetic as the sunlight shimmers over them. Yet she speaks with sharpened words. Shame about that bloody disturbance yesterday. Boys like that are made a certain way, not built for civil society. The big, brutish one, well, it is as plain as the skin on his face, and the other, oh, the other one hides it well. But have you looked at his family name? That will explain everything. Sally wills herself to think of a gentle lake, lilies, and no. All she can see are the grimly asylum walls and bloody bandages. There are no gentle breezes to distract her, only the broken woman's voice prodding deeper. Did you not have a husband, sweet nurse? I recall the newspaper article. Hand to heart, my dear. I cried at his unfortunate death. You would have had beautiful babies. To now be here, a widow of pure genes, serving the filth of the world. Such a turn of events. Sally gets up, leaving a bandage half wrapped. Her feet shuffle imprecisely as she moves for the door. She tries to push her thoughts away, knows she shouldn't think about it, but it is such cruelty. Her love was pure, her husband pure, and those who live in these halls are anything but. Yet these sick, twisted beasts receive the care and attention deserved to the man she'd lost. Her throat catches on each breath. Her vision blurs. She wants to run but knows it's no use. No matter where she goes, she'll always find herself back in these halls. With swirling thoughts, one stark realization breaks through. It is not she who keeps the insane confined to the halls, but the insane who confine her. She falls to the unforgiving floor. Memory 911. A lush green field, dotted with salmon-colored lilies and patches of pine trees surround the lake. The colors are more vibrant than Sally remembers, and though it smells of fresh rain, the sky is clear. Andrew sits next to her on a blanket, his blonde hair nearly white in the sun. She wears the dress he had brought her, a symbol of my love, he had written on the cord, and for a man of few words, it meant many. He wipes the grass stains from his calloused hands and turns to Sally. We should get home. The lake will still be here tomorrow. A cold breeze sweeps through the meadow, bringing with it the scent of sweet and dusty linen. She grips her wrist with both hands. Just one more minute, please. One more. She hears saws ripping through lumber, the sound heightening with each violent slash. Tighter. She holds Andrew's wrist, pressing her head into his shoulder and bracing herself. An immense tree slams to the ground behind her, sending twigs and dirt into the air. One after another, they come down in booming, ground-shaking jolts. Sally coughs through a cloud of dust, keeping her grip on Andrew the entire time. A bead of blood trickles down his arm, coming to rest on her finger. She looks up to see her husband's skull broken open, spilling blood and chunks of brain. One stark white eye leaks out from the carnage, focused intently on her. We would have had beautiful babies, Sally. She collapses into the crimson muck of his chest and cries. The skin on her hands flake away, turning to dust. She loses her grip on him. Everything she was, down to the dress she wore, decays, blown away in the wind. The sweaty hands of Kavang shake her as she awakes on the asylum floor. Memory 912. She's in the hallway again. The scent, the stains, her heels clicking. It's the same. Occasional moans and shouts carried from nearby rooms. Short bursts of mania or terror that emerge and intermingle. The concerto of lunatics. Sally enters the anxious girl's room and sits at the foot of her bed. The girl flinches, but, after a second pause, lifts herself up, illuminated under moonlight. She offers a timid yet warm smile. Sally takes 3 strands of the girl's hair and begins to weave a braid. Did you see the robins today? But Sally doesn't wait for the girl's answer. Another day hiding, wasn't it? And what about the robins? They'll be dead by the time you leave this room. The girl's shoulders tense and Sally feels herself do the same. She takes a deep breath, attempting to calm herself. As she parts the hair back from the anxious girl's skull, she spies tiny, wriggling creatures. An infestation of lice crawls through the girl's hair. Sally pulls her hand back and slaps the girl across the face. Filthy. Their eyes lock, confusion and startlement among them both. Tears trickle down the anxious girl's helpless face, wet chin trembling. Sally takes a step back. She thinks to apologize, to explain the stress she's been under, but something in her refuses. Filthy girl. She storms from the room. Memory 913. Sally, her face emotionally void, sits next to the broken woman's bed. She finds herself more and more in this position, listening to the woman ramble. The broken woman fidgets with her restraints, fixated on an unscarred piece of skin at the base of her hand. Purification comes in many forms. We must all make sacrifices. She curls her finger inwards and scratches at the clean piece of skin until it's torn off. For the most grotesque offenders, due to genetic abominations, we must take extreme measures. Otherwise, you get, well, the results surrounded you. Sally sits motionless, her tired eyes the only indication she's conscious. The broken woman speaks as if chatting with a friend over tea. Do you know what I could do? I could tell you the ingredients for my special injection, the one I used on my patients. A quick little prick and they'll river as if purifying fire burns within. A fitting way to deal with inhuman filth, wouldn't you say? Are you hearing me, sweet nurse? You don't have to be their servant anymore. Memory 914. Sally feels the asylum closing in on her. Whispers of paranoid lunatics spill through the cracks. She wonders how long she can walk this hallway. Questions if it ever ends. Passes the catatonic boy in his wheelchair, staring deep into the walls. He gazes in her direction through his eyes, though look through her. Has the trial begun? He lets out a scream, pausing as if having startled himself, and then laughs. Harvey Kavang, the fat elderly, emerges from a patient's room and gives her a smile. The skin on his neck dangles as he moves, glistening with sweat. A thick coat of hair covers his arms and curls over the collar of his shirt. His eyes move from Sally's feet upwards, pausing on her chest until he realizes she's watching him. His eyes dart to examine the floor as he nervously licks his mouth. Ahead, the foul girl skips gracefully, enjoying her first day out of restraints in a month. She hums a pleasant tune, tracing her hand over the wall. As Sally approaches, the girl tilts her head forward. She lets out a long, guttural sound, heaving her diaphragm until vomit splashes onto the floor. Content with herself, she smiles and skips on. Sally continues, giving no thought to cleaning the mess. She sees the shoeless imbecile sitting by the broom closet. Thick strands of blood drip from his mouth. With precise rhythm, he slams his jaw into the doorframe 6 times, digs at his gum, and pulls out a tooth. He peers at Sally, as if though she's the strangest thing he's ever seen. Sally looks out at the hallway, stretching on forever. She stops, accepting what she's tried to suppress. This sickness can grow no more. Memory 915. Sally feels a syringe as the broken woman instructed. Thick, dark liquid swells within. A night sky void of stars. The helpless anxiety that crippled her vanishes under a sea of calm. Though her heels click with each step, she feels as if she floats, as if everything she has to do has been determined, requiring only the gentlest breeze to push her forward. She sees the sickness clearly. It has infected all, but the most hideous is the one who refuses to face it, the dog that doesn't know it's a dog, and so she makes her way to the broken woman's room. Strange how, for all the woman's wisdom, she is blind to her impurities. Though she removes the blemishes from her skin, she fails to judge the mismatched eyes that gaze at her in the mirror. But no amount of carving can remove genetics. Such a case requires extreme measures. Sally grips the syringe and prepares for what's to come. There is such filth that permeates the asylum. If she is to cleanse it all, she had best begin. The Observer. In Search of Things Lost. Arcus 02. I am going through some past scribblings and the notes of the previous unknown occupants, and I realize I should at least try to organize them. Reading these notes, I decipher several voices who I am optically calling the unknown few who, like myself, had a fixation with the entity and who, like myself, had an ability to experience the memories encoded in the fog. I will include my past scribblings and number them as best I can, referring to them as notes obscura, or just obscura, to try and piece together how long I've actually been here. I think I may have found my first ramblings amongst the half-destroyed journals of the unknown occupants who struggled with infinite possibilities of willing away the time, except the one they probably missed the most. The one I missed the most. Friendship. Companionship. Sitting with my father drinking whiskey and watching the ancients swim across the night sky. Or just losing time with a friend in a hearty conversation about the merits of art, music, laughter and stories. All I have now are the memories of others, secondhand experiences that constantly remind me of things lost and half remembered. Obscura. Unknown prisoners. I found scattered about this tower countless journals from previous occupants. Occupants might not be the best way to describe them. Prisoners would be more fitting. 8 or 9 of them from distant voices I deciphered in the manifold journals I read with surprising interest and alacrity. Some of these unknown prisoners shared my unusual penchant for beer, whiskey, and stories of the macabre. Others seemed to be the raving lunatics writing not journals, but scentless notes. Notes from the absurd, I called them. Strange musing and endless contradictions about places and characters observed, and consciously or unconsciously improperly described. These notes from the observed seem to start with unintelligible gibberish, are quite different from anything I've seen or read, as though written by someone driven madness, or some other motive to undermine any attempt to make sense of this world. Along with the notes I found, illustrations and survivor statements from police files, and thousands of short stories in a dark chamber in the basement. They had been piled up and set ablaze, but quickly extinguished with some sort of putrid, rotting sludge. I cleaned the chamber and stacked all the stories in piles to go through and organize at a later date. For the time being, I see no reason to remove them from what I am now calling the Chamber of Blood. Survivor Statement. Scene Dent. I was listening to a podcast of creepy stories with my friends, Adrian, Mia, Tina, and Belle. I can't remember which one of us figured out how to do it, but we realized the stories were codes to pass on coordinates of locations of interest for some group or cult or whatever. We decoded a few other stories and came to the conclusion that these people were sending encrypted locations of places where they believed there would be ghosts. We didn't buy any of that paranormal crap, and we were just having fun drinking and decoding the stories and looking up places on satellite maps. But when one of the coordinates of one story turned up to be close to us, we thought we could check out the place for fun. Adrian rented a car and we headed up for what was left of the crumbling asylum. There was nothing but overgrown ruins, but I remember this unnatural black fog, and it was like we were at the asylum, but some other version of it. It was really strange. And that's when we saw this thing. This giant samurai with a demon mask lurking about as though it had stepped out of one world into another. He killed Mia first. I don't remember what happened exactly. I just saw. I saw her head thump and tumble across the ground. I don't remember much. I remember crawling out of the fog and that demon or apparition or whatever that thing was couldn't follow me. Like it was blocked by something invisible. Not long after, a man who called himself Hans and who identified himself as a detective arrived and asked me questions about what I had saw. He took some notes and seemed a bit strange. Then he heard the sirens approaching. He disappeared just like that. When the police arrived, the fog was gone, leaving only the hacked remains of my friends. And here I am now. And you're telling me that you don't know who that detective was and that you want me to show you how to crack the code of the podcast? But I can't, because I don't know. That was my buddy Tina, and she's hacked to pieces, you asshole. Notes from the absurd. Emperor Dwight. Bubblegum tuna on Tuesday. Sir Regal Dwight, in a thickish purple robe and golden crown, steps out into the courtyard and greets all the peasants with good words and pizza. The kingdom cheers and roars. Chamber of blood, harbinger of hell, evil eyes. 1. Hattie Core lifted her chai tea, let the steaming, spicy cardamom and cinnamon elixir soothe down her throat, and set down her stainless steel cup in the small dahab near her ancestral village of Mohi. The tea warmed her insides, yet she shivered cold with nameless terror that mocked her and poked at her like a formless apparition, reminding her that all wasn't what it seemed, and that there were nameless things that went bump in the night. Ever since Hattie could remember, she had seen and heard things beyond the veil, and she even had vague recollections of the day her parents disappeared while they were vacationing when she was 5 years old. She remembered the whispers, the approaching darkness, and the sense that somehow they were in another reality. She didn't remember much about that time, but she remembered being taken in by her French-Canadian godparents, the Royce, who raised her of their son Jordan. Now Hattie and her older stepbrother Jordan were in India, filming episodes for their fairly successful web series, Harbinger of Hell, with their uncle Stefan. A fan had sought them out after having watched one of their episodes about interdimensional overlaps, which Hattie could sense, feel, and even explore if her focus was right, and she was able to tune in as she so often described in her process. As their luck would have it, this mysterious benefactor had funded an entire expedition all over the world, giving brother and uncle access to countless remote and classified areas of known paranormal activity and unexplained disappearances. Hattie sipped her tea, listening to the villagers speak a language that reminded her of her disappeared father, and she suddenly heard a familiar voice and Quebec's accent that stood out from the rest calling out her name. A moment later, Stefan entered the dahab with Jordan. "I found the site of the massacre," Stefan said. "Finish your tea and let's get out of here." Hattie sprang to her feet and followed her uncle and brother into the scorching hot day. Chamber of blood, harbinger of hell, evil eyes. 2. The thugs were ambushed in the valley near the ruins of the old signaling fort. The turbaned man with a beard said, "I'm not sure what you hope to find here. Most stay away from this place like the plague." He stared at the older teens if they were mad. You should have returned to the hotel like your uncle. Nothing here but the eyes, and they're probably watching us right now." Hattie and Jordan didn't answer, or want to explain that their uncle didn't have the stomach for the adventure, that he was more of a producer, and that he was trying to finish off a horror novel he'd been working on for the last 10 years. Ignoring the guide's nervous ramblings, Hattie studied the white stone bricks of the ruined fort and the surrounding caves with a strange feeling that they were being watched. The guide said, "The official story is a unit of British soldiers died fighting a band of thugs." And the unofficial story? Hattie turned to him. The guide stared at her for a long moment. The unofficial story is they turned their rifles and swords against each other. Something in these caves drove them mad. Hattie absorbed this and closed her eyes while Jordan filmed the ruins and caves, calming her heart and silencing her mind. She began to hear the screams and the cries of people being butchered. When she opened her eyes again, she could see the scintilling orange residue memories of British soldiers cutting down thuggy rebels. One thug seemed to be hiding something important in his hands as he escaped the massacre. She walked through residual memories and approached the thug, staring at a piece of broken pillar in his hands. The thug desperately climbed over the rocks and rubble, charging into a nearby cave with the soldiers in hot pursuit. Jordan stepped up behind her. "Did you see anything?" Hattie nodded and pointed at the cave the thug had ran into. The guide raised his eyebrows. "And that's my cue to go," he said, turning his back on the siblings. "Not that I think you're both crazy, which I do, but I need to get home before my wife realizes I'm gone. It's my day to make rotas and pick up the kids from school." Hattie and Jordan watched the guide disappear from the rocky, sun-baked valley. Then they turned and approached the gaping mouth of the cave. For a long moment, they stared into the darkness without saying a word. Jordan turned on the flashlight of his cell phone, and just as they prepared to enter, they heard the crunch of stone behind them. Brother and sister turned slowly to face the barrel of a rifle. Chamber of Blood, Harbinger of Evil, Evil Eyes, 3. Three men speaking an ancient, unknown language faced Hattie and Jordan through the dark and seemingly endless cave with flickering flashlights to illuminate the way. Somehow these captors knew Hattie had a gift and were barking orders for her in broken English to lead them to the place where the fucky rebel had hidden the relic. She didn't recognize her captors, but it wasn't the first time someone had forced her to do something with her specific abilities. Hattie followed a trail of residue memories and whispers only she could see and hear. She could sense they were walking through an overlap of realities, which heightened and reinforced her abilities in an inexplicable way. She followed the scintillating orange trail and froze when the residual soldier suddenly disappeared. Then she started when the soldier blinked back into existence and she heard desperate screams as something she couldn't make out attacked them. "What is it?" one of her captors asked. "She's seeing something," Jordan said. "Let her do her thing. This had better not be a trick." Hattie watched the indescribable creature rip the soldiers into an unrecognizable mess of flesh and gore. The creature then snatched the thug and dragged him screaming through a series of interconnecting tunnels. She chased after the fading memory, entering a small cavern as she watched the thug release the relic as the creature dragged him into a smaller tunnel that she imagined led to a feeding pen. Memories burned out like dying embers to reveal a cavern of human bones, piled over thick, rotting sludge. She winced at the stench of fermented organs and fluids and waved a cloud of flies away from her face. Near one pile of bones was a corpse, still warm, flayed from head to toe. Eyes missing, mouth transfixed in an agonizing scream. The captor stared at the corpse for a long moment, before one prodded Hattie with the barrel of his rifle. "What the hell did this?" one of their captors murmured in disbelief. "There must be a bend in reality here," another captor offered as an explanation. Hattie noted that what she called an overlap, these men called a bend. It was clear that they had an understanding of other dimensions, and that somehow, this piece of column was more than just a relic. Where is it? The leader prodded Hattie. Where's the relic? Hattie took a moment, then pointed at a pile of bones. But it could also be in there. She motioned towards the tunnel that led to the feeding den. Check the bones, one captor ordered the siblings. Jordan and Hattie kneeled in the sticky sludge and rummaged through the bones as their leader turned toward the shadowy tunnel. He inched close to the opening and flashed a blade of light inside, while the other two captors were dealing with flies and covering their noses. Hattie found the jagged piece of column and stealthily slid it over to Jordan. A sudden chatter of teeth and hissing made them all turn to the ladder. He searched the beam of light that now suddenly revealed a grotesque creature with a face covered by dozens, if not hundreds, of glowing red eyes. The leader brought the beam back to the face of the creature, hissed, and revealed a mouth filled with needle-like teeth. An instant later, the creature grabbed the flashlight and pulled the leader inside the den. The other captors stumbled, dropping things and fired suddenly into the darkness. Hattie instantly grabbed a fallen flashlight, looked at her brother with wide, desperate eyes and yelled for him to run. Chamber of blood, harbinger of evil, evil eyes, 4. Jordan and Hattie rushed through the cave with the screams and cries of dying brutes echoing through the bowels of the mountain. What was that thing? I didn't get a good look and I don't really want to. Hattie yelled and she could see the sunlight ahead but sensed they wouldn't make it. Keep going. She yelled and turned to face the darkness with only a flashlight. The hissing and crumbling faded to silence. She had no idea what she was going to do next. She narrowed her gaze, waiting. Teeth suddenly chattered and 100 red eyes bore down on her. Hattie inched back and fell to the ground beside a skeleton holding a kukri, and in one hand a revolver in the other. She instantly wrenched the weapons out of its bony hands and climbed to her trembling feet. The creature approached slowly, hissing and chattering, its terrible eyes fixated on her. She stared at long arms and fingers with claws like knives. She lifted her arm and aimed a revolver at its head. Then she suddenly pulled the trigger, and nothing happened. 100 eyes stared down at the revolver, then back at her. Shit. The creature hissed, then attacked with a roar. Hattie evaded. Terrible claws swished overhead and hit the wall. Bits of rock and stone rained over her. Covered in debris, she sprang up and ran with the creature in pursuit. She turned in the gathering dust and instinctively felt the attack before it came, as she often did. With one quick thrust of her arm, the blade of the kukri severed the hand. The creature shrieked something terrible. Hattie seized the opportunity to sever the head, but the creature lunged away and the blade hit stone wall. The kukri vibrated out of her hand and she dove to the ground as the creature charged her. Tumbling away, Hattie instinctively grabbed a slab of stone. The creature attacked and missed, hitting the wall. Without hesitation, Hattie smashed the slob over its bewildered head with a terrible crunching sound she wouldn't soon forget. The creature collapsed and Hattie, adrenaline rushing, bludgeoned the head and eyes. When there was nothing left but a sticky, warm pulp, she released the gold-covered stone and fell back on the haunches to gather herself. But no sooner did she relax than she heard the rising crescendo of chittering teeth echoing through the darkness. With an almost defeated sigh, Hattie staggered to her feet. White fear flashed through her mind as the chittering and hissing grew louder and louder. Teeth clenched as thousands of red eyes flared up in the icky blackness of the cave. She backed away slowly, then spun on her heels and ran. Chamber of blood, harbinger of hell, evil eyes, 5. Hattie charged towards the mouth of the cave with millions of eyes and chittering teeth on her heels. She felt the swipe at her backs but never wavered. She vaulted wildly out the mouth just as one creature lunged at her. Hattie tumbled out of the cave as the creature hit an invisible barrier where the overlap of dimensions ended. She turned to see the dark mouth of the cave fill with skeeving red eyes. Jordan stepped up behind her. "Helly Hattie does it again," he said with a laugh. Hattie gave her brother a dirty look. "Don't call me that," she said so curtly. Even though he had meant no harm, it was a name along with the Harbinger of Hell children used to call her because bad luck. Strange things and inexplicable accounts seemed to follow her. Years of therapy gave her the courage to accept her abilities and to boldly call her sense the Harbinger of Hell. Exhausted, Hattie sat in the sun-baked stone and watched the red eyes slowly disappear from the gloom of the cave. "Did you catch the creature on your shirt cam?" Jordan shook his head as he sat beside her. She didn't think he would, as creatures or relics from other worlds didn't register and often left blurs or glitches. Jordan sighed and handed over the relic they had recovered. "What do you make of it?" Hattie held it and felt great misery. In her mind's eye, she saw cloaked figures holding pieces of the same pillar in another world. She shrugged and kept what she had seen to herself. Then she pulled out her cell phone and handed it to Jordan. He centered her in the frame and indicated he was filming. Hattie cleared her throat, mopped her forehead of sweat and soot, looked into the lens, and proceeded to address her online followers. "My name is Hattie, and I was born with a wonderful curse. All my life, I've attached strange and unusual things, and when I was 12, I realized I was able to acquire insight toward the unexplained events and otherworldly places." She took a moment to calm her racing heart. She swallowed her fear, remembered she had a series to sell, and forced energy and pep into her voice. "What do you need to know about India? It's where my father grew up, and it's where I am today to explore the urban legends of this amazing country." Hattie took a moment to find her words. "Our adventure begins in northern India, in a strange place locals call the Eyes of the Valley of Evil Eyes, where hundreds have disappeared or died, including a unit of British soldiers in the 1800s. What happened to these soldiers? Where did they disappear to? And is there any merit to the account of cave-dwelling demons with eyes around its head that burn right through the soul?" Hattie stared meditatively into the camera and wanted to say yes to every one of her questions, but decided it was better to leave them up to interpretation. After a dramatic pause, she finished. "Take a look at what we discovered, and judge the evidence for yourself, and see if there is any truth to the evil eyes of the Himalayas." William Bill Overbeck, The Long Way Home. Memory 776. Overbeck staggered out of his house with a canvas bag, still trying to process the last few hours of his life. Everything's a blur. Nothing makes sense. And his veins are still pumping with a tingling concoction of anesthesia and adrenaline. Feels like numb all over again. One minute you're drifting off to some faraway dreamland, and the next you're fighting off the surgeon in a strange, foggy half-nightmare. He remembers seeing the nurse, twitching, convulsing, changing into something he didn't quite understand and still doesn't, even though they're everywhere. He remembers sensing something was off, way off. He remembers his gut churning, twisting, fighting against the weight of his eyelids, trying his best to keep them open as bloody hell erupted all around him. He remembers falling to the ground with the nurse, the tray clattering, the knives and tools scattering. He wanted to sleep, just sleep, but he ordered his eyes to stay open and spotted the syringe rolling over the antiseptic floor. He remembers jerking his arm out, grabbing the syringe and smashing it into his heart. Or was it his arm? Or maybe both. He doesn't remember anymore. Doesn't matter. All that matters is he made it out of that hell alive. He shakes his throbbing head and climbs over a barricade blocking an alley. Winds his way through the burning city towards the market. Most of the city has been reduced to shit. Smoke and fumes seep through the streets. The air reeks of burning civilization. Burning humanity. He recognizes the smell. Brings him back to places he'd rather forget. Emergency sirens keen endlessly over the echoing shrieks of the infected. Flames erupt from the ruins and barricades, making Philly look like a smoldering wasteland of death and destruction. He had read articles about the so-called green flu, It had only been a few days and it already felt like it was bringing us back to the goddamn Stone Age. This is worse than Nam. Way worse. Philly in chaos and overrun by the infected? It was more than a common flu. No kidding. Dozens of conspiracy theorists and now it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. All that matters is surviving. Been here before. Many times. He hears someone shout about a curse and spots a young woman clobbering an infected horde by the market entrance with a rake. Impressive. Up and at 'em, soldier. Mind if I cut in? They slash through the infected until all that's left is nothing but withering flesh and gore. He stares at her. She approaches him. Not bad, old man. Name's Zoe. Last woman on Earth. Not really, but it feels like it. She laughs and wipes chunks of putrid flesh off her arm. She reminds him of a kid he knew in Nam. Strong smile and beaucoup funny. Beaucoup fierce. Just like her. Memory 777. Hello? Anyone out there? I need a hand over here. Bill hears the cry for help above the agonizing groans of the infected. He spots a cage in the middle of all the chaos surrounded by the infected. He grabs his rifle and fires, splitting infected heads like watermelons. He approaches the cage with Zoe, where he sees a man covered in blood. Out of the frying pan and into the cage. He laughs to himself. How'd you end up in a shithole of a thing? The man sighs. Quit yapping and get me out. Zoe looks around. Something ain't right about this. She's got good instincts. Bill's feeling the same knot in his belly. The man smashes the cage. Just get me out of here before they come back. Bill lifts the butt of his rifle and smashes the padlock off the latch with a mighty clang. Merry Christmas, kid. The man smirks. I like that one, Gramps. And I ain't a kid. Call me Francis. Francis steps out of the cage repeating, Merry Christmas. Merry bloody Christmas. Bill spits over an infected corpse spewed over the rubble. That's my line. Find your own. Francis' smile grows. No copyright on a line like that. Bill knows what he's doing. They're kind of a pack and this ain't about a line. This is about who's calling the shots. A lot of brass for a civilian. Truth is, no one is really in charge in this shitstorm and we all gotta take the lead in some way or another. And he's too stupid to understand that. He ought to break him in now before things get stupid. Set him straight. He inches closer to the man. Zoe sighs. Boys, it's just a goddamn line. A sudden clicking sound behind them and Bill senses they're screwed. They turn to face three men with guns trained on them. Out of the cage and into the blazing, goddamn fire. Francis sighs. Shit. Canadians. Bill looks them over. A group of men in makeshift hazmat suits and rifles. We ain't Canadians. Now move. Bill looks to Zoe and Francis and goes, Sotto voce. They're survivalists. Francis scrunches his face. So what are you saying? You're saying they're worse than Canadians? Bill doesn't know how to respond to this. He fought with Canadians. Damn good soldiers. What's your beef with Canadians? Francis shrugs. What isn't? Memory 778. An idiot prods Bill into a room with some kind of makeshift electric poker. Watch that thing, Cedar. This idiot prods him. We ain't Cedar. He pushes Bill into the corner with Francis and Zoe. He sees they got a geek on a computer. They're telling him to hack into the machine, but he's telling them he can't. He's tech savvy, but he ain't no hacker. After a few tries, they push him aside. They call him Boy. He says his name is Lois, not Boy, and that gets him a gun shoved in his face. Geek has spunk and attitude. The survivalists talk amongst themselves. One of them sits in front of the laptop and hacks his way in. Bill overhears bits and parts. Search the computer for locations of the safe houses. The flu took hold faster than anyone expected. Those who prepared the safe houses turned before they could use them. These assholes are mapping a path through the city using the safe houses as checkpoints like the old underground railway. Fitting for Philadelphia. They probably got hundreds of ideas how they're going to use us. One of them grabs Zoe and he has his own idea. Bill jackknifes to her side despite his restraints. "Get your filthy mitts off her." The brute inches up to her and she gives him a kick where he ain't ever gonna forget. Bill didn't think anyone could scream like that. He stares at Zoe with wide, approving eyes. The brute continues to scream, something terrible, and collapses to his knees, holding his gonads. His buddy rushes to his aid, helps the screaming man up, but he looks different. Real different. Something in his eyes. Or rather, something lacking in his eyes. Shit. Lewis leaps back from the man like he were the plague. Francis panics. "Get us out of this." Lois grabs a knife from the floor and frees Bill as the survivalists turn pale. Screams and yells echo around them as Bill frees Zoe and Lois frees Francis. They step back. Zoe gasps. "What do we do?" Bill shrugs and sighs. "Nothing we can do for them." An infected suddenly charges Zoe. Francis clubs its head off. "Merry Christmas." He looks to Bill for reaction. Bill shakes his head and seems unimpressed. "Find your own line, kid. If you got the grey matter to do so." Francis scoffs. Lewis adjusts his tie. Francis makes a face and nudges Lewis. "Lose the tie. Lose the goddamn tie." Lewis ignores him. Zoe motions for the boys to shut the hell up and follow her. "Let's find an island where we can rot on and then fight over ties." Bill raises an eyebrow. Sounds like a plan. He actually likes the idea of rotting on an island while the world goes to hell. Kid's right. Grab some gear and let's get out of here. Memory 779. Bill leads the ragtags, as he calls them, through a city he doesn't recognize anymore. It's crazy how fast the flu changed everything. Change. It's the one thing that never surprised him. The one constant in life. Change and surviving in the new normal. But this new normal could take some getting used to. Ain't like they're gonna tear each other apart, apologize, then be friends again. He stares into the gloom and goes over the last few hours of his life in his mind. He didn't catch anything. They didn't catch anything, and by all accounts, they should have. Then it dawns on him. They're immune. They're asymptomatic. Ticking bombs just waiting to spread the flu. I brought the flu to them. Poor bastards. Lois steps up beside Bill. "What now, Pops?" Bill contorts his face. "Don't call me Pops. Old man I don't mind, but not Pops." Bill marches on. "I'll tell you what now. Now we find a safe house and get some rest. But not before you punch Francis in the mouth for talking more shit than a sewer." Bill laughs. "I'm messing, kid. But I see you getting pissed of all the tie jokes. Don't let him get to you. His way to cope with all this shit. I knew guys like him in Nam. They're just scared to die and distracting themselves by messing around with others. But what really gets me is he stole my goddamn line." Lois laughs. Bill doesn't find it very funny. I know. Imitation is the sincerest form of a compliment. But that civilian using my line? That just ain't right to me. Memory 780. Safe houses are abandoned, but there's still treasure troves of supplies. This beast of a flu hit fast and took no prisoners. Bill sighs and doubts evacuations are still running counter to Zoe's belief that the government actually still gives a shit. World has gone to hell and the government don't care. But he ain't saying anything. Last thing he'll do is rob them of hope as they creep through the bowels of the fallen city. He likes Zoe's idea about finding an island to rot on. That was a good idea. If you're gonna rot anywhere, an island, any island, ain't half a bad idea. Especially one with coconuts. But if she wants to hope for the government, she can go right ahead. He ain't gonna take her hope away. Even if he knows enough about the government to know they aren't worth a second thought, let alone a second chance. But he'll shut up for a civilian that still believes in the system. A system that was broken long before the flu spread. Besides, while she hopes for the government, he'll figure something out. He always does. Zoe regards him. There's gotta be more like us. Areas that have to be protected, quarantined. It can't all be that all cities are like this. Bill suppresses a cynical remark. There's something in Zoe he respects. She reminds him of someone he used to know, someone he used to be. Someone who had all kinds of ideas and ideals before he had seen the true face of the governments, of humanity. It's nice to see that in her. Real nice. He hopes it lasts and this hell doesn't stamp it out of her. A heavy wind moans dreadfully and carries with it an all too familiar smell. The smell of rot, the smell of filth, the smell of death. The infected, dozens of them, maybe hundreds. Bill acts on instinct, eyes open, guns ready. Before he can say another word, the infected close in on them. Gunshots clap through the dead city, heads crack open like rotten, festering melons, and the infected lay strewn all around them. One lashes out of the shadows towards Bill. Without hesitation, Francis blows its face off and turns to him. "Merry Christmas, Bill." Bill sighs deeply. Bastard saved my life and now he's trying to rub it in my face. He gives Francis a stern, grizzled look. "Alright, the line's yours now. Now shut the hell up and shoot." Bill curses under his breath and continues to shoot dark silhouettes charging through the deep, orange dusk. Damn. I missed this. Adiris, the Maiden Guard, Memory 4097. May your voice reach the beyond. May your voice reach the beyond. May your voice. Adiris speaks this line until it becomes a single word, babbled in harmony with her fellow emissaries in faith. May your voix reach beyond. May your voix reach beyond. 13 women stand in a circle around a stone altar. Adiris' chant falters as time passes. Her raw throat the only indication she contributes. Eats enunciation, agony. She's nearly forgotten the naked man wriggling face down on the altar, leather straps binding him. The high priest Haben raises a hand. Adiris, along with each of the emissaries, stops, bows her head. She reminds herself, cherish the pain, a sacrifice to the sea goat, the god of water and creation. The emissaries disperse, and Adrius wanders to the man on the altar. Tears stream from the bloodshot eyes. She wants to lend comfort, assure him the gods love him, perhaps even pull him from the altar, away from the coming pain. She smiles at him as she would a child. If you only understood the importance of your sacrifice, you would laugh with joy. Tenderly, lovingly, she kisses his forehead. May your voice reach the beyond. Memory 4098. The Invocus comes forward, small, wrinkled man, buried under a scarlet, no, white but bloody cloak. Adrius bows her head, joins the whispers around her. May you swim through the sea and stars. The Invoker stands over the man bound to the altar, nods, pulls the sleeve back, reveals a spear gripped in hand, raises the weapon and plunges. The tip pierces the bound man's lower back. He arches upwards and screams, shakes, convulses, lower body remaining immobile, bladder emptying into the altar. The Invoker hefts his leg into the stone slab, pushes the spear until a gruesome snap, shrieking, howling, pleading. Something beyond that, indescribable. A vertebrae bursts from the gaping wound. Blood gashes. Bile rises in Adrius's throat as she turns away to stop herself from retching. Her fellow emissaries look upwards. Praise, glory to the gods. Nothing is heard over the screams of the man. His voice will surely reach the beyond. Adrius composes herself, recites sacred texts in her mind. The plans of the gods shall not be questioned, for they know the beauty the human eye cannot perceive. The plans of the gods shall not be questioned, for they know. Trust in them, Adrius. Trust in them. She relents to her faith, joining the others to celebrate, but notices Hubban. He covers his face too late and she sees it. A tear spilling from his eye. A face that seems heartbroken. Memory 4099. Adria splashes water over the altar and scrubs. Red circles swirling, bright, like the sun the day she was left at the temple door. Stifling heat. Painful steps on burning sand. Mother and father. A missing piece in the memory. Unfocused. Replaced by Hubban. A crowd opposing High Priest, and only he appears warmingly. She cries, so he lifts her, removes his hood. In the courtyard, he lets her touch the statues of the gods. Rishan, keeper of the stars. Ortaris, sentry of the desert. Atilalara, mother of humanity. Deities who would watch over and protect her. Hubban becomes teacher, father. He tells her of their religion, formed by exiles who believed other faiths had become corrupted by politics. They brought new insight to the afterlife and unified all gods beneath the great creator, the sea goat. She finds guidance in his teachings, meaning in servitude, comfort in knowing suffering is love. She may shudder at connecting compassion to bloody sacrifice, but she works continually to overcome her doubts. Yet, over the years, as her faith grows, Hubban changes in a different way. She sees heaviness in his walk, hears his voice trail off when he reads the sacred text, while he once stood energized by generous sacrifice to the gods. Today he shows anguish. What darkness could snuff the desert sun? Memory 4100. Adara sits in the courtyard, Hubban seated across from her. Eyes are fixed on a game board between them. She rolls a wooden die, moves a black disc over the board's squares, lands on Hubban's piece, places it to the side. No reaction from Hubban. Adiris looks to him, sweet expression of concern. A joyous sacrifice this morning, would you say? The gods rejoice, praise be. Hubban hardly lifts an eye. Praise be. A cool breeze, birds chirp, unseen. Hubban seems to scan the courtyard. Upon seeing no other occupants, looks at Adiris in the eyes. He was a good man, a friend, and the world is darker without. Adiris wonders if she's being tested. She knows what to say, interrupts him with the line that's been delivered to her thousands of times before. It was commanded by the gods. He swims in the wake of the sea goat now. Hubban turns his attention to the game board, flicks away Adiris' disc, and positions his at the end. It seems I have won, as was commanded by the gods. Adiris pushes her chair back, objecting. Hubban sweeps the board off the table. I shall write the rules of anew. I shall include decrees, punishment, theft, and sacrifice, and should anyone object, I shall preach these monumentous words. It was commanded by the bloody sea goat and his damned gods. Adiris shakes her head, the shock of words she'd never thought she'd hear rattling painfully in her mind. This is blasphemy. Deep bags under Hubban's eyes seem to swell. Yes, the truth often is. Memory 4101. The day of virtue arrives, a monthly ceremony to purify the congregation of dire sins. A bell tolls. Adiris and the rest of the temple's crowd drop to their knees. Forehead touches cold stone. She peeks up, sees the maiden guard arrive, stepping through the crowd, guided by faith to seek out sinners. She waits, counts the scratches in the floor until a scream. A woman pleads and coughing, choking. Adiris looks up, sees a commoner dragged from the temple by her throat. She hardly notices two olive brown feet step in front of her. Rise, rise. Adiris shrieks under the maiden's gaze, notices the hint of ripened dates from her open mouth. Under the eyes of the sea goat, speak of the devil you have witnessed, Deliver us thieves, adulterers, and blasphemers, so we may purge them. Shoulders stiffen. Adira sees the face of Haban, the face of the man who raised her. She hears his gentle voice, and the agitated voice of a blasphemer. Indecision knots in her chest, twisting, tightening. I have witnessed no evil. By the gods, my eyes are pure. The maiden examines Adiras. Seconds tickle by, ever slowing, stretching reality till it seems, until the maiden nods. May you swim through sea and stars. She turns away, and Adiras summons every bit of strength to keep herself from collapsing. Memory 4102. Adira sweeps dust from the altar floors. A set of hurried footsteps click along the stone, marching closer. She turns to see Haban, gentle face tensing. He hushes her. My daughter, curse the man I once was. I took you as a child and tainted you of the notions of divine judgment and punishment. Now I see you struggle. As these thoughts nearly take hold, I beg you, cast my teachings aside and see the blood spilled in this temple. No cleansing can purify the horror perpetrated here. The doctrine overflows in her mind. The will of the gods is law. No man shall question the divine. He who battles the tide will perish. But she surprises herself by remaining silent, and Haban seizes the moment. I am old and I have wasted this life, but I cannot bear to destroy yours. Meet me here at nightfall in a fortnight's time, and we shall escape the clutches of deceit. If you have doubts, I ask you to consult with your gods, my daughter. May their silence be your answer. Memory 4103. Though Adira's heart beats, she feels emptiness where it should reside. A hollow space dripping acid into her churning stomach, knees bruised. She prays to the gods, pleading, silently screaming for an answer. Nothing. The wind remains calm. She is alone, surrounded by stone, looked down upon by statues of gods unmoved. Dust floats through the air, settles on her skin, more real than anything she ever believed. A lifetime of faith, security, crumbles. She feels unsteady. The only certainty in her mind is that she must leave this place. She rises to her feet, turns her back to the temple. Only then, a whisper. The hushed chitter in her head is unclear. Inarticulate words pass through her forked tongue, but she feels it, understands a remarkable truth. She will never be alone. Ever. Memory 4104. Shame washes over Adiras as she retreats to her room. She dare doubt the gods. Within their chaotic whispers, pain, anger, bloodlust, atone. She removes her robe, reaches for the lash, a crude whip of thorns and bronze spikes, atone. She swings with great force. Spikes pierce her back, hooked into flesh as she pulls away. Through gritted teeth, she screams, keeping the sound in the base of her throat so no one can hear. Atone. She swings, droplets of blood sprinkling to the floor, spasms of pain as skin tears off, hanging on pale threads. Braces herself and whips again and again till crimson pools. Atone. How much blood is enough? Her body screams in agony. She thinks to drop the lash, run from these walls, but remembers the doctrine Haban taught her. Suffering is the heart of love. She tightens her grip and swings again. Memory 4105. Sweat weeps from Adira's pores onto her bed sheets. Thick scabs tear from her flesh as she shifts. With great effort, she lifts her head, looking to the sound behind her. Haban. He kneels over her, wet cloth in hand. She's too feeble to speak, but the whisper does it for her, hissing, thrashing, communicating a hurried feeling in her mind. Blasphemer! He washes the blood from her back, bringing his mouth to her ear. Is this the doing of the Maiden Guard? What has their blind faith wrought? She slips between consciousness as the blasphemer takes her hand. I have failed you, my daughter, but no more. Have strength, and we shall soon escape. Memory 4106. Though Adiris's movements are met with pain, she lifts her head to the sky, thanking the gods for their guidance. Their whispers remain, further away, disparting, yet still commanding, influencing. She opens her heart, allows the whisper to seize her body. She strides to the quarters of the Maiden Guard and takes a uniform, confident no one will discover the violation, knowing the gods are on her side. A censer of sweet frankincense sits atop a table, compelling her to it. She allows her hands to move as they will, filling the censer with oil and glowing embers. She does not question the will of the gods, knowing all threads shall be woven and someday the tapestry complete. Trust in them, Adiris. She steps into the moonlight. Nightfall. Smoke dances around her body. Bare feet carry her along a stone path to the mouth of the temple. As she peers inside, she sees through the shadows to the slight, shivering figure of the high priest Haban, the mentor, the father, the blasphemer. May his voice reach the beyond. The Observer, Universus Alvio, Arcus, 03. Spent the entire day doing unnecessary, mundane tasks like sweeping the floor, dusting statues and furniture, and polishing silverware in an all fairly successful attempt to keep my mind busy. I imagine once I have the Aurus working as it should be, I'll be able to keep myself distracted with what seems to be dreaming black fog. Toward the evening, I tinkered with the Aurus, and when this proved frustrating, I worked out mathematical equations and theories while talking to myself and engaging in stimulating debate in what I believe to be a meaningful discourse. One of the lessons of those an assignment within the boundaries of an ancient is to keep to a rigorous routine of writing, reading, and self-talk to not let the pillars of the intellect crumble under the weight of laziness, alienation, and boredom. Thinking and speaking are skills, and like any skill, they can decay and wither away if not practiced regularly. Arcus, 04. Stories and journals are scattered everywhere, so much to read, and yet I find myself drawn to the scribblings and renditions of an unknown curator I'm calling the Mad Designer. Journals filled with wild sketches and musings of people I imagined are caught in other parts of this living dimension. People juxtaposed with other terror worlds and timelines that make little or no sense to who they are or whom they came from. The illustrations and notes are foolish, absurd, and quite contradictory, and yet they bring moments of levity to my life which does the soul good. I suppose it's a form of absurd escapism I turn to when I'm not reading the more traditional stories. Interestingly enough, I found 17 versions of a story featuring a killer named Evan, written by 17 versions of the same author from the Omniverse. 17 similar stories with sometimes subtle, sometimes significant differences. What I find particularly interesting is how the stories are written as fiction in one world, and non-fiction in another. It reminds me of Universus Alvio, a theory that suggests that the human mind might very well be equipped with a powerful networking mechanism that reaches out to other worlds for wisdom and knowing from our other selves. Some can use their minds in this way and others can't. The theory suggests that those who have experienced trauma in their formative years detach from reality, allowing them to explore other realities and worlds with relative ease. Artists like magicians and shamans see small things in the big, unexplainable endless dream that is the Omniverse, and they bring these ideas or insight back to entertain, enlighten, and inspire the world. Fiction in one world, non-fiction in another. Everything is real, or nothing is. And here, in the Chamber of Blood, there are countless horror stories of every variety. So many that it seems to me that one of the unknown prisoners was collecting these stories as a way to discover more about their imprisonment, their entity, and the terrible screams coming from the surrounding abyss. Whether this is true or not, I am not sure, but what I do know is I spent the whole night reading my favorite stories out loud like my father used to do by the fireplace, and the entire time I couldn't help but wonder, how? How could anyone have accused and assembled such a rich collection of notes, journals, and stories? I have no immediate answer, but I suspect by the texture and density of the fog that I may be in a place as complex, mysterious, and misunderstood as a black hole. A living, breathing, all-consuming black hole. The serpent of infinite that gorges on its tail, that eats itself endlessly as it spirals downward into the cosmic. Fibonacci stewed that is life incomprehensible. Arcus 8282. Dozens of severed heads in the den, and I'm not sure how they got there. I stared at them all day, recognizing a few of them from the last few memories I've been exploring. It took me all night, but I made a cairn with the heads outside the door. When I was done, they began to talk and argue and bicker with each other over pedestrian nonsense. I squeezed my eyes shut until silence returned. When I opened my eyes again, they were gone. I then returned inside and retired to the Chamber of Blood, where I read stories aloud and went through the absurd creations of the mad designer. Most brutal murder in Sunny Lake history. Chamber of Blood. Most brutal murder in Sunny Lake history. A young woman is on trial for first-degree murder in the decapitation of her husband's mother, whose charred remains were found in mason jars in the suspect's solarium, while her head was found mangled in a broken blender in the kitchen. Samara Dwenless, 33, is charged with first-degree murder in the June 2037 killing of Christy Hartz, 67. The trial commenced on Thursday. Prosecutors said they would not entertain a plea of insanity despite the 911 call the suspect made claiming her mother-in-law was a vampire. The 911 call describes an ancient conspiracy with vampires who live among us and draw their powers from another dimension. Obscura, beyond understanding. The tower is alive. I have memories of what the tower was the night before, and it changes the next day. It changes in ways that defy reason, or anything we've come to know about the ontology of these ancients back home. It's entirely possible that if you were to understand all that this place is, that you would go insane. I opened a door to what I thought would be an empty room covered in dust, only to discover an entire city with skyscrapers and ancient pagodas. Bewildered, I stared among the ruins of the street at a group of teenagers cutting down massive, mutant bug-like creatures with deadly samurai swords. I quickly closed the door and opened it again to find the city was gone. It had completely disappeared. Nothing there but a small, dusty room with a strange-looking spider crawling towards me. I crushed the spider under the heel of my boot and didn't even attempt to understand what had just transpired. Chamber of Blood, Harbinger of Hell, Beneath the Ruins, 1. Stefan sipped his cold Turkish coffee as he read over his early morning efforts towards a short story he hoped to share on his blog. He read the opening lines and decided they could be stronger. With a sigh, he tore the yellow page from the legal pad, crumbled it into a ball and tossed it into a growing pile of false starts in the middle of the opulent black and burgundy hotel room. He slammed the desk, frustrated, and wanted to write something fun and original for his blog. Yet nothing came to him. The latest episode was sponsored by the mysterious benefactor had his production team investigate ancient tombs in southwest Turkey. Not so much him, but his niece and nephew, who had tougher nerves for the macabre. Stefan much preferred a safe and cozy hotel room, where he could raid the minibar and see the logistics of the show. It wasn't that he didn't like adventure. It was more that he didn't like graves, tombs, or places that felt dark, creepy, and dangerous. Hattie had once suggested that he write horror stories as a kind of therapy to work out his fears and anxieties of the unknown. She was half right. The other half was he simply liked to be alone. Alone with all the characters and voices chattering in his head. Voices that demanded to be heard and set to paper. Now the voices were compelling him to write a vampire story. Their benefactor claimed that there had been a village of real vampires in ancient Anatolia that had been hidden from the rest of the world. According to the intelligence provided, vampires weren't fictional monsters, but actually interdimensional creatures that had once tried to overrun the world. They had been defeated by an unknown group of mystical warriors. Somehow the few creatures that had survived managed to erase themselves from history by warping and weaving whatever memory of them was left into exaggerated myths and legends. Stefan found this theory of myths and legends and parallel worlds interesting, if not intriguing. Vampires real. Actually real. Nothing like the movies, but real nevertheless. One theory he had just finished reading online suggested that everything created or imagined existed somewhere in the Garden of Infinite. In other words, stories and characters come from a real place in the infinite landscape that was the Omniverse. The theory went on to suggest that artists had somehow unlocked their third eye and were able to see into other realities, an idea, a vision, or a dream. According to the theory, was a pineal gland seeing into the infinite for truth, wisdom, inspiration. The brain, then, was a quantum computer that could network with the infinite. It was a nice idea. It meant that his most cherished characters from his favorite books were, somehow, somewhere, real. A sudden knock on the door startled him out of his quantum musings. "Mr. Roy, your lunch is ready." Lunchtime already and Stefan still didn't have his story. He rose lazily in his bathrobe, hoping Jordan and Hattie had better luck finding the unmarked graves they had set out to find. He imagined his niece and nephew were enjoying the sun while filming the ruins and enjoying the peanut butter and banana sandwiches he had prepared for them. Chamber of blood, harbinger of death, beneath the ruins, 2. Move away from the casket. A middle-aged woman with blonde hair and blue eyes dressed in a black suit pointed a revolver at Hattie and Jordan. Hattie dropped the shovel, sighed, exchanged a look with her brother and stepped away from the bolted casket. "Who do you work for?" Hattie asked, eyeing the woman. "That, my dear, does not concern you." Jordan shook his head. "I don't think you should open it." "Shut up. My brother's right." Hattie pointed at the symbols etched all in the rotten wooden casket. "It's a warning of some kind. Whatever's in there, it's meant to stay in there." She scrutinized the half crescent and 3 dots and wondered what they meant. They didn't resemble any of the symbols she had come across in the last few months. Superstitious nonsense. The woman yelled, aimed the revolver at the bolt, and pulled the trigger. A report echoed through the ruins and the surrounding forest. Hattie wondered if their guide and translator had heard them. He probably didn't even take notice or didn't care. He refused to follow them near the tombs, called them ignorant tourists. He said he would stay by the car texting his friends until they return. The woman pulled the trigger repeatedly until the bolt clinged off and hit the ground with a thud. "I hope he calls the police," Jordan whispered to Hattie. "I wouldn't count on it." The woman examined the casket carefully. Hattie and Jordan inched backward as she struggled to yank the lid open. Hattie cautiously backed away. She figured the woman worked for the same secret society that had now interfered with several of her investigations. She didn't know much about them, but from what she had gathered by overhearing a few of their goons in Egypt was that they were searching for hidden knowledge. Knowledge they believed would help humanity transcend to another plane of existence. "Please," Hattie continued, "don't open it until we know what that symbol means." The goon scoffed and, with a labored scream, yanked the lid open to reveal nothing. Nothing but a strange black mist. "I don't understand," She said, "It's supposed to be here. The book." The goon's eyes narrowed. Frustration creased her face as black mist suddenly rose and spiraled into her mouth and nose as though it were alive. Hattie and Jordan stepped out of the grave. The woman gagged, coughed, and collapsed, there in the dirt. She jerked and twitched in all kinds of unnatural directions, screaming and shrieking as the mist reshaped her body into something indescribably grotesque. Her veins stood out thick and black in her neck, her hands smashed the ground, and she went into hysteric convulsions as though being burned alive. Then, with a blood-curdling scream, her body went limp and silent. Hattie repressed a cry of horror. She felt a cold prickle run down her spine as she stared at the scene in disbelief. What was going on? What strange mist could do such a thing to a person? Was it some kind of ancient poison? Some kind of toxic vapor? Or was it something worse? "Well, you don't see that every day now, do you?" Jordan said flatly. "I seriously wish I got that on my phone." Hattie sighed. "Is she dead? Dead as a tomb?" Hattie didn't find him funny. Not in the least. He was scared. She could tell by his desperate attempt to use humor to hide his fear. He was just about to crack another joke when the creature suddenly twitched back to life. Startled, Hallie gasped and pulled at Jordan's t-shirt, saying, "We need to get out of here." But just as she stepped back, the creature turned back to face them with blood-red eyes and a jaw protruding like a snout with teeth that seemed to be growing underneath stretched skin. "Oh shit," Hattie blurted. She lost her footing and fell to the ground with her brother. The creature that had once been a woman roared at them, revealing two massive fangs like carving knives. Chamber of Blood, Harbinger of Hell, Beneath the Ruins, 3. "This way," Hattie yelled, leading Jordan through the shadow and light spilling through the forest canopy. She could hear the creature shrieking as it hunted them with unnatural speed and resolve. Spotting an outcrop of jagged rocks, she quickly yanked her brother into hiding. "Aren't vampires supposed to explode in sunlight?" Jordan asked. "I mean, isn't that what's supposed to happen? Doesn't it know it's supposed to be dead?" Hattie instantly placed a finger by his quivering lips as she heard footfalls approaching. She repressed an urge to look at the creature. Instead, she listened. She could hear the clattering and hissing coming from its hungry jaws. She could hear the crunch of stones and the distant snap of twigs as the creature searched for them. Then the footfalls seemed to change direction, growing fainter and fainter until all she heard was the chirping of insects. Hattie heaved a shuddering breath. Jordan gulped and swallowed a lump in his throat, saying, "We should have respected the warning." If that's what it was, a warning. What else could it be? I don't know. What I do know is, we released something foul into this world. And by foul you mean the vampire and not gas, Jordan said with a smirk. Just clarifying. Not funny. It was a little funny. No, not even a little. Hattie risked moving beyond the rocks. She glanced apprehensively, half expecting the creature to hurl itself at them. When nothing happened, she stood and, slowly and quietly, led Jordan back toward their guide. As she pushed her way through the woods, she couldn't help but notice the similarities between all the symbols she had seen at the last few investigation sites. They were unlike anything she'd ever seen before, and she had discovered them in completely different parts of the world. India, Africa, Portugal, England, Paris, and now Turkey. Hattie couldn't help but feel something was amiss. She broke the silence, saying, "We're being pulled into something far more complex than we've been led to believe. Almost like we're being used." Used? For what? Who cares about a bunch of bozos from Montreal? Who releases the foul things into the world? Hattie shook her head, gave him a grave look and answered, "I don't know, but I think it's about time we meet our mysterious." A twig snapped, startling the siblings. Before Hattie could finish her thought, the creature stood framed between two trees, daped in sunlight. Jordan screamed in terror as the creature lunged at him, grabbing his arm and sinking its bony claws into his skin. With a mighty roar, the creature held him against a tree with a thud. Groaning, he sagged to the ground as inky blackness seeped down over his vision. Hattie fought quickly, spotting a fallen branch on the ground. The creature inched closer to Jordan, staring at him as though he were a stake. It kneeled before him and prepared to sink its fangs into Jordan's neck to satiate its red thirst. Just as it opened its gaping mouth, a resounding yell interrupted it. The creature hissed and turned just in time to receive a branch across the face. It fell to the side, then scrambled to its feet, locking eyes with Hattie. Hattie backed away slowly, glad she had saved her brother from certain doom, but unsure what would happen next. Then, inspired by the vampire films she had seen of her Uncle Stefan, she turned the sharp side of the branch to face the creature just as it pounced on her like a lion. The makeshift stake hit its mark, skewing the creature straight through its monstrous heart. The creature shrieked something awful and collapsed to its knees, holding the stake. Wiping her brow, Hattie stepped away from the creature and approached her brother. But a sudden screeching sound froze her to her core. Slowly, she turned to watch the creature pull out the stake with the pulpy, dead heart still attached. The creature tossed the heart to the side with a mangled smile. An instant later, it pounced over Hattie, taking her to the ground. Hattie pushed and jerked under its powerful grip as it salivated and peered hungrily at the thick arterial vein pumping in her neck. Saliva dripped down Hattie's neck, slow, warm, and slimy like a slug. She screamed, and then had no breath to scream, and began to see not stars, but geometry, symbols she had previously discovered in the overlap, as she often called it. She didn't know what else to call what she understood to be a Venn, intersection of worlds where she could see and access knowledge and memories no one else could. Hattie closed her eyes and saw the twisted triangle symbol she had just uncovered in the ancient temple. She then saw the strange circle slashed in half with a line that she had discovered all over the walls and floor of an abandoned asylum, as though someone, or something, was conducting dark experiments in the overlap on the patients. It was all very bizarre and new to her. Now, as the creature prepared to feast on her blood, Hattie wasn't seeing memories pass before her eyes, but all those strange and arcanic symbols that felt older than life itself, as though someone or something were trying to send her a message from the overlap. Chamber of blood, harbinger of hell, beneath the ruins, 4. As the creature prepared to quench its thirst, Hattie felt the end coming. Desperate hands fumbled over dirt and twigs, searching for something, anything. Then, just as the creature prepared to puncture her neck, she grabbed a rock the size of a baseball and smashed it straight through its mouth, shattering its deadly fangs. The creature jolted to its feet with mad agony. Pieces of bone and tooth dropped into a thick puddle of blood and saliva. Hattie turned to see Jordan moaning. He was alive. Barely. Nevertheless alive. Relieved. She scrambled to her feet, trying to think of a way to destroy this ancient evil once and for all. Then she saw it. The revolver. Hanging from the belt. Without hesitation, she rushed up to the creature as 2 new white fangs pushed out the bloody remnants of the old. Before it realized what was happening, she snatched the revolver and shot the creature point blank in the face. The creature fell head over heels as Hattie unloaded the revolver into its face and body. But bullets were futile against this otherworldly apparition. Within moments, the creature was climbing to its feet, the whole while staring at Hattie with blood-red eyes. Nervously, she inched backward, not knowing where to go or what to do. There was nowhere to go. Nothing she could do. This was the end. With incredible speed and strength, the creature pounced and took Hattie to the ground. Gleaming white fangs approached her neck with malice. She jerked and kicked and screamed under its weight. She felt its warm breath inches away from the nape of her neck. Then, in her mind's eye, she saw them again. The symbols. All of them. They swirled and flashed, then coalesced into one symbol. the symbol she had seen etched in the casket. With dawning realization, she understood. The symbol wasn't a warning but a seal to imprison this unfathomable, indescribable creature. As the creature prepared to gorge on her life, she managed to grab something sharp off the ground, its broken fang, and with the last of her strength, she managed to etch the crescent and the 3 dots deep into its cheek. Suddenly, the creature's eyes widened into great big pools of disbelief. It looked at Hattie in abject terror as it stumbled backward, desperately trying to scratch the symbol off its ghostly face. But it was too late. Black mist like acid bubbled and burned through the creature's skin. The percolating mist filled its lungs, chest, and neck. The belly and chest ballooned as pressure bludgeoned the creature from within. Then, with an agonized shriek, it exploded like a cherry bomb. Covered in gore, Hattie dragged herself beside her rousing brother. "What did I miss?" He groaned and sat up, leaning against a tree. He narrowed his gaze and peered through the thin red mist of blood that hung heavily in the air. "Where's the..." His voice trailed away as he noticed the shards of bone and chunks of flesh covering his clothes. In silence, they picked off bits and pieces of the creature. Then Jordan broke the silence, saying, "Well, this was pleasant. Pleasant as a funeral." Hattie didn't respond to his stupidity. She was thinking about the symbols that had come across in their investigation. She wondered what they meant, where they came from, and if there was something connecting all these paranormal sites that they were being sent to investigate. Moreover, she wondered if their benefactor was using them in some kind of chess game against forces unknown. Chamber of Blood. Oh, bloody. This is the story the tour guide told us after showing us around the old Mad Canyon distillery in Moonlight Bay. She offered the adults a taste of Old Bloody, a recipe that had been infamous during Prohibition. While we tasted the bathtub gin, no one spoke as the firewater burned down our throats. The tour guide talked about the abandoned distillery we were walking through, telling us about how the first gang had all disappeared before the legendary Al Capone got his hands on the operation. She must have told the story often, as she spoke fluidly and made gestures and pauses at the right moments. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not one for tall tales, but what we know of the disappearance of the Maddie Hatter gang is very much a vampire story if I've ever heard one. The Maddie Hatter gang was mostly made up of the Mad Dog family led by the father Hank, who had a thing about collecting hats from the rival gang members he butchered. He must have stolen the wrong hat because that bloodlust came back to haunt him in the fall of 1921 when his gang disappeared, with only the youngest of the family left to tell the tale of what had befallen them. And what had befallen them was indeed a great mystery. A mystery people to this day bicker about and dismiss as an urban legend. But I swear, it's no legend, and it's all truth. The twins, Candace and Cody, were returning with some equipment they had picked up in Ontario, drove into the valley and then carried the copper tubing and flask into the caves, where the gang prepared their white lightning. When they arrived, they found nothing but blood. Blood on the floor, blood on the walls, blood, if you believe it, running through the tubes and coils of the still. At first, they thought it may have been a rival gang, but there was no sign of bullets or bodies or even a struggle. Just blood, and an uncanny fog that hung low and heavy in the air. The twins instantly resolved to find whoever had done this to their gang, and moreover, they wanted to give their siblings, cousins, and parents a proper burial. So they grabbed a lantern and plunged it into the twisting boughs of the mountain, following a trail of blood. They searched deep into the night with no results. Cody shone the lantern and was just about to tell his sister he was beaten when he heard the crunch of stone in the distance. He charged ahead and chased after him, stumbling over a boulder, hitting her head against the ground and losing consciousness. When she roused, she sprung to her feet and rushed towards the flickering lantern light, screaming her brother's name. Through dancing shadow and light, she approached her pale brother spewed over the ground with 2 small puncture wounds in his neck. She felt his chest for a pulse, and gasped when she realized he was dead. She shuddered, then screamed, and moved by an unknown force, she grabbed a lantern and charged forward. Then, without realizing it, she entered a massive cavern, feeling the ground beneath her feet turn to mush. She shone her lantern around, revealing piles of human skulls amidst thousands of beetles moving through a thick sludge. At her feet, she saw a few beetles devouring a sick bat. She tensed and looked around to see thousands of bats sleeping. A few beetles scurried over her foot with morsel rotting flesh, and she kicked them away. She swallowed her fear, realizing that if she woke the bats, they would strip her flesh clean in a matter of minutes. Then she glanced at familiar barrels in the corner by a pile of animal bones. Silently and carefully, she made her way past the bones. Opening the barrel, she cringed as a horrible stench assaulted her nose. She peered at the dark brew and wasn't sure what she was looking at. Then she realized she was staring at fermenting lumps of flesh in thick, putrid blood. She was in the vampire's lair, but before she could continue her search, a roar suddenly startled her. She turned and found herself staring at a demon with fangs, with a swirling black fog rising at its feet. Through the fog, she saw it was wearing her father's hat. She gave a shout of revenge like thunder. The vampire twisted its ugly head in startled disbelief. Fearlessly, she threw herself at the vampire. She didn't care what this thing was or where it came from. She just wanted it dead. And she wanted to do her family proud. The vampire meant to kill her by sinking its fangs in her neck, but she felt strong enough to bring down a mountain. And so, she jerked and kicked and pushed its snarling face. With a snarl of her own, she bit back at the vampire, tearing pale flesh off its neck with teeth and jaws strong enough to crush rock. Before the vampire realized what was happening, she gouged its eye with her thumb, ramming it deeper and deeper as it desperately clawed flesh off her arms and face. But she didn't care. She would not be denied. And within moments, she felt the delicate brain matter like warm mud and smiled. She curled her finger and yanked as hard as she could with a mad laugh. With a shriek, the vampire convulsed violently, then stopped all at once, its jaws frozen in a twisted, agonized howl. Unable to control her growing laughter, she took back her father's hat and stood proudly as open wounds leaked and splattered blood. Then the fog rolled over the vampire and somehow made it all disappear. The vampire, the bats, the beetles, the blood, everything. Needless to say, no one believed her story, and she was put into the asylum to shut up and wither away. But eventually, some rich philanthropist took charge of her, and she was never seen again. Everyone was silent. Someone laughed and said, "That's not really a vampire story, is it?" The tour guide replied, "Not like we're used to it, no. But that's her story, and I swear I told it like I heard it." Then a young woman, in a concerned voice, added, "I hope that girl ended up alright."